monster inside of me. You better watch out if your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy. To be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets claws real big, gets off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score. Never getting bored, that's the blood and gold. Always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really listen until they feel the force of blood in. If you start shit, you'll be hard-lived in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped. You'll be chewed up and discarded.
And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
I work blind, got vision I don't need to see. I'm picking mind over matter, I believe in me. I need to find more hours in the day to breathe. Need to find more power in the way I be. And when my mind turns sour with the painful scenes, I need to scream out loud, I can't stop me. I wanna be the greatest like Rocky. You know I leave them all hating like a hobby. I'm out here making moves like a lobby. And if you ain't with me, it's your loss, see. I got my mind on the facts, I'm a python, grab what I like real fast. Choke until I have everything I attack, everything that I lack, everything that I want, and I see matter of fact.
Cause I'm my own worst enemy. Only if I let it be. I can control anything if I if I let it be. I can control anything if I can just think carefully. I control my destiny. Deep up in my mind I manifest it. Every morning I wake up obsessed, and everything I do the best. And deep within my mind, you know I'll always manifest it.
Hello, and welcome to my Minority Matter. My name is Rick. Get this camera started. Welcome to the blizzard of all blizzards. Oh my god, the media's going crazy. We're all gonna die. It's snow. A lot of snow that's coming. Anywhere between 18 to 24 inches of snow that's about to fall upon us here in Connecticut, because that's where I am located. I am located in Connecticut, and we do have blizzard warning. A blizzard warning is in effect until tomorrow, I believe, until like probably like 1 in the afternoon or something like that. We are going to be receiving anywhere between like 3 to 4 inches of snow. I think it's like 2 to 3 inches of snow per hour for like 3 or 4 hours straight. That's crazy. We already had one system earlier this year, and now we're having a second one. And I believe this is the first time in recorded history that we are having two big systems dropping more than a foot on us. I think I'm right on that. That's amazing. I wanted snow. I told you guys I wanted snow. It's given it to me, a lot of it. Um, Another thing too, I may not be on live tomorrow or Tuesday. And the reason why I'm putting out this disclaimer now that I'm not going to be live is because I don't know if I'm going to have power or if I'm going to have internet. Um, Good thing about where I'm at, the power lines are underground, but if a substation goes out, then I have no power. So I don't know what's going to happen overnight. This is a freak storm. It's like a hurricane developing right off our coast, but it's throwing nothing but snow at us. Um, but 9 out of 10 chances that I may not have internet. So I may not be able to conduct a proper show here. If I do, I will come on and try to do my best to cover whatever footage or whatever that's going on in the world. Most likely, it's going to be something going on with Iran. Um, but other than that, it's been a crazy fucking day today. I got a lot of news to cover. I don't want to be on here too long. I'm going to try to keep it to 2 to 3 hours. And then I'm splitting because I'm going to probably go outside and experience this blizzard for myself and see how much snow is going to be falling truly tonight. I know it's going to be heavy and it's going to be very dangerous. So if you don't need to travel anywhere up here in the Northeast, please do not travel anywhere. I hope everyone is prepared for this. I'm getting a lot of pains and aches throughout my body. So that means this system that's coming is very juiced and it has a lot to throw at us. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get right to the weather and let's watch.
Good afternoon. Time now is 1 o'clock. Thanks so much for joining us here on Fox 61 Plus. We have a weather impact alert for tonight into tomorrow. Heavy snow and wind on the way, leading to blizzard-like conditions here. So heavy snow up to 1 to 2 feet is certainly possible, and it will make roads impassable at times overnight tonight. So if you can, be inside by about 4 and 5 o'clock this evening. That's when we think the snow ramps up, and then after that, the snow is going to build up, and the wind is going to start to pick up in intensity. Gusts 40 to 55 miles per hour. There is a chance for some outages too, so it would be a good idea to charge those devices this afternoon and into the evening. Blowing snow is possible as well, adding to the big drifts. Minor to moderate coastal flooding is also something we're watching tonight into early tomorrow morning, especially during high tide. New at this hour, Litchfield County has been added to the blizzard warning. It has been about 9 years since some of our counties have been included in this blizzard warning. So this is an impressive storm to say the least, and you'll see that just everybody here now through Monday morning, or at least Monday afternoon, as the snow is expected to wind down into the evening on Monday. Here's this coastal flood alert that's posted across parts of our shoreline. Minor to moderate flooding up to about 2.5 feet in inundation, so during high tide. So certainly want to be mindful of that, especially if you live in an area that is prone to flooding with stronger winds. Now, timing out the snow for you, it begins anywhere between 5 and 6 o'clock along the shoreline first. I think by 6 o'clock, most of our southern counties are dealing with some snow. It's going to come down manageable at first, and then after about 8 o'clock is when that heavy stuff really starts to arrive. If you are dealing with a snow shower this morning, this is not, or at least this afternoon, this is not the event. It is coming in later on, but we do have a few snow showers that are arriving in parts of southern Connecticut right now. Moving forward, you'll see that this big area of low pressure continues to pull off the coast of parts of the Carolinas and Virginia. As it does so, it's going to rapidly intensify, and that's going to throw the snow and the wind in our direction. 33 degrees right now in Meriden out the door if you're trying to get any last minute errands in. 34 in Middletown now. It's 33 in Haddam, 33 in Willimantic, and 31 in Torrington. So playing out today for you, there's those snow showers that are possible this afternoon. Heading into the evening tonight, we will see snow start to develop mainly after about 5 o'clock. By 7 o'clock, a good chunk of the state dealing with snow. After 8, we're having these bursts of snow, areas of intense snowfall rates rather. By 2 a.m., still seeing those really intense snowfall rates up to 1 to 2 to even 3 inch per hour rates, which is really going to be difficult for our crews to keep up with. That alone makes it almost impossible to travel on the roadways. But then you add the wind that really starts to kick in mainly after midnight tonight. Wind gust potential close to 40 to 55 miles per hour. Some of us along our shoreline communities in southeastern Connecticut, could you see a gust close to 60? It is certainly on the table. Here's 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, where everybody is still dealing with a good chunk of snowfall. By 11 a.m., we're starting to see the intensity of the snowfall come down, but it's still snowing across parts of the state. It looks like there might be a lull in the action along that I-91 corridor, and then eventually we see things come to an end right around dinner time tomorrow evening. 7 o'clock on Monday, things are quieting down, and then we start to clear out the skies, and we have sunshine that returns for Tuesday. So we are thinking about 12 to up to 2 feet of snow is certainly possible. So 18 inches, there could be some localized higher amounts in that area shaded in pink. Now we're watching some significant banding in spots. If some of that comes through in our state, which is really being forecasted now to the east of us. But if anything gets closer to our state, we're really close to that. We will have to see if maybe we get up to potentially 2 feet of snow in spots. You'll start to see the intensity of the snowfall pick up over the course of the overnight hours. Here's midnight tonight with 1 inch per hour rates, showing you 3 inch per hour rates in spots. By 4 a.m. Monday morning, travel is nearly impossible. We already know there are plenty of cancellations of flights, and that may also carry into Tuesday as well. Here's 7 a.m. where we're starting to see the intensity begin to taper, more so by the midday period and points after that. So by this afternoon and evening, we could pick up close to 2 inches already on the ground by 8 o'clock tonight. By 11 o'clock, we have about 6 inches of snow in spots, and then so on and so forth. So here's 4 a.m. We have almost a foot of snow. By 8 o'clock, a lot of us are dealing with a foot and a half in spots. So you kind of get the idea there. So it adds
I
up.
feel
We
bad for
jumped between
Terry.
midnight and 3 a.m. to about
He's
2
gonna
inches
get
of snow to
close
4.
to 2
And
feet.
then look
Also,
at that jump from 3 to 6 a.m. So significantly adding up through the overnight hours. Those winds are
wow.
picking up in intensity too. So our gust potential is
We're gonna
40
get
to
our
50
ass
mile per
kicked.
hour gusts for areas inland along the shoreline. That's where we think some higher gusts are going to be. Throughout the day today, we could see potential gusts closer to 20 miles per hour. Then that wind picks up in intensity. Southeastern Connecticut
Oh
getting the
boy.
brunt of the worst of the winds, I think. Over the course of the overnight hours, again, gusty winds, outages possible. And then into the evening, it's still going to remain pretty windy for our Monday, just not as damaging as overnight. So outages are on the table. I think the worst of the wind is really around 3 a.m. to about noontime tomorrow. So again, breaking down those storm impacts for you, heavy
I
snow
don't know. I've
tonight,
been getting
travel
messages from
issues are
my
a
electric
guarantee,
company
and
all
there
day
could be
today.
some wind damage and outages. If you're heading out prior to the snow beginning, temperatures are in the 30s, and then we have the temperatures tonight dropping back into the 20s over the course of the day tomorrow. Again, heavy snow on the way and wind tapering in the afternoon. Will dry out for Tuesday. There's another opportunity for a brief system on Wednesday that could bring some rain or snow to the area, and then eventually we'll get some sunshine back in temperatures in the 40s by Friday and into this upcoming weekend. That is a look at your forecast. You can always find your full breakdown and update on fox61.com, and of course always
And what she's not mentioning is that there's a possibility for another storm to be hitting us sometime around Sunday, Monday. She's just only specifying this system that's hitting us this Sunday and Monday, and then we're getting something Wednesday, Thursday, and then there's another system. There's like 3 systems. It's like back to back to back systems. It's kind of reminding me of 2013. It's just having a big time reminiscent of 2013, but this is going to be a strong one. And the thing they're not mentioning, and they should be mentioning, that it's going to be wet snow. The last system that came through was a dry snow. It felt fake. It didn't feel real. It was really, you could tell it was bioengineered bullshit that they put in the sky. And it was just a fluffy mess. I did a whole bunch of shorts showing you, and I couldn't even burn the snowman because it wouldn't burn. So we're gonna try that experiment again, possibly, probably tonight, and I'll just put it up on the shorts, and you guys could watch it from there because I will not be doing this live. I'm gonna be off of here by no later than 8 o'clock tonight, so that way I could go out there and see how it is, and then tomorrow morning see what has fallen and see the Winter Wonderland. I wonder. 2 feet. Oof. Woof. 2 feet of snow is very paralyzing. And because you gotta remember, it's 2 feet of snow everywhere. It's not just in one little spot, it's everywhere. So let's go ahead and continue on with some news. We got breaking news coming through, so I do have that up. I got a lot of news to cover. So let's get right to it. Set it up. Breaking news coming out of Mexico. We got some cars being lit up. Mexico, from what I heard, a major cartel leader was killed, and now this is the revenge of the killing of their cartel leader. And from what I'm hearing, there's been a lot of this one doesn't have sound. But look at Costco, outside Costco. Look, all the cars are burning. They're burning all these facilities, stores. They're attacking all these places here in Mexico. We might be going into war with Mexico also. So this could be a prelim for maybe World War III breaking out. And when I say World War III, it's just because we're going to be going to war amongst other countries, not just with Mexico, but we are in a heated situation with Iran. That's going to about to pop off at any minute. And now we have this that's going on in Mexico. From what I heard, the cartels are taking hostages, American hostages. Any established American establishments are being burnt down. This is a serious, very serious stuff going down in Mexico. If you are an American in Mexico, I highly suggest trying to get out as soon as possible. And if you cannot get out, shelter yourself and don't open the door to anybody. As you can see, this is an ongoing event that's going on today. I do have more videos in reference to what's going on. The cartels are going after Americans in Mexico. This is just not a good thing, not a good look.
Aquí y más adelante hay otro. Ah, ok. Pero ya no se ve. Sí, que todavía falta un rato para.
Okay, let's go to the next video because I do got more video. You see, this one's just going to show a fire outside a gas station here. Cartels are burning up cars, burning up American establishments. It's not a good sight over there. Let's move it on to another video here.
And we're back, y'all. Thank you for watching today. Go ahead and hit that like button, my people. You know that it helps us out a ton. And of course, it helps you because it helps us keep bringing you these stories every day. Now, y'all, scenes out of Mexico, out of an area in Mexico called Jalisco. It looks like they have killed a high-ranking cartel member, a boss, y'all. And things have they've gone from 0 to 100 real quick, y'all. Apparently, even the airport is under attack by the cartel as revenge for the boss's killing, y'all. They say that Americans are being attacked. People are having their cars taken and burned. Buildings are burning. It's just chaos there, y'all. So this update is a bit of a travel advisory if you're in Mexico. So hopefully you can get and stay safe. And also all of the content we use here is under fair use. Without further ado, y'all, let's go ahead and get into it.
Here we go. Fair use. Look at this. And this is happening in Mexico right now.
So everybody is being told to leave the area right now here on the beach. The tiki bar is being cleared out. All of these things are being cleared out. It's being roped off right now. They're asking that everybody vacate the area and leave immediately. You can see the smoke. I don't know if you can, the smoke in the sky. But we were just walking on the beach and we saw smoke everywhere. And we're being informed that there's major cartel violence happening right now all over Puerto Vallarta. Apparently, they've captured a top-ranking cartel member, and when that happens, all-out war happens. A number of cars have been set on fire, motorcycles set on fire. In fact, there were some attendees of Anarchapulco who were in a taxi cab. Taxi drivers are apparently targeted by the cartel. They were they had their car shot at. The taxi driver was murdered, and the car was set on fire. All of their luggage has been burnt, including their clothes and passports, in fact.
Now, y'all, all of the videos that I'm showing you here are sourced from X, and this is the most recent information that I have. So definitely double check and verify. We're going to take a look at a very brief clip, supposedly now out of the local airport, where things have gone from bad to worse and very quick, y'all. Again, if you're in the area, please stay safe.
This is at the airport.
Other footage seems to show people snatching people out of their vehicles and then leaving them stranded as the, I guess, cartel members, y'all, set the vehicles on fire. This is definitely wild stuff. Let's take a look. So a creator with pressfortruth.ca, there's a YouTube channel. We will link to this video down in the description. It looks like he's there right now, y'all. It looks like he's in the area, I think Puerto Vallarta, in Mexico right now while everything is going on, and he is bringing harrowing tales of exactly what kind of chaos is unfolding. He's also asking the question, is this just the start of something new? Did the Trump administration have something to do with this? Is this something that we may see more of coming up? Because we know Trump has said that the United States wants to go after the cartels.
So it's a pretty scary, dire situation right now. We're being told, do not go out at all. Do not walk in the streets. Do not get in a taxi or an Uber. Do not go to the airport. In fact, the entire airport may be shut down right now because of this cartel violence. I mean, we heard Trump mentioning a while back that he's going to go after the cartel in Mexico. Is this the beginning of that? Are we witnessing it live? I don't know, but everybody here has just been instructed to leave the area immediately. The entire beach here is being shut down. It's clearing out. And really, really intense situation going on here in Puerto Vallarta. So I'm going to continue to document this as we do. We're going to stay safe in our hotel.
I don't think you're safe in that hotel.
You can see the smoke in the
If they're going after Americans, where do you think they're going to go after
It's
them?
all over the place. It's thinned out now in the last hour. But apparently, from what I understand, there's a whole bunch of cartel violence happening all over the city right now. We don't fly out until tomorrow, but hopefully it's not going to be an issue for us, because as it is right now, the airports might even be shut down. I hear the military is getting involved. Some of these cartel have, in the past, shot down military helicopters because they literally own rocket launchers. So this is serious stuff.
So who is El Mencho? Well, in this news program, it is in Spanish, so I'm going to try to bring you the most salient points. She says that El Mencho is the leader of the new generation cartel. They are known as one of the most violent cartels in Mexico. Members of this cartel are sought not only by the Mexican government, but by the United States government as well. And it looks like El Mencho was killed today, setting off all of this craziness that we have been seeing. Now, this is not the first time that this sort of violence follows the capture or killing of a high-level, prominent cartel leader. In previous years, you've even seen helicopters being shot at with rockets, y'all, by cartel members after a leader has been captured or killed. They've gone to battle with the military. They've gone to battle with the police. And of course, for that reason, it's no wonder that Donald Trump has wanted to see a real crackdown on them. And now with all of the United States activity in Venezuela, it looks like, even though this is not confirmed, it looks like perhaps there has been some additional ramping up of the tension, some additional escalation, and maybe, just maybe, the United States has moved in Mexico and killed a leader of one of the most powerful, violent cartels in that country, y'all. So as of now, we don't know enough, but let's just postulate. If the United States were involved in this, do you agree with that, or do you disagree? Do you think that the United States should be making moves in foreign countries against their drug cartels?
Yes,
against
their neighbors.
Violence?
Oh, yes.
Or do you think we should just stay out of it, y'all?
Nope.
Let me know what you think, y'all. Drop a comment down below. But before you do, please stop, hit the share button.
We will not bow down to terrorists or any of these cartel individuals out there anywhere in the world. If it's a threat to America, there's trust me, we're gonna go after them. And we can't assume anything, so don't jump to conclusions and saying, oh, the United States went in there and took them out. We don't know that. We don't know what went on. All we know is that a cartel head leader of a cartel was killed, and in retaliation, the gang is attacking Americans and American establishments, and they're just causing havoc in Mexico right now. And this is breaking news right now. All right, here we go with another video. This one's coming from Benny.
What's up, guys? It's Benny. Mexico has fallen, and if you are an American visiting or traveling in Mexico, you need to seek shelter immediately by order of the U.S. government and the embassy, because Mexico is in a state of all-out war. Terrorist attacks happening at resorts, terrorist attacks happening at shopping centers, at Costco's, cars being used as deadly weapons, vehicle checkpoint stops, absolute and total chaos in the terrorist state of Mexico. For a very long time, we have called Mexico a failed state, saying that the government is under the complete and total control of the cartels, and we have just proven that today. Mexico has fallen. Check this out. Cartel attacks. American tourists left stranded in beautiful Mexico hotspots as cartels torch cars and wreak havoc in code red attack. The U.S. State Department has issued a security alert for all Americans stranded in the area to shelter in place and to minimize their movements. There's fiery chaos after federal forces conducted an operation to kill a prominent cartel leader, and now the streets are filling with blood. Catastrophic photos from across the city showed buses exploding in flames, homes being torched, billowing black smoke everywhere. The intense commotion and code red warning was triggered in the early hours Sunday. Mexican army went into the rustic town of Tlapa, which is about 170 miles east of Puerto Vallarta, and they killed El Mencho. And this is apparently the name of the cartel leader, El Mencho, according to high-ranking officials who spoke to local publications. El Mencho was the head of the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, CJNG, one of Mexico's most powerful drug cartels, and played a key role in trafficking of meth and fentanyl to the United States. It has now been revealed that there is a direct connection to the U.S. Special Forces, who helped in the targeting and giving the Mexican army data on where El Mencho was, and they went and they yeeted him.
Okay,
the Mexican army killed him.
Got involved.
So Puerto Vallarta, which is a very famous Mexican resort town, is now under siege. Crazy. Videos at the Guadalajara International Airport have seen circulating, showing smoke rising, people fleeing the terminals, running down the tarmacs. It's crazy. It's like Afghanistan withdrawal level crazy. Let's go look at some of the videos and photos because they are insane. Just a commentary on El Mencho, who's the head of the drug cartel there in Mexico, the most powerful drug cartel. I once spent 5 days with Mexican cartel to make a docuseries. They were by far the scariest, most ruthless people I have ever been around. Their value for life is non-existent. This guy was the absolute worst of them all. Goodness gracious. Okay, well,
now he's not with us anymore.
Wild passengers are fleeing onto the tarmac. Look at this. Passengers are running across the tarmac in the airport, at the Puerto Vallarta International Airport. Again, This is a very, very famous airport. Gunmen are storming the airport. Look at this. Mexicans just running, just sprinting out of the airport. Just running across the terminal, just running across the runway. This is just crazy. Listen to them. Just wild.
Wow.
So you can hear, obviously, the sirens are blaring. It's a $15 million reward by the U.S. State Department for his killing. El Mencho, again, is his name. Look at these passengers fleeing onto the tarmac, fleeing into the grass. Absolute insanity. There's smoke billowing out of the actual terminal itself. The airport has apparently been taken over by the cartel and by gunmen. Blockade underway. Civilians are being taken out of their vehicles. Shelter in place.
The U.S. is going to get involved in this.
Blockade taking place across this looks like a major roadway, major interstate. And they're commandeering vehicles. This is crazy. This is the cartel doing this. This is crazy. So they're just deciding to take this vehicle. So they're taking this vehicle. They're kicking out the owners, and they've taken over this truck. Failed state. Intense clashes between Mexican authorities and the cartel.
Wow.
Crazy, man. Crazy. Somebody just filming from their store. Smoke billowing and rising. Again, you can see the high-rise resorts. Look at this footage. Look at this.
Wow.
And again, this is like a very, very famous resort town in Mexico.
Yeah, Puerto Vallarta.
They're setting.
I was going to go there.
There's no doubt
last year.
Thousands.
I
maybe
didn't
tens
go
of
because I
thousands of
wasn't
Americans
feeling
that
good.
are there right now. Look at this place.
Mm-mm.
That is crazy, man. Chaos at the airports after El Mencho is killed. People are urged to stay indoors. There's gunmen roaming through the airports, no doubt looking to take prisoners. What they're doing here, they're looking to take hostages. That's what's happening. It's being taken over right now by the Jalisco New Generation Cartel. This is one of the host cities for the 2026 World Cup. That's crazy.
Mm-mm.
Dozens, if not hundreds of people.
It's not going to happen over there.
Right onto the runways of the airports. Chaos breaking out at the airport again.
Not good.
Just one of the locations. You can see the Costco is now on fire. Listen up. Listen up. You south of the border bastards. If you burn my Costco, you burn a Costco. That is sacred to Americans.
No, it's not for me.
How dare you? This is the cult. That is cross the line. You've now crossed the line.
That's not crossing the line.
It's amazing to think.
It's a fucking
this
Costco.
Is a ambush, a national convoy. It's amazing to think that this exists right across our border.
Come on,
we share a border.
Don't be
with
hyping it.
We share a border with these people. With this level,
it should be more about the American hostages that are being taken and killed right now. That's what you should be worried about.
Like sitting there with their Coronas,
not no fucking Costco,
and their margaritas as the city
cares about
burns
Costco?
around them. Wild,
who the fuck goes to Costco?
Dystopian.
I haven't been in Costco in years.
Just like flabby white whales just sitting there like helpless. Dude, you're going to be taken hostage. What the hell are you doing? Look at this. CNG cartels attempting and failing to set a gas station on fire. Look at this.
Look, throwing gas.
Covering everything in gasoline. That's crazy.
On camera.
Insane.
They don't care.
Straight up terrorism.
You got to go after them, man.
Cartel
you got to
members
take them
burn
out.
cars, take over the airport. Total and complete anarchy.
You just got to shoot them all. Shoot them all.
They're setting up roadblocks all around and setting vehicles on fire. This is in response to the Mexican military killing cartel leader El Mencho. Again, this is just look at this. This is like,
and the World Cup is
day after tomorrow stuff. Like people just like
I don't think
driving down the road, like trying to get around.
Who the fuck is going to go to a World Cup
hijack
game
a civilian's
all
car?
This chaos?
The cartels showed no regard for innocent people. This is like the image of what the cartel members look like. Good reminder that Mexico is a quasi-narco state. Parts of it are under cartel control. They're always one assassination away from
take out the fucking cartels,
completely destroying all stability. Coordinated tracks across Mexico.
They've been operating for way too long.
Operation. Look at that. Yeah. Here is the map of the narco war that is ongoing right now in Mexico. These people are on the other side of our border. These people are on the other side of our border, and we have no security for 4 years under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Just think about that. Flight trackers show that a bunch of U.S. flights that were bound for Mexico are now turning around. Mexico says the U.S. assisted in the operation to capture El Mencho and to kill him. El Mencho was reportedly captured alive during the operation, but he died while being transported to Mexico City. Crazy.
How did that happen?
Crazy, crazy, crazy. U.S. played a role. That means U.S. citizens are not safe due to the ongoing security operations related blockages to effectively stay and shelter in place until further notice. Total chaos at the terminal. Crazy, man. People are just running for their lives. Yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't catch me in Mexico.
Listen up. This would just hit nuclear levels.
Hell no. I wanted to go once upon a time.
Tell you what.
But with all this cartel crazy shit and they're kidnapping people
there
and
is a apocalypse
taking body,
unfolding,
like their
cartel scum
organs,
retaliating like rabid dogs, torching vehicles,
dismembering
black
people's
smoke
bodies.
charring
Like,
the sky.
no, thank you.
This isn't a skirmish. This is a precision engineered chaos bomb exploding a rotten core of a nation strangled by narco terror. These savages aren't just fighting back. They're reminding the world that Mexico's government is a facade. It's a puppet show run by invisible strings dipped in fentanyl and fear. F the cartels and the corrupt officials that let it fester. Wake up. Man, again, you burn my Costco.
No,
Holiday resorts in Mexico are packing up and telling their guests to leave immediately because of the massive gang war. Wow.
Fuck Costco.
The entire airport may be shut down right now.
Man, that's crazy, dude. Okay.
So how are these people going to get out?
Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. What's going to happen next is that they're going, the Trump administration is going to see this as open season. They're going to probably, and this is horrible, I'm so sad that I have to say this, but they're going to probably take American hostages. Bad things are going to happen, and they already have going to deteriorate quickly. And then this is going to spawn a greater cartel war across our border. Then we're going to have war on our border. It's going to be wild. The Trump administration has talked about this for a long time.
Got to take them out, man.
Right now, but here it is. Okay.
Got to take them out.
Ladies and gentlemen, get the hell out of Mexico. Pray for our troops. It's your boy Benny. Like, share, and subscribe. We'll follow this closely. See ya.
Listen, for one, I don't care about Costco. So we're not going to start a war because of Costco. What we will start a war with is because of those hostages. And they are grabbing Americans and they're holding them against their will right now. And a lot of them are being tortured and a lot of them are being killed. They're not showing you that right now, but that is what's happening. And the U.S. is going to have to intervene in that. And we have a good amount of soldiers here in the United States, and we have a good military here in the United States that can handle that situation. And on top of that, we got to deal with fucking Iran. It's crazy. All right, let's keep moving. We got another Benny Johnson. We did have an incident that happened very early this morning at Mar-a-Lago. Someone tried to go with a shotgun or some kind of weapon to do something at Mar-a-Lago, but the individual was stopped and killed. Let's watch.
What's up, guys? It's Benny. Just walked out of church to this horrible news. There was another assassination attempt on President Trump's life. A man with a shotgun in a firing position, stormed Mar-a-Lago. He also had cans of gasoline. Not sure if he had IEDs or other types of explosives, but this is something that could have obviously caused horrible, horrible damage and death. Luckily, the Secret Service shot him dead. Armed intruder has been shot dead after illegally entering Mar-a-Lago in Florida early Sunday morning. The U.S. Secret Service said the unidentified man in his early 20s was carrying what appeared to be a shotgun, a fuel can filled with gasoline at the north gate of the West Palm Beach property. Sunday morning, he was shot dead by Secret Service agents. Palm Beach deputy said he held up a photo of the shotgun and
Terry, what's
gas, obviously.
Yeah, it's a special
president's home.
He was
confronted by two Secret Service agents, and the sheriff's deputy said after he entered the secure perimeter.
Terry, I'm sorry to tell you, but you're screwed up there.
Inside
you
of
guys are going to get over.
He was ordered to drop the two pieces of equipment that he had with him.
The storm
said the sheriff at the time. He put down the gas can, raised up the shotgun into a firing position.
We're probably going to get about close to 2 feet of snow.
The White House at the time, Melania Trump was at the White House at the time. President Trump last night was at a
We're all
governor's
under
dinner at the White House. This is
blizzard
President Trump at the White
warning.
House. Here's what the
We're
Secret Service
under
said.
a blizzard warning.
February 22nd, a male in his early 20s was caught by U.S. Secret Service agents, Deputy Palm Beach County Sheriff Office, following an unauthorized entry into the secure perimeter of Mar-a-Lago. The individual, whose identity is being withheld pending notification of the next of kin, was pronounced deceased. The individual was observed at the North Gate. U.S. Secret Service agents, deputies confronted the individual whose shots were fired by law enforcement during the encounter. No Secret Service personnel were injured. No Secret Service protectees present at the time of the incident. The incident included the individual's background, action, potential motive, and other use of force is under investigation by the FBI. Ladies and gentlemen, armed man with a shotgun and a can of fuel storming Mar-a-Lago, another assassination attempt on President Trump's life. Secret Service recently upgraded security technology at Mar-a-Lago, allowing them to quickly detect and neutralize an armed intruder. Here's the
My name's
sheriff.
Rick Bradshaw. I'm the sheriff of Palm Beach County. I have with me from the FBI, Special Agent Vernon. The security detail detected that a individual had made his way into the inner perimeter of Mar-a-Lago.
Goodness gracious. So
A
he got
deputy
inside.
and 2 Secret Service agents on the detail went to that area to investigate. They confronted a white male that was carrying a gas can and a shotgun.
Was able to get inside of Mar-a-Lago.
He was ordered to drop those
That's
two
crazy.
pieces of equipment that he had with him, at which time he put down the gas can, raised the shotgun to a shooting position. At that point in time, the deputy and the 2 Secret Service agents fired their weapons and neutralized the threat. He is deceased at the scene. I'll give you a picture of the shotgun and the gas can to have with you. So that's what we know now.
Okay, so then he goes ahead and he holds up a photo of the shotgun and gas can. And the FBI says that they're investigating. This, of course, is the third known attempt on the life of President Trump. There have been other presidents who were killed. Garfield was killed. You have Lincoln, obviously, Kennedy. Reagan had an assassination attempt. But to have 3 assassination attempts on President Trump's life, and those, again, are the ones that we know of. There have been multiple incidences reported where there were drones following President Trump, so they had to shoot down various drones. There was an Iranian assassination plot that was taking place where money actually exchanged hands. Who knows how many actual assassination attempts on President Trump's life. This is historic. It's absolutely historic. I mean, this is like Fidel Castro level assassination attempts. At this point, breaking news, ladies and gentlemen, this is the news of the world over. Another nut has been put down by President Trump. Was President Trump at Mar-a-Lago? How close did he get to the building? He actually was on the Mar-a-Lago property. He was inside of Mar-a-Lago. Again,
Wow.
Here is the weapon.
That's a failure of the security if he got inside.
It appears a man
on the
named
ground.
Austin Tucker Martin was also reported missing by his family in North Carolina yesterday. According to posts that I found on Facebook, his aunt said that his family's contacted the FBI. Is this the same Austin Tucker Martin who just shot and killed by Secret Service at Mar-a-Lago? Source told me the name of the man U.S. Secret Service shot and killed, tried to break into Mar-a-Lago gas canister, was Austin Tucker Martin. Here you can see here from the Carthage, North Carolina police, gone missing. 6 foot tall, Carthage, North Carolina. Is this the individual that tried to kill Trump? Would-be shooter at Mar-a-Lago was shot dead. He came to kill. Goodness. I've said it many times. I've lost count. President needs better security. How is it even possible for this man with a shotgun to get within 200 yards of the perimeter, let alone gain access to the property? Many people are saying another Secret Service failure here. Nonetheless, I mean, obviously, Butler and Ryan Ralph, who nearly blew Trump away on a golf course. Trump was shot in the head in Butler, Pennsylvania.
They need to be reevaluated.
Did nothing, as Thomas Crooks scaled a rooftop with a firearm. Secret Service did not engage. Nobody did anything. Nobody's been fired for that as far as we know. All the procedures worked and the individual was confronted immediately. No protectees were on site. But like, again, how does this American citizen get onto the site of Mar-a-Lago? Just like with a gas can. Just a reminder, Democrats defunded Secret Service and Homeland Security.
12 to
They just
18
voted to defund
2 inches
Homeland
per hour.
Security.
Nice.
That means Secret Service. That means TSA.
We're supposed to get
never before in history has federal law enforcement
18
been
to
purposefully
20.
defunded.
I think it's 16 to 20
There's gonna be
inches.
more briefings today.
But
yeah,
they're talking about 2 feet of snow now,
remarkable.
which is 24 inches.
This is his home, his sense of safe place.
So
this is where his family gathers.
24
Trump will have
inches.
a very different reaction to this than to Butler. The president has seen 3 attacks on his life. There have only been 4. There have been 4 presidential assassinations in the history of the country, but no president has had more attempts on his life than President Trump. So, what exactly does that tell you? We'll be, of course, keeping
He's
up to
doing
date
something
on
good
this
for
throughout
them
the
to be doing
entire
that.
day.
You know what I mean?
Like, share, and subscribe. Stay tuned. Pray for President Trump. We certainly did at church this morning. Pray for our nation. Obviously, evil wants this man dead. As we learn more, ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned to the channel. It's your boy Benny. Like, share.
All right, so let's go ahead and go over to Liberal Hive Mind next.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And of course, here's the meme of the day brought to you by 5mind.com.
Yeah, we're getting.
Well, it's another one of those
here.
moments where everything's kind of put into perspective.
My
I
appointment,
think it comes as a
like, all my
surprise to no
appointments are
one that the
canceled.
Democrats have essentially got their greedy, greasy bombs on pretty much everything. Everything that used to be neutral or sacred, the Democrats have grabbed and essentially warped to their benefit. It's called politicization. And the one place where this has happened arguably the most are in America's institutions of justice, of course, across law enforcement agencies, local and federal. But where it's really been most impactful and probably most prevalent has been across the judiciary. Democrats and their little activists pretending to be judges have essentially destroyed the legitimacy of the courts. And we've been saying this for a very long time, but today we get to put it into very clear perspective. You get to see just how truly bad, how truly dark it is. I guess let's take a peek into the darkness and see what we can see. Let me show you guys exactly what's going on here. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so I think probably the most appropriate way to start this is by saying, holy crap, the depth of politicization and left-wing activist infiltration that's been injected into the judiciary by the left. It's truly staggering. Take a look at this scandal that just dropped. The DOJ has now terminated an activist immigration judge by the name of Vivian Gordon Uruakpa. She's a New York judge who was identified for her exceptionally high rate of granting asylum claims, ruling in favor of seekers at a whopping 97% of the time, making her one of the most lenient judges in the state. I think there's a different word than lenient. Well, maybe words. It's called corrupt career activist. But yeah, you heard that right. 97%. In what world does that make sense to you? Obviously, it appears she was running a sort of rubber stamp factory. Clearly not a court of law. Just present your claim and probably, depending on whether you're white or not, that's how she makes her decision. Ooh, an Afrikaner from South Africa whose family was viciously murdered by a bunch of psychos screaming, kill the Boer. Denied. Random gang member from Guatemala? Oh yes, right on in, Mr. Victim. You are now un-American. Clearly this was a judge that was handing asylum like candy at Halloween. And so yeah, it's yet another example to show you just how truly insane this stuff is. I mean, think about it. The national average for asylum denials is around 58%, meaning 58, nearly 60% of asylum claims are rejected. And this number is already high. Yet this judge had an average of 97%, just greenlighting pretty much every single case. I mean, that's near unanimous. Just flooding the country with potentially bogus claimants who are draining resources and undermining America's borders. And I regret to inform you, like I've been saying with a lot of these stories, this just scratches the surface. It's actually probably so much worse than this. It's probably so much more widespread than you might think. It's not just an instance of one bad apple. No, I think finally people are starting to realize the systemic rot of leftist ideology that's basically infiltrated every institution of governance. It actually reminds me of that town hall video. I think we covered this roughly a month, maybe 2 months ago. Remember that bombshell undercover footage that I believe came out of Ohio, if I'm not mistaken? There was a woman caught on video who was saying that one of her friends was an immigration judge and she could be bought for $50,000 to approve any claim of asylum. They engage in the fraud, make up the asylum case, and then boom, pay $50K, and there you have it. You're a refugee.
Yeah, this boy there, and that day, you work that day? You say, yeah. You say, okay, $50,000 to send everybody. See all these names?
Yeah.
I have them in my book. I go to the bar like everybody should. Spot the judge. I say, you work on this date? You like, let me see my art calendar. You go in his phone. Yeah? What's your problem? I said, I got all these boys, man. Want to let them back here because they work for me. All right, you better give me 50J, baby. You ain't scared of nothing. How they live? You know they pay bills just like me.
How does the judge get paid, dog?
We have this deadline. We need $50,000. And then the list me look, count them down, calculating. You give me this, you give me this, you this. Gotta make the money. We have 40 men, but $50,000. So everybody gotta pay $1,200. I don't do nothing where I'm gonna look behind my back if I'm gonna get jail right now. I do legit things.
So when you send the money to, say, the judge, that's legit?
Yes, you have to have a lawyer. We can go to the judge because you know that's the one who talk to the judge, is the liar. You get the lawyer and you say, okay, we have this sheet of paper. I need you to ask the judge how much to carry these people 3 more years in this country for we to get this project done. And you say, okay, give me $50,000.
You send the $50,000 to the lawyer?
Yes. $50,000 going to split up between everybody. You see this judge right here?
Which one?
And one of these judges, so if you want to talk to none of them, you don't want to talk to one judge.
Which one do I want to talk to?
One person. Any one of them just get one judge. All of them talk.
Well, obviously, there has to be some sort of a connection here. Maybe not directly, but it does certainly seem to be a similar kind of pipeline. They're possibly selling asylum claims, or maybe some of these judges are clearly just acting as subversive globalist forces, flooding the nation with people in an effort to replace the Native American population. Anything to make the country more diverse, right? It's absolute insanity. And it's very clearly a left-wing problem. From the immigration courts to lower courts, all the way to the Supreme Court. These are the problems that we're seeing everywhere, just total left-wing infiltration. These judges aren't impartial arbiters. They're activists in robes and sometimes just straight up corrupt actors, willing to corrupt the process of justice for small, measly bribes. You know, some of them are just criminals and the others, frankly, are freaking idiots because they've convinced themselves that they're doing the right thing, right? They're doing what's compassionate and what's right. Ooh, my peoples, let's save the world's poor. But really, you're just a pawn. You're a useful idiot being used to push a globalist agenda. You're not saving anyone, but you are causing a whole lot of damage, costing American taxpayers billions of dollars, continuing to propagate all the downward pressure on wages, the pressure on welfare and healthcare. You're not saving the world. You're simply damaging your country. And now, actually speaking to what I was saying earlier when I said it's so much worse than you think, well, it actually goes beyond just this one case. And actually, interestingly enough, I'm surprised that we haven't seen more reporting on this. But apparently, this judge isn't even the first. From what I'm reading, the Trump administration has actually been doing this quietly for a while now, actually identifying these rogue judges and their supposed work. From what we understand, the Trump DOJ has already fired over 100 asylum judges that had extremely high approval rates, far exceeding the national average. I got the list right over here, and I'd like to also preface this data by saying that most of these judges are in San Francisco and New York. That pretty much tells you all that you need to know. But look at the numbers. You got judges with over 80-90% approval on asylum claims. That is completely insane. There is no way they were assigned that many people that had valid claims. They're simply running illegal immigration mills. And clearly something has to be done here. There's got to be some sort of regulation, a system put in place where anytime a judge is clocking an above average rate of asylum, it should instantly flag the system and be fully reviewed. All their cases should be revisited. And if it's found that this person was granting claims illegitimately, well then said person should be removed. Enough is enough. People want justice to be administered. They want courts. They want the justice system to be impartial. People want an end to the left-wing politicization. Anyways, that's what I got. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
All right. Thank you, Liberal Hive Mind. What a... I never trusted the courts. I believe the courts, for the right price, you can get out of anything, truly anything, look at Epstein, example. You're in jail and you could get out and put in a body double. Wow. And then the media, of course, are going to run with the narrative that yes, he's dead. He's dead. Look, look, we see. Look at all the pictures, and then they show you a picture with a cell full of fucking. Like, what did the inmates do? They took off all their clothes and they just threw it in FC's in his room. Like, I didn't understand, like, why would there so much clothing and so much like inmates clothing inside Epstein's jail cell? Never got the answers to that. Oh, goodness gracious. Let's go back to the weather. Let's go back to the weather. We need more weather here.
Of course, going to be having continuous coverage of Blizzard Calvin over the course of the next several days. I mean, at least for the next 48 hours, we're going to be all over it, Jill.
So we're on the air through 8:30, but at 10 o'clock, we'll have a special Q&A opportunity.
Oh, great.
So there's, on
He's like,
WSB+,
oh,
you
great.
can watch that through, your app, but you can also watch through Facebook.
We're going
and
to
that's where you can
survive.
put all your
We'll be
questions.
fine.
Roger and
If
I
the
will
power
kind of
goes out, the power goes
play
out.
along and answer anything you may have. So I
That's
know a lot of
outside is
people
cold
have
enough to
questions.
put your
Just
food
don't
out
ask
there.
How much is in my town? Yeah, exactly. We're going to show you that coming up. 6:16. Let's go to the maps and show you this evening through tomorrow. 5, 6, 6, 7, 6, 7. Start time. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, 6, 7, 6, 7. The start
Okay.
time just happens to work out that way. Heavy snow, wind, difficulty
What the
traveling,
fuck is
outages
that?
are all on the table.
What is
Again,
that 6-7
this is an
means?
all snow event for us. Heavy wet snow,
I'm not
particularly for
sure. I'm not
northeast and
caught up
southeast
with the
Connecticut.
stupidity.
We're talking about 10 to 20 inches locally more possible. That is a lot of snow to be moving around. And we've got over 600 plows that are getting ready to take shape, get out on the roads. And it's going to be a very treacherous time on those roads. So if you can, if you're not an essential worker, stay home tomorrow. The winds are going to be gusting 30 to 45 plus miles an hour. So the impacts from this particular storm are going to be heavy snow, reduced visibility, wind, power outages are on the table with that heavy wet snow, and also some coastal flooding. Take a look at the wind gust trend. I mean, 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
This is
50
for here,
miles an hour
Connecticut.
with heavy, wet, blowing
This is news
snow.
coming out of Connecticut.
Not good. Not good. 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So it's going to be one for the ages, this particular storm. Now, your morning drive is fine this morning. Visibility is good. The roads are good. But we do have a little bit of light snow out there in Simsbury. And you can see here, Windsor, East Hartford, and Hartford. So as we take a look at the visibilities, we've got a little bit of reduced visibility. Satellite and radar confirms the just a little appetite.
Yeah, it's heavy.
all blues all the time. As I like to call them, some Wedgwood blues might be mixing in with moderate to heavy snow. 10 to 20 inches, if not locally more. It's a lot of snow to be moving around out there. So please be careful with this particular storm. There is a winter storm warning in effect for Litchfield, Hartford, Talon, and Wyndham, a blizzard warning in effect for Fairfield, New Haven, Middlesex, and New London counties. That goes into effect this evening through tomorrow. Also, a coastal flood advisory. We're mainly concentrated on a coastal flood warning as the water and the inundation gets pushed, the winds are pushing that water into the Long Island Sound, 1.5 to 2.5 feet of inundation during the time of high tide. If you live in a normally flood prone area of the shoreline, plan on some flooding. Okay, move those cars to higher ground. All right, out the door you go this morning. Temperatures are not bad. They're in the low 30s, but there is a bit of a breeze along the shoreline, making these temperatures feel just a little bit cooler. And as we take you to the highs today, not bad, 40 degrees. So
really
get out there and
cold.
run your errands before the snow starts kicking
Well,
in
and
around
the
5, 6, 7
atmosphere,
o'clock this evening.
I've been
Tomorrow is the
hurting
first
all
light weather
day.
day for, of course, blizzard Calvin, and then breezy on Tuesday, a nicer day, but chilly, 28 degrees. Normal high is 40,
Wow.
37, 42.
That means everything that snows is going to freeze over if you don't clean it right away.
With partial sunshine. That's something worth looking forward to, Roger, as we're dealing with blizzard Calvin during the afternoon, night, and tomorrow.
All right. So that's crazy. And like I was saying, that it's going to get cold right after the snow falls, and if you need to travel to any place or anything that you need to do for the next day, you got to use your vehicle. Try to clean out your area as soon as possible, because the snow that's falling it's a wet snow, and what happens to wet snow the next day, especially that's going to be in the low 20s, it's going to freeze. And you're gonna have to be like, you don't want to be moving that snow, that heavy snow, even though it's gonna be heavy, moving it because it's a wet snow. It's not like the last system that we had gotten up here, where it was like fake snow. It was just weird fucking snow. Something about the snow. I even showed you guys. I tried to burn the snowman, and that bitch wouldn't melt. It wouldn't melt. So it's like trying to like see. I know I'll end up getting some snow coming in because my windows are kind of fucked up. They're gonna fix them this spring, but for right now they're fucked. And some snow definitely is gonna be coming in with the amount of wind that's gonna be blowing tonight. I would not be surprised if I have a little mountain of snow inside of my apartment. You don't believe me? I'll put it in the video so you guys can see. It's crazy. Yeah, I took before and after video. I took pictures and video that I'm gonna start pretty soon setting it up for a short and put up my YouTube shorts. Like put it up my YouTube shorts. That's so funny. And I'm gonna show you guys the before and after. And it's gonna be wild. I can't believe I'm living through history that in a single season, back to back storms, we're getting over a foot to 2 feet. Some areas are getting a foot, and around my area, we're probably gonna get 2 feet of snow. That's gonna be wild. I won't be surprised if we get the 20-inch. Now, I would be super surprised if we get like 14, 15 inches. That I would be very surprised if we get that low, because then it's not that crazy. But 2 feet, that's really crazy. A foot, it's wild. It's wild. It does paralyze cities and so forth, but you can manage a foot. But 2 feet, it's like it's deeper and it's wetter, and this type of snow is good for snow fights. Oh my god, snow fights, sledding, anything like the fun stuff. You're gonna be able to do it tomorrow, especially during the afternoon and evening. I wouldn't do it in the morning because we're still going to be under blizzard conditions during that time. I wonder how long, because in order to have a blizzard to be classified as a blizzard, winds have to be over 30 miles per hour for 3 hours straight. And I want to know how many hours straight we're going to have above 30 miles per hour throughout this event. That's why when they say like 2 feet, that's just 2 feet accumulation, but that's not talking about the drifts. You could have wind piling into your home and block you from being able to come out of your house because all the wind is just piling that snow against wherever your entry, your windows, like it's gonna pile on. So I am very looking forward to how this is gonna turn out. I think it's gonna be a wild night. I'm hoping that I don't lose power, but if I do, that's fine. I will survive, and most likely 9 out of 10, I will lose internet. So I am already anticipating this. So I already got messages from the light company all day today. They sent me like 3 fucking text messages. I'm like, what the fuck they want? And they're like, and then it's stupid because they're like, oh, if the power, like if the storm has been upgraded and this and that, and you may lose power for 3 to 5 days. We won't be able to go out until like 3 or 5 days to restore power. And then they sent me another message changing it. Right, it went from 3 to 5, right, to 2 to 6. Help me make that make sense. How did you get 2 to 6? Like, you went from 3 to 5 to 2 6. Then I'm telling you, stop fucking texting me, EverSource. You guys are fucking idiots. Whoever is running your fucking text system there, fire them. Fire them. You listen. If the power goes out, it goes out. And if it takes a certain amount of time, a couple of days, then we're just going to have to deal with it. I just highly suggest taking a really good shower tonight, because a lot of people, once that power goes out, they have electric heaters. And that means that water is not going to be hot. It's going to be cold water. And I do not like cold water. Okay. So just make sure you take a really good shower tonight and wash your hair and all that good stuff, and hope and pray that your power don't go out. I'm anticipating it. I'm telling you from right now, I'm not going to be probably on Monday or Tuesday. That's 2 days. That's why I came on today. I'm not supposed to be on here. I told you guys I was going to take the weekend off. And no, we have breaking news all over the place. We have this crazy shit. Fucking Mexico's going crazy because their cartel leader was killed, and now they're on a rampage to get back revenge or something, like to seek revenge and going after American tourists and going after American establishments. Like this is really developing stories that is happening right now that we're not paying attention to it because it's not right in our face. But I feel the energy of the chaos that is happening and the people that are being kidnapped is very, very high right now. And if I was these individuals, I would not be staying in these resort hotels because these individuals will go and attack these hotels. It's this is tomorrow news is going to be crazy. I hope I have power to do it. If I don't, it's going to suck. All right, let's check this out here. It's based on the weather. Gotta set this up again. Hope everyone's having a good night. I hope everyone is ready for tonight, whoever's watching from the Northeast. Okay, here we go. Let's check this out. Put up the volume.
Fox, whether you're Winter Storm HQ, this historic nor'easter bombing out off the East Coast, this is going to be a bona fide blizzard up and down the I-95 corridor. There are
That's 2 feet of snow we're getting. I think it's official. I think we're getting 2 feet of snow.
And we're starting to see some of those conditions creeping on up, as indicated by the Storm Prediction Center, starting over the next 1 to 3 hours. I mean, we're already in snow, an impressive snow, but for a pure blizzard where you need 3 hours worth of winds, sustained or frequently gusting to 35 miles per hour.
It's 35.
Visibility down
Okay.
to a quarter of a
Not
mile.
30. It was 35. So 35 for 3 hours.
Of conditions that you need for it to be official.
It has to be
That's Dylan's pulling up our blizzard tracker. This is that's Central
35.
Park now reporting near blizzard conditions. So
Central
things
Park
have worsened considerably across the New York City metro area. And we've been talking about some of these brighter reflectivity values pivoting in. Central Park's down to 3/4 of a mile visibility. So there you go. We're starting to approach.
Okay, let's hold on there because I could pause that and go to New York. Let's go to Central Park. You want to go build a snowman? We're going to build a snowman in Central Park. So this is live. Let's put it live.
My phone
blizzard
is
conditions
still,
right
still
now.
is beautiful Central Park.
So
Thank you for sharing
no,
this
it's not
with
really
me so
blizzard
much.
conditions in
Thank you for
Central Park.
enjoying. Just please
We're
give us
looking
a
at a
like,
live
and I hope you are
footage.
subscribed and everybody else too.
It's a blizzard 2026 out here. It's coming out of New York. This is Central Park. Does that look like a blizzard? No. That shit don't look like no blizzard.
Lily, I'm sorry, Lil Kimama. Lil Kimama.
My bones ache too much for that fun stuff. Yeah, that's sledding and all that stuff. That's fun. But I can't get on that shit. You crazy?
Justine had jaws.
Never mind. Maybe it was my PC.
And Matze.
See, so this is basically Central Park.
Tyrell.
So him
Those are
mentioning, "Oh my God, there's a
things
blizzard in in New York City in Central Park," it's not, because we're looking at a live footage right now. So the media is overhyping this.
Oh wow!
Why are they doing that?
Some
Why do they
dumps over
continue to overhype? Is my question.
Of course,
Because this is not blizzard condition. This is a live footage from Central Park.
Hello there, Green from Italy. Hi.
So we're gonna go back to the moron that was mentioning Central Park. What a clown! All right, let's keep it moving here.
Criteria, and once it begins, it doesn't end as we move forward through the evening, the overnight, and for a place like New York, at least through the early part of the day tomorrow. So this is causing a bit of a travel nightmare already. We just
they already announced the state of
bulletin.
emergency.
If you're following along on our Fox Weather blog, you can find that on the website or the Fox Weather app. The number of disrupted flights from now through Tuesday has exceeded 14,000, which includes almost entire shutdowns of places like LaGuardia. More than 90% of flights there canceled tomorrow. Logan has some considerable issues too.
Connecticut's
complete
shut down.
shutdowns of these airports working into Monday. So there's a live picture. Boston, 35 degrees. They're still waiting on it. There's the TD Garden off on the right side of the screen, Zachem Bridge. Traffic's moving around. Everybody's getting ready for a generational storm to work its way in. So
Now they're calling it a generational
cancellations,
blizzard.
as I mentioned, racking up at Boston Logan
Generational.
International Airport. Fox Weather correspondent Brandy Campbell joining
Look how
us
they
now live
changed
from
the
Boston.
wording.
Brandy, last year you saw
This is fun with
10 to
words.
12 inches of snow in New Orleans. That was obviously very unexpected. You're in a place where we get storms like this, but these will be amounts that could be in excess of double that. What was it like getting there? I mean, I think you flew in last night. That was probably the right move.
Ian, just booking a flight yesterday and trying to get here. It was very chaotic. Flights were selling out. Maybe some of those flights were also being canceled at the same time. Prices were just flying high, just trying to get around. It was a tough day. I had some delays. And of course, now we know just across the Northeast, airports are having a lot of issues, over 14,000 delays, cancellations through Tuesday. And the storm hasn't even hit us here in Boston. So we're just still, a couple, maybe a few hours away from feeling
gotta
those
see what
impacts
happens
of a crippling
tonight.
nor'easter that is just
Because it's
on
going to
our tail
be
here. In
developing
Boston,
on
we
the
are
ocean,
officially
and it's
in
bombing
our
out.
blizzard warning. If you're closer to the coast,
So
you could experience those wind gusts up in the 70 mile per
waist deep.
hour range. And on top
Man,
of
I
that,
hope
of
it doesn't
course,
get
we're going to
like
be
that
dealing with
here.
some heavy,
It might be
heavy
like that
wet
here
snow.
with the
We could
drifts.
see maybe up to
You know,
2
with
feet
the
of snow
drifts
here in Boston. But
and
if we
where
were
the
going
wind
just
sets
south
up,
of where
because
we
remember,
are, think about
the
maybe
winds are coming
Plymouth,
from the
they could see
north
up to 3 feet of snow. So this is
downward.
going
So
to
it's coming
be
from like
a
the east.
very impressive
It's going from
snow
east to
event here.
west and
Now
from the
in
north
Boston, we
downwards.
are
Because
under a
remember, this
snow
is
emergency. No
it's
surprise
like a
there. They
hurricane.
also have a parking ban
So it
that is
has
in
a
effect. So right now, they are
counterclockwise
going to be
rotation.
sweeping the streets
So the
along
winds are
those
going to
snow
come from
routes
the
to make
north,
sure drivers are
and that
not
snow is
parked
going to
there.
be
They'll get a
pushing
ticket
in.
and towed if they are. The city also has 900 plows, spreaders, and other equipment that's available for their response. And public schools here in Boston, they've already canceled their classes for Monday.
We're getting 2 feet.
Can't stress this
I'm in the
enough.
18 to 24 inch.
We have not seen forecasted snowfall rates like this in a long
No
time.
sound?
Coupled with the blowing and drifting.
Here, let me set it up again. If there's no sound, I'm telling you, that's why I'm not paying StreamYard. I can't do the service. I'm just using the free portion of it.
It's been nonstop for them this winter since the end of January when they got almost 2 feet of snow, or around 2 feet of snow to fall in this
Generational
area.
blizzard.
And since then, their
Bullshit.
crews, they've been working to clear
Like
this
these
snow
fun
and
little
even
words.
melt some of it.
That's what
And
they're
much
doing.
of it is still
Scaring
on
people.
the ground.
Oh my
It's
God,
just
it's
been cold here in
generational.
Boston.
It's so
They've had over
generational.
43 inches of snow so far this
Mandani's
season.
asking for
And this is
IDs
just
for
going to
people
add on top of it. Take a
be
listen to what one
shoveling
visitor had
and
to say.
plowing. He
All the
wants
snow is still
IDs.
here. It is concerning about what the city's
He
gonna
don't want
do with the
ID for
snow,
people to
but
vote, but he
they
wants
have a hard
ID
enough
for
time
people to
with
clean
every storm.
the snow up.
Like, I don't know where they're gonna put this. If we get 2 feet like they're saying, it's gonna be rough on the city.
All right, so we'll be keeping an eye out for the impacts. We're just starting our live shots here in Boston, but I'm going to be live going into the overnight hours as this progresses, as things, think about the airport, continue to get worse. As I mentioned, over 14,000 cancellations and delays through Tuesday. We know the state, of course, they're doing their thing to respond. The governor actually activating the Massachusetts National Guard so they can go ahead and do their response to help with any just issues that residents are having and bringing in supplies as well. So a big storm on the way here in the New England area. Back to you.
Brandy, my parents were telling me the snow piles there weren't as far along in that melting process as what we've had going on in New York. We can see them behind you, and they're about to be much more giant come the next 12, 24 hours and beyond. That's Fox Weather correspondent Brandy Campbell in Boston. Thank you. Fox Weather is here with you all night long throughout this historic nor'easter. We've got live team coverage up and down the path of the storm. The live coverage will continue. Check out that look dreary in New York City with those very low visibilities. Coming up a little bit later this evening, Steve Bender, Ari Sarsolari, 8 to 11 p.m. And then overnight tonight, complete continuous coverage. Fox Weather teaming up with Fox News Channel, pooling all of our resources to provide you with the best coverage possible. You can find Fox News's Molly Line and our own Britta Merwin. They'll be with you from 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. Stay with us. So that's been starting to ramp up in intensity. And this, let's show you a quick look here, live radar. It's as classic as it gets as this storm starts to get its legs and build out its structure.
It's like a hurricane. It's like a tropical system.
Marginal, right at
in the wintertime, we just call
of it. So
nor'easters.
this is going to be
but in reality,
snow. Part of what's going on here, you've got Atlantic City, Wildwood, New Jersey, reporting heavy snow and 33 degrees. It's the storm
It's
ramping up
it's
in
a winter
intensity.
hurricane.
The vertical motion in here is so impressive in some of these developing bands that as that air rises, it expands out, it cools.
We're about to
a
get
process
our
called
ass
dynamic
kicked.
cooling that cools the entire column. And that's how you can get snow in a situation like that. Interior spots, Mount Pocono, you're well down below freezing. And these were those visibilities that I was talking about. Atlantic City. If you were with us, we checked in with Nor'easter Nick. He was in Atlantic City. Half a mile visibility now. 3/4, as I mentioned, out at Central Park. And East Hampton's down to a mile. We're going to be checking in with Mike Seidel, our storm specialist. He's out Montauk at tip of Long Island. And he's in an elevated spot, one we're thinking going to see some pretty serious conditions rolling on through tonight and into tomorrow. This zoomed in look on radar. You saw what it looked like in New York right now, 3/4 of a mile of visibility. It is about to worsen considerably. So you look closely at this. Some of those brighter blues indicating heavier snow rates.
Blue.
This band right here, it was actually indicated by the Storm Prediction Center. They had put out a mezzo. It extends off to the south and west down this way too, highlighting that as the start effectively of blizzard conditions. And while you're in that band, you'll be near blizzard or blizzard proper when we're talking about visibility down to a quarter of a mile.
If you're gonna,
and sustained winds
you need to have ID
of at least 35 miles per hour, or frequently
if
gusting
you're gonna shovel
to that
snow.
mark. You got to do that for 3 hours.
I'm like,
for it
what?
to be an official blizzard.
I'm like, you need
3
IDs
hours
to
isn't gonna
shovel
be a
snow,
problem
but
with
you
this one.
don't need
This
IDs to
got
vote.
some staying power.
Okay,
long
help me make that
duration,
make sense.
And it's part of the reason from the southern tip of the Delmarva to
Like, I
down
feel
East
like
Maine.
you see how that
It's
orange is?
something like
I think that's like the
720
cancer
miles as
that's
the crow
going on with
flies.
the Democratic
Sprawling
Party.
coverage.
They're
of
trying to
these
infiltrate
blizzard
the United
warnings.
States.
Entire states included:
And we gotta
Delaware,
push 'em out.
Jersey, Connecticut, and Rhode Island, and most of all the adjacent ones included in those blizzard warnings too. Our exclusive Fox weather model. When you imagine what a nor'easter, what a pure northeast blizzard looks like, it's this. And yes, we had seen that in the forecast models earlier in the week. The GFS, the American model, was the first one on board. It was kind of discarded as the outlier because there weren't really any forecast models, any other ones that were suggesting anything as intense as this. Well, the GFS with this one was on it, and all the other ones came in line. And this is the consequences come tomorrow morning. Powerful area of low pressure.
It's a hurricane. It's a hurricane.
Intensity-wise, much
But
more
it's
intense
snow.
and closer to the coastline as compared to what we saw back in January, which is why with this heavy wet snow, that's another
Imagine a hurricane, a
contrast. We were
real
in
hurricane.
the deep
Same
freeze
shit,
with that
but
January nor'easter.
this one's
It
just
was
a
this
little
very
snow.
light, powdery snow. This isn't that. This is heavy wet snow, and a ton of it that will be wind driven. So for all those
And then the
reasons,
next day
power
is gonna be
outages, trees, the
28,
weight, the power lines, the
like
power outages
25,
become much more of
28
a
degrees.
concern and
All
likely
that's
much
gonna
more
freeze.
widespread. And then as we roll
So
forward
if
through the
anybody's
day
gonna go out
tomorrow,
there
you
and
notice the
shovel,
balance of the day,
you better
especially
be in good health.
I-95,
and
call it Jersey and points north.
Don't
We're close enough still in
overdo it.
proximity
You know,
where
take
it's
little
still
breaks,
dumping snow
drink
in
water.
the wind. The closer you get to that area of low pressure, the wind is cranking up. And at the immediate coastline,
getting a lot of
where it's
snow.
coming off the Atlantic, relatively speaking, a frictionless surface, they're going to be screaming. Places like coastal Massachusetts,
this is
Cape
weather
Cod, the islands,
wars? Are
we're
we going
talking
through a
about
little
wind
weather
gusts that
war?
could exceed 60, maybe 70 miles per hour. These are going to be damaging winds. You do see the forecast model there in Nantucket. National Weather Service bulletin, they had set up to about 75 miles per
We're looking
hour.
at almost
So
60
all of
mile
this
per hour
tracks
wind
when you
in
consider
my area.
impacts are top of the list, high as they get from a coastal storm.
Widespread
That's why we're
power
saying
outage.
in most of these cities,
You're
this has the
likely,
look of
Terry,
a top
to
10,
be fucked
maybe a
tonight.
top 5 snowstorm on record.
You're
These
likely.
are old northeast cities with
You're
the
likely.
reliable weather
I'm
records that
fucked.
go back to the
I'm in
latter
the
half
red.
of the 1800s. This
I'm in the wild.
in through
I'm
here,
in-
all of
I'm-
that
I'm-
red for most of
That's what
those
I'm saying.
coastal
For the
areas,
next 2
especially
days,
that I was
I may not be
mentioning.
able to do a show.
Those are widespread power outages that are expected. And when the power outages are widespread, you consider the wind that's causing those and the heavy snow. 4 crews to get out and even begin the process of restoring power That's probably not going to happen tomorrow. One, the roads are going to be impassable. The wind is still up, so utility crews can't get up in the bucket to even start tying the lines back up and repairing some of the poles. If your power goes out, all of that to say, it's likely going to be extended. If you've been with us, which we're going to hear from him, we're going to run some of his comments coming up in just a moment. We talked with the mayor of Providence, Rhode Island, and the utility there, it's a statewide power utility.
Walk on the street.
They had said it's probably, your power goes out, it's probably the work.
The sidewalks are not going to be clean.
You're going to be
for sure.
It. So
that's fucking
just know that that's what we're expecting here as this area of low pressure. Dylan's queuing up the water vapor.
So weird,
you
right?
can see this is a moisture-laden system. Let's talk about some of those coastal effects too, because that's what's getting lost in this. Number one, top billing is these giant snow totals. We know some places in Massachusetts could get 2 to 3 feet. A lot of the chatter is about that. The wind too.
Well, I know for sure, like Cape Cod is going to get like 3 feet of snow
in
easily.
some of these places. We're expecting coastal flooding, significant beach erosion, and the shoreline structures, they take a beating. Moderate coastal flooding.
Damn, Terry, you don't have to deal with this
up
shit.
to about 3 feet. So we're talking about.
Good thing you don't have to deal with
we
this.
call it storm surge.
I'm okay with the flooding. I don't think we're going to have a
above
flooding
normally
event.
dry ground at high tide of up to 3 feet. Only thing that's saving us a little bit, and it's why this is not to take the hazard out. This is a serious
power
danger
problem
with this storm.
That's
We're
what
right in
I'm
between,
feeling.
almost halfway in between the new moon and the full moon. So the astronomical tides, effectively, the moon's not helping out with the sun's gravitational pull. They're not working together to generate the highest astronomical tides of the month. In fact, they're at a minimum at this point. So this is all the blizzard, all the storm pushing this water into the coastline. And that is a good thing because moderate flooding is still forecast. And we've got these coastal flood warnings as a result. A couple of these gauges right in there, the Delaware Bay, showing the possibility of major flooding. So this is considerable with that forcing of water into the coastline. The wave heights, these will be cranking up, what are they, 8 feet offshore as we move forward through this evening and into the overnight.
Ooh.
This is a good proxy of the intensity of the storm. It's not breaking waves to the coastline at this scale, but look at that out in the Atlantic. Get out to the continental shelf and beyond.
Cape Cod
swell up
Cape
to
Cod, Nantucket,
36 feet. Giant waves as this storm continues to just
Boston.
explode in intensity tonight.
They're gonna get it.
Fox Weather is going to be with you every step of the way. We get this this travel ban in New York City that goes into effect at 9 p.m. all throughout this historic
Travel ban
nor'easter.
at 9
Until
p.m.
the storm is done
tonight,
we're going to be
New
with
York
you live
City.
on the air, continuous coverage.
Oh.
We've got a giant team.
They're gonna
to pull
stop.
that off.
Nobody
You're
can be
looking
on the
at,
roads
many great folks
past
out in
9.
the field, our affiliates, some of the correspondents from Fox News Channel. Will be a simulcast occurring through the overnight hours tonight. Britta Merwin. Britta being joined by Fox News' Molly Line, Steve Bender, Ari Sarsolari. They'll have you later this evening, 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. A full day of coverage tomorrow, which will be necessary because we got a full day of impacts. Keep it right here with us on Fox Weather.
Additional fees. I think it's natural to
Gotta
think that
move
you
forward a
can an
little bit.
expert in your corner. Call 800-710-4587 and use promo.
Jersey Shore, Wildwood, New Jersey. You got the lights; those stay on, and the lights illuminating some of that snow going
Wildwood,
sideways.
New
Snow
Jersey.
totals there are forecasted to blow past 2 feet.
You know
Isn't
what?
just a
Let me pause it here for a second because I do have a one of these chasers that's chasing the storm, and right now they're actually in New Jersey, Tuckerton, Jersey, New Jersey. Let me go ahead and bring it over here. Let's watch. Gotta go live on this.
Or whatever. Parkway or something. Parkway, whatever it is.
So this is
Garden State
in
Parkway,
Jersey.
Northbound.
They're
Why is this guy just riding behind me still?
Yeah. I mean, our Apple Maps says we can make it to Providence by 11.
Manahawkin, New Jersey. Look at these roads. These roads are. Look at this. Woof.
Do it real quick. That way that guy can go out of the zone. Stop following us. Oh yeah, it's dumping. It's dumping now. Woo wee! Look at those flakes.
Yeah, those are big flakes.
Heavy snow coming down.
And that's out of New Jersey. So this is what's coming up to Connecticut for later tonight. We're not seeing this type of
Well, I think there's
weather
some
for
blood.
like another 3 hours, maybe
There's some blood.
2 to
down
3
there.
hours.
That's one of them. So.
But this is like really
Oh, I think on the
thick
side of the
snow.
Negative.
No.
So let's go ahead and go back to Fox.
Snow. Coastal flood warning is in effect tonight. Beach erosion, a big concern in parts of the coastline. Vulnerable areas could see 1 to 2 feet of inundation. Water above normally dry ground at high tide. That's the water rise as a result of this giant storm forcing the Atlantic into the coastline. Fox weather correspondent Katie Byrne joining us now from Long Branch, New Jersey. And Katie, it was the early days of Fox weather, our first winter, 2021, 2022. I was in Long Branch, New Jersey, and I think I was frozen stuck to a branch or a bench in Long Branch. It looked just like that. So it's been some time since we've had a storm like that, and this will exceed it.
This will be an interesting one, Ian. I mean, only just in my early teen years was I a waitress here in Long Branch. So we all have some stories about Long Branch.
The
But now,
roots.
look at me. I'm back in the true elements here. Not a lot of times you're going to get to come to the Jersey Shore and it end up maybe being where you see the heaviest snow from a storm impacting so many people. We have had snow coming down similar to like you're seeing right now horizontally for several hours since about 2 o'clock this afternoon, but it only just started sticking in the last hour or so, which is pretty amazing because you can see how much has stuck so far. It's happening rapidly, similar to what's been forecasted. We were told there would be the changeover from the rain to the snow, and then once temperatures cooled down enough, we'd start to see snow stick very quickly. That's certainly what's happening here at the moment. Because we've had rain first here, though, county-wide, crews were not able to pre-treat roads. They said the brine solution would have washed away with that rain. So we spoke with the county sheriff here in Monmouth County, Sean Golden. He talked a little bit about what their crews are going to be dealing with. He says this will be a challenge for plow crews. They have almost 300 apparatuses out there to be able to handle the roads, and they actually have EMS teams pairing up with plow trucks to be able to respond to medical calls. But when it comes to routine accidents, he has some strong words for anyone who has any plans on driving tonight.
Our first responders and rescue teams will not be out throughout the evening and into tomorrow morning. So they are not coming to save you if you drive off the road or you're in some type of accident where you shouldn't have been on the road in the first place.
Yeah, we've got these restrictions across state, county, municipal, and interstate roadways across New Jersey. It's going into effect at 9 o'clock tonight, so things are going to get dangerous. They need to worry about keeping their crews safe too, and their highest priority will be any medical-related 911 calls. That's where they're going to start, at least for today and tomorrow, and then they'll be able to reassess from there as they're able to dig out. But they say it's going to take at least a day to dig out from what's expected here at the Jersey Shore. We're looking at up to 3 feet possible along the water, which is pretty incredible to think about. It is a ghost town. No one's around. Very quiet. The snow has actually thinned out a little bit just in the last few minutes compared to earlier, but things I think change minute by minute, it seems. We'll get those big, fat, fluffy flakes again, I'm sure, in no time, Ian.
I actually think I'm looking at the radar behind me. I think your experience is about to change again in like 10 or 15 minutes. This the colder and snowier of your storied job history there in Long Branch. But Katie, this is a dangerous one. You mentioned the local authorities. They're trying to avoid calls for assistance that don't have to happen, right? And I'm sure
Exactly.
as you were moving around, you mentioned the rain first. Are you starting to see reasonable accumulation? It must be getting going after that first band came through.
Oh yeah, pretty much what you're seeing right here on the sidewalk, boardwalk area is exactly what I'm seeing on the roads. So the same accumulation in both spots. The roads are snow covered, and that's been the case for the last 30 minutes or so. But before, it didn't start sticking probably until about 5 o'clock tonight, Ian.
Yeah, so there you go. The roads are snow covered, will be through the duration of the storm. Plows will do their best, but with 2 feet or more in the forecast, you can't keep up with that. So that's the reason why you just stay home, stay warm, stay off the roads. Fox weather correspondent Katie Byrne in Long Branch, New Jersey. Thank you. Let's get to some of the latest travel numbers. Geez, every time we show you this, it's new giant numbers. So you throw those two together. What are we up? 14.7, almost 14.8.
Nobody's going to be able to go nowhere.
14.777. There you go. 14.777 for flight disruptions. That's Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. The 3 of those days put together. The problem here is that it's I-95 hubs that we're talking about, from DC, Baltimore, Philly, all 3 New York City metro area airports up through Connecticut, Providence, and Logan. These are some of the biggest airports in the country, which means pilots, crews, aircraft, wherever those were supposed to be, won't be, with almost 15,000 instances of that and counting as we move forward through the next few days. So to get the national airspace system back on track, it'll be days, probably most, if not all, of this work week ahead. Ocean View, New Jersey, up to 3 inches of snow. Vineland, 2 inches of snow. There's your FlightAware misery map. So Katie was just showing us some of the fresh snow on the boardwalk. This is what it's doing to air travel. Misery meters are cranked up, probably more than 2/3 of the way there at LaGuardia. Newark halfway, 2/3 at JFK. Tomorrow, cancel it effectively in these places where it may have already been done for you. You just saw some of those numbers at the Northeast area airports. This will be worse than what we saw back in January, which took probably 3-4 days to get back on track. Just know that whether your plans take you to or from the Northeast, your travel may be impacted because of the blizzard. I'm talking about everybody across the country because of what you're seeing here. Into Tuesday, you see improving conditions, but that's related to active weather, not the cascading impacts from what will be going on over the next couple days. There's the top airport cancellations: JFK, LaGuardia, Logan, Newark. In that order, JFK has more than 1,500 canceled flights over the next 2 days. That's a brutally giant number for air travel, again, regionally and nationally. Tomorrow morning, we've got these travel bans that go into effect either already, later this evening, later on tonight. Just know tomorrow is not a day to move around in the Northeast, and that's for the balance of the day in most places, especially so up into New England, southern New England. Those are the winter driving safety tips. Put these into effect if you must after the storm when there's some snow hanging around. Tomorrow, not a day to be moving around. Fox Weather will be here with you all night long throughout this historic nor'easter, this blizzard of 2026. We've got live team coverage up and down the path of the storm, and it's going to continue through the overnight hours live.
Okay, so we're going to take a little break from the weather because we know how the weather's going to be. It's going to be snowing, and they're going to push all the fear. It's the generational blizzard of all blizzards of all time. I'm waiting for them to change it up and phrase it that way. It's the biggest generational event of all time. Stop putting the fear on people. It's not like we've never been through this before. You don't think humanity never been through this before, especially up here in the Northeast? Come on, man, give me a break. All right, let's check out some other news here. So the SS Gerald R. Ford is put in the Mediterranean Sea. So they're already there. The Ford is in the Mediterranean. Been spotted. they're pretty much going to be playing defense to help protect Israel, but also can deliver a punch from the Mediterranean towards Iran. It's like it looks like it's moving slow, but that bitch is moving fast. It looks slow, but it is fast. And let me tell you, that ship has a lot of planes on top. See, they have a lot of planes on top, but they also have a lot of planes down below too. You understand? This is like a moving fortress. You see the ship that just passed in front of us? Look how it looks like the same size as the one all the way back there. But if you come close as this ship is, this motherfucker is huge. The Gerald Ford will like that's a true battleship, man. It would dwarf this ship that's passing us. It's like nothing compared to the Gerald Ford. It's a big beast, man. Wow. That's let's keep it moving. We'll watch some liberal hive mind.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And of course, here's the meme of the day brought to you by 5mind.com. Well, at some point, I wake up the next day and I say, probably not going to do a Zoran Mamdani video, right? I mean, I get it. People are kind of expecting and kind of relishing in his demise and truly expecting a total collapse under his leadership. I get that. But, I'd like to cover some different topics. But there's one person who just, continues to force my hand. He keeps coming to me and saying, nope, liberal hive mind, no break from Zoran for you. You are producing another Zoran Mamdani video today. And that person, my friends, is none other than friggin' Zoran Mamdani himself, because every day it's a new scandal, a new grift, a new element of policy or Zoran Mamdani agenda collapse. Every day it just keeps getting worse and worse for this clown. It's arguably one of the worst starts I've ever seen of any American politician, let alone governor. I mean, we were expecting it to be bad, but this bad? Oh man. Zoran Mamdani once again gets totally exposed, totally humiliated and embarrassed as people kind of found something a little bit interesting and hypocritical on his government application website. Let me show you guys exactly what's going on here. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks. So it all started with this. You got Zoran Mamdani who, he's trying his darndest, he's trying his best, but he just hasn't been able to keep up with the storm. Basic city services under his leadership have totally collapsed, and now I guess is the play of desperation. He's given up, and he's resorted to now asking able-bodied New Yorkers to please sign up and help as emergency snow shovelers.
We're utilizing 33 DSNY vans and 2 DSNY buses to transport shovelers where they're needed faster. And for those who want to do more to help your neighbors and earn some extra cash, you too can become an emergency snow shoveler. Just show up at your local sanitation garage between 8 a.m. and 1 p.m. tomorrow with your paperwork, which is accessible online at nyc.gov/snow, and you can get started right away.
Oh man, of course now it's bad enough as is. This guy ran on a big government program, the far leftist worldview that government can solve every problem. But now I guess this is an indirect admission that he can't even handle a snowstorm. And so he now wants to leave. He's failed at his job and is now calling on community effort to bail his dumbass out. And obviously that's a monumental failure in its own, but it's even worse because, of course, the internet does what the internet does. People started reviewing the website that his government put up, requesting people to apply to help as emergency snow shovelers. And you guys won't believe what was found. And by won't believe, I mean you'll definitely believe, because Democrats are the biggest hypocrites on planet Earth. But look right over here. Here are the requirements. You apparently need 2 forms of identification. Zoran Mamdani as your boss. Interesting now, isn't it? But doesn't that discriminate against the illegals that supposedly deserve all rights? Isn't voter ID racist? Hey, black people and women won't be able to apply for this job. What the hell are you thinking, Zoran? It's so freaking stupid, honestly. It's
Small
freaking
photos.
insane. The same far left that screams that voter ID, demanding ID to vote, is somehow Jim Crow 2.0. Well,
And
they're
a
demanding
security
multiple
card.
forms of ID to pick up a shovel and earn $19 an hour. It's the ultimate hypocrisy, and it shows how these sort of rules and standards on the left only really apply when they feel it benefits them, when it suits them. Making voting in federal elections a total free-for-all, opening the door for potential fraud, totally A-okay. But applying for a job for Zoran Mamdani's New York City government, well, I guess it's right back to Jim Crow we go, huh? Absolute insanity. We are watching a slow-motion train wreck with Mamdani's face right on it. It's the Netflix adaptation of Thomas the Tank Engine, starring Zoran Mamdani, and the first scene right as the movie opens up is this little Mamdani locomotive flying off a freaking cliff, dropping 100 feet into a damn crater. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, it's a full-on collapse. This guy was promising the world before he got elected. All you regular New Yorkers out there, all you green-haired hipsters struggling to pay your rent in New York City, you know, knitting gender-neutral scarves just isn't cutting it. You can't pay your rent. Oh, it's ultimate Donald Glorfian fascism. Well, this guy came in and promised he was going to fix everything. Every social and economic issue with the snap of his finger was going to dissipate away. All your problems were going to be fixed by Zoran Mamdani, the second coming of Muhammad himself. And he claimed that you weren't going to be on the hook for any of it. No, the rich, the ethereal rich, were going to pay for everything. Free housing, free healthcare, free education, you name it. All on the backs of the billionaires, who for some reason were going to stick around and foot the bill. But now, of course, reality has kicked in, and it's becoming clear to people that you get absolutely nothing. Well, except for him trying to increase your taxes, and now the city can't even shovel the damn snow on the streets, so you have to do it for a measly $19 an hour in New York City. What does that buy you? A pack of frickin' gum at the local bodega? I mean, what it really feels like is the ultimate bait and switch. All this talk, and then a whole lot of nothing, and of course sprinkled with a heavy serving of disappointment.
$19
This
an
guy
hour,
hasn't
that's
been able
nothing.
to accomplish
That's
anything.
bullshit.
He said he was going to do all these things, but instead, you need to now shovel the roads and pay more taxes. Yeah, safe to
And
say
then
people aren't
$19
exactly
an
taking it
hour.
well. And it's not just
For 1
residents, no,
hour.
also public officials,
Only
as it
$19?
appears city
You
council
crazy?
members are starting to turn on him.
I think that it's ridiculous to be proposing a 9.5% property tax increase. He's essentially tax mailing the city of New York by saying, if you don't give me the taxes I need up in Albany, I'm going to tax New York City property owners.
Complete chaos in New York City. And Zoran Mamdani, honestly, looks like a lost little puppy. I mean, he looks totally out of his depth. And no better way to see that, to put that into perspective, than to see his priorities. You know, while he should be focused on balancing the budget, while he should be focused on, you know, getting his government in a position where they can provide basic services like cleaning up the roads, instead of focusing his government on just being able to do the basic, no, Mamdani is focused on more important things like, you know, endless woke crap.
We will create a centralized mechanism for coordinating policy across agencies so that government speaks with one voice in times of need. City Hall will not look away. When our immigrant neighbors are in trouble, they often turn first to their faith networks for counsel, for legal aid, for someone to accompany them to court. We have prepared 30,000 guides to New Yorkers' rights in 10 languages, the ones most spoken by some of the most heavily targeted populations in our city, teaching our neighbors what to do if ICE targets them. These guides are here today, ready for you to take. I urge you to share these with your congregants, even those who are citizens, even those whom you think ICE may not target. These materials apply to us all.
Yeah, the next focus is using taxpayer dollars to create multilingual guides to avoid ICE arrest for illegal aliens. I mean, what the actual F is going on? Everything's falling around this guy, and he's focused on defending an insane person who charged a police officer with a knife, and of course, doubling down on the sanctuary city chaos. This guy is an absolute monumental failure. And like I said in the intro, I don't think I've ever seen an American politician fail this badly, this fast. Honestly, I think Mamdani's rise and fall at the end of all of this ought to be studied. Anyways, that's what I got. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
All right, let's keep it moving. We got more to watch.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Shauna Kalafi. We are following some developing news out of Mexico. Today, the Mexican army says they killed a powerful cartel leader during an operation meant to capture him. The Defense Department says the leader of the Jalisco New Generation cartel was wounded during that operation about 2 hours from Guadalajara, and he later died while he was being flown to Mexico City. And this is a very powerful cartel there in Mexico. The leader now killed by the Mexican army, according to the Defense Department there. For more on this story, let's bring in Chris Dalby. He is an investigative journalist and author of CJNG, A Guide to Mexico's Deadliest Cartel. Thank you so much for being here, Chris.
It's an absolute pleasure, Shauna. Thank you for having me.
So you actually wrote a book about this particular cartel, the CJNG. The Associated Press calls it the most powerful cartel in Mexico. The U.S. Deputy Secretary of State described the leader as one of the most ruthless drug kingpins in the world. Can you tell us more about this?
Absolutely. If you've heard about the worst of Mexican cartel violence, you know, the most abhorrent acts, the bodies, the decapitated corpses, the videos, a lot of that begins with the CJNG. El Mencho is one of the most influential drug kingpins in the last 30 years. I would put him at the same level as Pablo Escobar and El Chapo when it comes to the quantity of drugs that his organization has moved in Mexico, in the United States, and further abroad. He is directly and indirectly responsible for the deaths of thousands of people in Mexico and through drugs in the United States. The problem is that while he absolutely deserved to face justice, removing him removes the man who kept the CJNG united. And while the CJNG is extremely violent, by far the most violent cartel in Mexico, removing him will likely lead to 5 or 6 of his lieutenants turning on each other and ramping up the level of violence to perhaps record levels in Mexico to control the CJNG empire.
And that's exactly what I was going to ask you. Now that he's dead, what does that mean for this operation? Who takes the lead? And will there be maybe more retaliation from the cartel now that this has happened?
You know, President Trump has rightly designated Mexican cartels as terrorist organizations. And El Mencho had a bounty on his head of $50 million for anyone giving information that led to his capture. As I said, El Mencho needed to face justice. But the kingpin strategy, as we call it, which is where you focus on removing the kingpin, the head of the cartel, and that's your sole focus, has a major problem. Because the kingpins are often the ones controlling an organization. And when they are removed, and we've seen it with Escobar, we've seen it with El Chapo, and we're going to see it with El Mencho, that unifying force, that cult of personality goes away. There are 5 or 6 leaders of the CJNG, which I identify in my book, who all have significant manpower, drug trafficking potential, contacts in the US, money laundering options, and incredible finances and weaponry that they will absolutely use if they think that they can claim a piece, if not all, of the CJNG. To my knowledge, El Mencho didn't pick a successor. To my knowledge, El Mencho didn't go to his lieutenants and say, when I die, when I'm arrested, this is the next guy. He may have done, but we certainly have no information as to that.
He probably
So
did.
right now, what we're seeing in Mexico, the immediate response is what we call the narco blockades or the narco bloqueos. This happens a lot when these top guys are removed. And the cartel wants to make a big show of, you know, burning cars and blocking highways and blocking access to the airport. That often goes away within a few days, especially because the area in which they're being violent, Guadalajara, one of the biggest cities in Mexico, Puerto Vallarta, a place that millions of Americans go to on holiday, is where the government is absolutely going to want to show we're not letting the cartel dominate this for long. After that, across Mexico, there are so many criminal economies that the CJNG was involved with. We're talking about tens of billions of dollars in criminal earnings that are now up for grabs.
Right now, we're showing some video, but you just mentioned those cars set on fire, the killing of this powerful drug lord, setting off hours of roadblocks with those burning vehicles, both in Jalisco and other states. Can you talk a little bit more about this tactic that is commonly used by the cartels to block these military operations? How big of a scale is this? We also want to show a little bit of those images of the smoke that arose from these multiple car fires today. What do you take from this reaction from the cartel, and what more can we expect?
So information coming to me in the last hour has suggested that there's been some movement there. Yes, in the hours immediately after El Mencho died, gunmen took to the streets, imposed a curfew on much of Guadalajara and Puerto Vallarta. Again, these are cities in Jalisco. This is their home turf. This is where we can expect a stronger reaction. But there were videos of gunmen at the airport. That appears to have been substantiated, but that situation appears to have been resolved. Police and army were able to retake control of Guadalajara Airport. We don't have information about casualties yet, but the gunmen never reached the tarmac. We're seeing videos shared online of burning planes or the whole city on fire. Those are seem to be fake news. In Puerto Vallarta, the cruise port appears to have had a fire set there, preventing access. But again, those situations could probably be resolved in the next few hours to days, with perhaps some casualties, but a limited number. The problem is that Guadalajara is going to be a World Cup city in 5 months. Puerto Vallarta is one of the biggest tourism destinations in Mexico and a constant place that Americans visit. That sort of reputational damage takes months or years to recover from.
Months.
So what the CJNG has done here is, in
What
an
the fuck
outburst
this
of
guy's
violence
talking
that might
about?
be controlled, create long-lasting economic ramifications for Mexico and the United States.
I don't know. I don't
I
trust
don't
this guy.
expect the violence in the medium to long term to be in the cities. I expect it to be in rural Mexico, in small town Mexico, where
This
the
guy
drugs are
doesn't know
going
what the
through,
fuck
where the
he's talking
fentanyl is being
about.
manufactured,
They're not
where
gonna
the
go to no
migrants are
small
being
towns.
smuggled,
They're
where
gonna
the
go
oil is being
where
stolen.
the
Because
Americans
those are the
are.
areas where there are no tourists, there are few cameras, and the violence can happen almost with impunity. And that is a problem that Mexico is going to have to figure out. And I don't know to what extent the US government is going to be interested in helping them, because the US was very focused on El Mencho. What happens next is open for debate.
And the Defense Department says that during this operation to capture El Mencho, the Mexican troops came under fire. They ended up killing a total of 7 people, including the cartel leader. They also seized some armored vehicles, other arms, and rocket launchers, they say. So how big of a blow will this have to the cartel's operation, or might it weaken this powerful cartel there in Mexico?
Not really.
The arrests and seizures of weaponry and killings outside of El Mencho are trivial. The Jalisco cartel has thousands of members and has enough weaponry to arm a small army. El Mencho was the cult of personality at the center of this cartel. Every video that they did showing their strength, every video that they did killing one of their opponents, every banner that they put up in their territory always ended with the same phrase: Somos la gente del Señor Mencho. We are the people of Mr. Mencho. He really ruled with an iron grip. And that's what I mean by his removal is so dangerous. Because when you have a cartel, and it's unique in Mexico, not even El Chapo with the Sinaloa cartel had this sort of sole power. El Mencho founded the Jalisco cartel. No other person has ever come close to toppling him. And no one really knows what happens next. So it is definitely going to weaken the Jalisco cartel. I don't even know if the Jalisco cartel is going to survive in its present form, because it is now very tempting for these lieutenants to go out on their own, either to maintain their own operations and keep the money, or to try and take control of the entire CJNG empire.
He's just assuming shit.
Chris, we really appreciate your insight here.
You get
Anything
'em all.
else that you want to point out about this cartel, the significance of what happened today in Mexico, or what you're going to be watching moving forward here?
Yeah, I want to make one thing very, very
Yeah,
clear.
I
While
feel
El
like he's
Mencho,
talking out
again,
his ass.
needed to face justice, is one of the most influential drug traffickers in the history of North America. His removal in itself doesn't stop the drug flow. His removal will weaken one cartel temporarily. there are always more kingpins. There are always more drug traffickers. The demand for drugs in the United States and the potential for criminal violence and enrichment in Mexico is such that within a few weeks to a few months, that situation is going to be normalized. So removing El Mencho is a positive step, but it can cause more instability, and that instability can cause more violence, and that violence can cause a greater amount of drugs and a greater amount of money for the cartels. So net positive, I'm not sure we can say that.
We will definitely be watching to see what comes next. Thank you so much. We really appreciate your insight here, Chris.
My pleasure, Shauna.
He was talking shit. What insight? He's just assuming shit. I could do that. All right, let's come over here. I'm going to check out New York. You want to check out New York? Let's go to New York City. It's a lot of fucking snow coming down. There's a little snow going sideways. It's like, it's here. Now, who's going to get what? How many feet is New York City going to get tonight? Are they in store to get a foot? Maybe 2 feet of snow in New York City? What is Mandani going to do? What Mandani's going to do? Mandani wants to ban dogs. Look, there's a bitch there. Mandani doesn't like dogs. Get the dog out of there. Mandani, he hates dogs. He's Muslim, so they don't like dogs. You've been banished, bitch. Out of my city. That's how Mandani thinks. I tell you that. You're going to have a lot of trouble tomorrow going out to pee. Good luck, puppy. Now, let's see how well Mandani handles this storm. He needs something positive, man. That dude's like, it's all negative. He's like batshit crazy. All right. Let's go over to the Jersey. Tom's River, New Jersey. Like you can see, conditions are not the greatest. Train of Truth is here. I think they're going a little bit too fast for the amount of snow that's down on the ground, but okay. I would not be going that fast. I would probably be going a little bit slower. Because you gotta understand, it rained. It rained all day today. And then now you're getting all this snow on top of that rain. What happens with snow and rain and a cold surface? It turns to ice. So these people here are going a little bit too wild. There's the plow trucks. You can see the plow trucks. They're already starting to plow. You can see them there on the side. They're plowing. But they're going through a toll. This is a toll booth area. I guess they have the wireless. You see, that's where they charge you. If you have the pass, they it's the thing you stick on your shit on your windshield, and they'll charge your credit card. Well, you load up the pass, you put up like any amount, and then they deduct it from what you deposit into that account. So this guy is driving way too crazy. Like he's on surfaces that are snow covered. And he's driving pretty fast. So will we see an accident? That'll be something. But as you can see here, it's all white. It's you can see the snow going towards the vehicle, towards the windshield. So you can tell it's already, the snow is moving sideways, not downwards. So there is elevated winds during this drive you're seeing right here. And it's going to be like that throughout the whole night. Portions are going to be, some portions of the night is going to be heavier snow. We're talking about anywhere between 2 to 3 inches of snow per hour. And they're talking about blizzard. So blizzard is 35 mile per hour winds that has to be sustained for 3 hours straight. So it has to be 35 mile per hour winds or above. It could be 40, 50, 60 mile per hour winds, but it has to be sustained for over 3 hours to be officially called a blizzard. Oh, look, plow truck. They're plowing. This guy's driving a little bit too, like, the plow trucks are now everyone's slowing down. Yeah, because the conditions are horrible. Yeah, I think they're still going a little bit too fast for my comfort. The vehicle in the front hitting the brakes. I hate when people drive with their brakes. You know what I mean? I don't like it. This is how accidents happen. Because everybody thinks they could go fast, but you can't. You're starting to lose traction. So it's like, you got to slow it down a little bit. And stop riding your brakes because you're going to slide. So all you have to do is ease your fucking foot off the gas, and the car will gradually slow down. But don't step on the brakes, because you could like fishtail and then you could crash. Especially during these, like, and then you have a plow truck. You see, they're not even supposed to be in front of the plow truck like this. The plow truck's supposed to be, they're supposed to slow down and let the plow truck pass. Because this is what's called crowding the plow truck. And you could get a ticket for that. Because the plow trucks have the right of way. I guess these people, they don't know. Especially the one that's driving right here. He should be behind the plow truck. That's wild, right? Let's go back to New York. Wow, look how it's coming down. I don't know where he's going. Trying to get out of the snow. This is like a little shopping mall or something. It's not that bad. It doesn't look that bad. Like, you can see the snow coming down, but it's not like heavy snow. This is like, it's gradually, like, let me see here. Let's go back to the car here. See how this snow is coming down? This is more heavier. Let me restart. Let me restart this again. Streamer still have that issue. Here we go. So here's like, it looks a little bit more heavier than in New York. And it makes sense because Jersey is getting the brunt of the storm. They should be getting about, I think, a foot of snow. But I hate when people. This is a perfect. Imagine you're driving, right? Oh, this gives me. It pisses me off sometimes. Okay, imagine you driving. This is you driving. You're looking, and you have a motherfucker in front of you that you're constantly braking. You know, I'm like, why are you braking? You're not supposed to brake in these type of conditions. My father always taught me that. He was like, listen, son, you don't need to press the brakes every single time. You could coast it. You could coast it, and then the car itself, you take your foot off the gas, it's going to slow down. Now, if you need to hit the brakes, then you're going a little bit too fast. But like braking during this type of conditions, come on. Like that means you're going too fast. These people just piss me though. They're pissing me off. It's like, all right, let's see if we could get some news on this nor'easter we're dealing here with the northeast. Let me see. I'm trying to fix this here. So I hate YouTube. It doesn't make it easy, man. It's so finicky. It's so like, okay, here we go.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather, your Winter Storm HQ. Thanks for being here at the bottom of the hour. I'm Ian Oliver. We got a historic nor'easter bombing out off the East Coast. A beam, roughly speaking, at the mouth of the Chesapeake Bay, becoming an increasingly powerful storm. These bands are cranking up, and we've actually got inch-per-hour snow rates finding their way into places like New York City now. The blizzard warnings include 40 million Americans, a little more than that. That's what happens when you get the I-95 corridor, effectively all of it included in an alert like that. We just got word, the New Jersey Transit, they're announcing a system-wide shutdown. Service is already suspended for bus, light rail, and access link. Rail service will be suspended statewide at 9 p.m. So 2.5 hours, and New Jersey Transit will be calling it. Plan accordingly.
Yeah, plan accordingly. You only give me like an hour and a half.
Bearing down. This is one to take seriously. We expect to see whiteout conditions, near zero visibility. Another reason we want people off the roads. There will be a strong likelihood of power outages and downed trees. Please stay off the roads for your safety and for the safety of the folks who are out there trying to clear the roads, keep power on, and keep people safe.
Yeah, Maura Healey there, the governor of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, just talking about preps for this monster nor'easter, which could be the worst snowstorm in years. We're talking about snow-wise, top 10 snow for Boston. You need to get to 21 inches. That's possible this go-around. Cape Cod is expected to be among the areas hit the hardest. So joining us now
Get like
is Michael
30
Dutton,
feet of snow,
Barnstable
easy.
County Administrator, to tell us how they're preparing for this. Administrator, great to have
And the
you
dunes
with us.
with the winds. Oh my
Michigan State
god!
graduate myself. We had a bunch of students from Barnstable County
pile
that
up.
would be watching forecasts like this, but we haven't had a forecast like this in quite some time. How are you getting your residents ready?
No, we haven't had a forecast like this in quite a while. So we run the multi-agency coordination center. It's a MAC. We do represent 25 fire departments and about 21 police departments through Barnstable County to coordinate efforts. And we've met several times. We've got our several shelters opening this evening with more probably coming tomorrow. Again, we're telling people stay off the roads for the entirety of tomorrow.
Yeah, that is the absolute best advice right there. And Michael, it's a few years we went through where it's like Cape Cod doesn't do winter anymore. It was like winters that weren't. Then we had the nor'easter back in January. This storm is so much different than that one, though. The temperatures, I mean, this is going to be a heavy, wet snow, the dangerous stuff to be shoveling, and it will be wind driven. How concerned are you about power outages that could be long lasting?
We are very concerned about power outages. We had a conference call today with all of our utilities, and I can tell you Eversource and National Grid have crews on the ground, and that's helpful, but those crews can't go out and repair lines until the winds die back down below 35 miles an hour. And right now we're looking at winds, sustained winds in 60, 65 mile an hour in some cases, and then approaching hurricane force winds of 75 miles an hour in parts of the Cape and the islands.
Yeah, so you've got the wind
look at
component,
that,
and then
2 to
we're
3
throwing up
feet.
that snow forecast. You get out onto secondary roads where the wind and the snow pull down some of the power lines and tree branches, tree limbs. It's going to be very challenging for crews to even access some of these places because of the totals that we're talking about. And there are those wind forecasts. Wanted to ask you about the coastal effects. Typically, it's one of the most wonderful parts of your county, but in this go around, it's going to be the places that are hit the hardest.
Right. The beach is not going to be the place to be tomorrow or Tuesday, for that matter. We're expecting some coastal erosion, especially at high tides on the eastern facing parts of the Cape, as well as Nantucket. So we've got a storm ahead of us. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, a lot of people have missed a real New England winter, but this one's had some teeth. Do you have any?
Now they call it the monster nor'easter. They changed it for generational.
Whether this storm
now it's
maybe
the
snuck
monster.
up on some folks. You had
saw
the
that?
storm last month, and all of that
Now they
cold
call
air
it
that
a
followed. It's been a
monster.
long, challenging winter.
It has been a very long, challenging winter. We've had ice issues due to the cold weather. Cape usually doesn't get cold weather, as you know. So at least not like that down in the teens and close to zero. So that created quite a bit of ice in our harbors. We've got working harbors.
Look, now they changed it.
Fishermen
Now it's
that
life-threatening
work those harbors.
nor'easter.
So we've had to do a lot of ice breaking
They're like,
over the
what
past
is
couple
going
of
on here?
weeks.
Now it's historic blizzard
and now we've got
blast.
this major
Through the
storm,
Northeast.
which is, as you point out, is going to be completely different than the past storm. We're going to have very heavy wind-blown snow. We are concerned about folks getting out there and shoveling. They shouldn't be out there shoveling. So our word of caution goes
they're
out
so dramatic.
before people head out there and try to
Whoever's working
shovel out that snow. Just be very cautious.
the little board down here,
Great advice, and
they
that
need to be
is the
fired.
message as all this moves in. And Monday throughout
Kinda
looks like
scare
a
people.
tough day there in coastal Massachusetts. That's Michael Dutton, the Barnstable County
Shut down
Administrator.
I-95
Thanks for talking with
cities.
us here. on
Yeah,
Fox
they're
Weather.
gonna shut down. They
Thank
haven't
you.
yet here in Connecticut.
Let's get you a live look
But they will
outside
tonight.
here. That is Montauk, New York. Boats are out. Most of the boats. I think we see some radar antennas right there in front. I think that's what that is. Tough to tell. You can see the blowing snow. We've been watching that band approaching, and it's about to worsen. That's it's gusting to 29, enough to move that snow sideways. But those snow rates are going to be picking up as we move forward through the next hour or so. The city of New York is under a road travel ban. That's starting at 9 p.m. But for commuters trying to get out that way, that's the eastern tip of Long Island. It's awfully close to where the line ends, to be honest. But the Long Island Railroad suspending service at 1 a.m. tonight. So plan accordingly. We told you about New Jersey Transit. LIRR going to be shutting things down 1 a.m. The island is expected to see up to 24 inches of snow, 2 feet. And also some inundation, some of the same concerns we were talking about on Cape Cod. Expect them right there out on Long Island. A Fox Weather storm specialist, Mike Seidel, joining us live from Montauk, from one peninsula that sticks out in the Atlantic to another. Mike, what's the scene been like? I know you're watching the radar. It looks like that first good band is, 50 miles or so off to your south?
Yeah, not even that far, but it will be in here. I'd say for our next live shot or the one after, it's going to be snowing harder. Right now, we've got light snow here. I can still see the lights in the harbor, so our visibility is at least a mile as the crow flies. And notice there's not a lot of blowing in the snow yet. That will change, and we've got a little bit of protection from the big hotel here, the Manor, which has been sitting up here for about 100 years. So this hotel's seen a lot of weather. Yeah, we're watching that come in, and we've got a long way to go. We've got all night tonight until early Monday afternoon, that's going to be the crux of the heaviest snowfall. Most of the inches will fall by early tomorrow afternoon, and the winds tonight will really ramp up. I'm sure I'm going to hear that whistling early in the morning as I'm trying to get some sleep before we come back on. By the way, we're going to be back on here at 8 a.m. Eastern in the morning, and it will be wild up here. And we're going to be safe because I don't want to get hit by anything blowing around, but it's not going to be anything like you see right now. It's going to be more like what we showed you in Minnesota back on Wednesday with that blizzard there up on the shores of Lake Superior. 1-inch snowfall rates now being reported. JFK, Islip, they're both on the South Shore of Long Island. Winds so far now are not gusting as high as they were, but they will be increasing through the evening and overnight, and we expect gusts up here as high as hurricane force, or maybe even clocking in at 80 miles an hour. That's certainly not out of the question, not only here, but towards the South Shore and the South Coast of Massachusetts, out on the Cape and the islands, anything that sticks farther east. Keep in mind, Ian, we're about 200 miles east of where you are in New York City, but even there, winds will gust over 50 miles an hour. That's expected. We're 55, and that's why the blizzard warnings were issued from Delaware all the way up to down East Maine, including many, many states, the entire state, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New Jersey, and Delaware. I haven't seen that in years. I can't remember the last time we saw this much aerial coverage of blizzard warnings, and we've got how many now? 44, 45 million people in a blizzard warning. It remains to be seen, as you know, Ian, how many stations verify officially a blizzard, which is 3 consecutive hours. You got to check off the visibility, quarter mile or less, in snow or blowing snow. It doesn't have to actually be snowing. It can pick up the snow on the ground, but in this case, it will be snowing. And then the wind gust 35 miles an hour or higher. And we'll see how that shakes out between now and about noon tomorrow in the Northeast corridor.
Yeah, Mike, you say that. We've got 2 sensors in the New York City Metro reporting near blizzard conditions. Central Park was down to 3/4 of a mile and dropping. But the Battery, southern tip of Manhattan, downtown, a gust to 39 miles per hour already. And Dylan was just telling me Coney Island, it's 2.9 inches of accumulation already. That feels like a fast start, and that could be coming attractions to what you're going to experience in that band.
I expect we'll be able to show that to you right here on Fox Weather through this evening. We're going to be on until after midnight tonight Eastern here on Fox Weather. So the picture will change, the wind will pick up, the snow intensity will pick up, and it will look a lot more wintry than it does right now. By the way, temperature is 31 degrees. This is not a particularly cold storm, Ian.
No.
So the wet snow combined with the accumulation totals and the wind gust over 60 miles an hour, perfect prescription for some power outages. It'll be interesting to see how much power we lose. The advantage in the winter, of course, is there's no canopy, there are no leaves on the trees to kind of catch the wind. But if you get enough heavy wet snow on some, say, evergreens that are dangling over power lines, that will knock out the power. And the other thing different about the storm in January is it's not going to be getting colder after this storm.
Thank goodness.
It'll moderate fairly nicely. Yeah, thank goodness. Wednesday through the end of the week. I think we even have some rain in the forecast later this week in New York City. So those nasty snow piles that you've been complaining about is well, everybody's my friends in New York City, gosh, can we get some rain?
I'm complaining about the one what my pug did to it in front of my building. It's nothing good.
Well, you need warmer temperatures, but you need rain to kind of wash down the streets.
Yes.
To get rid of the various various things.
Yes. Substances.
One of the substances tends to be more of a yellowish.
Yes.
hint.
We get snow of colors you can't even imagine in New York City. It'll be it'll be fresh. It'll be fresh after this and buried for a period of time. But to your point, some milder temperatures and rain coming. That's our storm specialist, Mike Seidel. Mike, looking forward to the reporting as those conditions, as you said, most certainly worsen in the short term. Thank you. Fox Weather will be with you throughout the.
Let's check out real quick out of New York. We could come back to that. Let's come back over here. Let's check this out. So this is New York City. As you can see, the snow is coming down. Woof. Hey, they're still working. They're like, we gotta make the money, man. We gotta make money. You want what's that? I forgot how you call those. Like they do gyros. I don't know what these people are doing. They're cooking. They're like, fuck this shit. We gotta feed people. Look, the people are there wanting to eat. But as you can see, man, it's coming down in New York. This definitely is coming down. Umbrellas are very smart. The ones with the umbrellas. But and a little bit later, when those winds are howling past 35 mile per hour, especially if they're touching 40, 50 mile per hour, all those umbrellas ain't gonna do you shit. Ain't gonna do nothing but be an item that you gotta carry because you gotta deal with the damn snow. So, but you can see, look, the kids are playing, sliding on the snow. I mean, as a kid, this is awesome. You know, look at the kid. He's just making this big snowball. You know, it's these are it's fun times right now. But this is just the beginning. You gotta understand, this is gonna like if they're anticipating about a foot to 2 feet of snow, it's gonna be very dangerous to be out and about. I mean, they are gonna suspend. No, that bike just took the red light. That's crazy. Um, they are suspending travel. They're gonna be putting a travel ban starting at 9 p.m. tonight. Actually, you know, we could go live on this. Here you go. At 9 p.m. tonight, New York City is putting a travel ban. So they truly want everybody off the streets and so forth. So I guess if they could get an upper hand on the cleaning of the streets, how well New York City's going to do with their cleanup. The last storm, Mandani really didn't do that well. We had, I think, about 16 people passed away from the cold. But these people, you know, out and about, New Yorkers, always got something to do, got somewhere to go. Always got to pick up that last minute meal, you know, or last minute and get your ass home. Because they are going to stop the trains. They're going to be stopping even the airports. Everything's going to come to the ground, like to a halt. What did he do? Did he slip and fall? I don't know what we're doing here. I don't know what we're doing here. But that's a cool little machinery there, clean the sidewalks and so forth. But you see these vendors, they're still out cooking. They're still doing. They have to make their money. So they'll probably be there until the city has to tell them like they can't be there any longer. But that's it's not blizzard condition, no. But you can see the snow is getting stuck on these plants here. They're hanging. And that's the problem. The snow is a wet snow, so it clings. It's like a little cling on. It clings on, and you can see like the branches from the tree on the right. So it's an example that's what holds on to the power lines, and it keeps building up and up and up, and then it gets too heavy, and the power lines start falling. And that's where we're gonna have issues all throughout Connecticut, New York, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, especially around the Boston and Cape Cod area. All the far east side, Massachusetts, Central, you guys are going to get it hit hard tonight. Especially the southeastern part of Boston. in Massachusetts, they're gonna get it. Tonight's the night. And the fact, something, all week they've been saying that we were gonna get 1 to 2 inches of snow. Oh, we're just gonna get 1 to 2 inches. No, 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 nothing, And the next thing you know, oh, it's not 1 to 2 inches, it's 1 to 2 fucking feet. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, how did we go from 1 to 2 inches to fucking 2 fucking feet? And in some areas, 3 feet. If you're a midget and you live in Massachusetts, your life is in danger. Do not go outside. You will be buried alive. Like, holy shit. This is pretty like they saying the storm of the century. It's the winter storm of the century. It's a once in a lifetime generational what else they were saying? They had like all different names they were calling it. I'm pretty sure the death toll was 19. Oh my God. Terry pumping in with the thank you, Terry, with the correction. I was saying 16. Terry's telling me 19. So, I take Terry's side on that one. Fucking 19 people. Like, how Mandani's gonna do with this storm? Is he capable? The guy is such a failure, man. It's like I want him to prove us wrong, but man, he's just proving everyone right. He needs to get his shit together. Like, I don't trust his chickmunk looking face. Like, don't show me him smiling with his chick, like looking like a chipmunk. Like, no, fuck that. Do the fucking job. Don't tax the motherfucking people. Start cutting fucking stuff from the fucking budget. Don't be adding shit. We're trying to subtract, but they want to run all this money through New York, and it still looks like shit. Like, I don't get it. But you see how it's clinging on to the plants and it's clinging? That's the danger when all that snow clings onto power lines. It's going to drop a lot of power lines, and a lot of people are going to be without power for a while. They're anticipating up here anywhere between 2 days to 6 days without power, and plan for longer in certain areas. So you could be out of power for like a whole week. So it's okay because listen, you can always put your food, like if you're worried about your refrigerator and oh, my food's gonna get messed up. No, don't worry about it. Just put that bitch in your car. Put it in your car. Your car is like a refrigerator out there in the cold. Okay? And your shit won't go bad. Trust me, I've done it so many times. I remember when I was living on a second floor, and then like my window would open, and then there was like it was a floor on, because I was on the second floor, so there was like a covering on the top, like it's like a roof. So sometimes I used to put, like, I remember for Thanksgiving, I didn't have space to put the fucking turkey in the freezer, so I put that shit outside and in the fucking on the roof. It was cold. It was cold. It was like a freezer outside. Like when I took that turkey back inside, that shit was like hard as a rock. But as you can see, the snow is clinging onto the trees. It looks like a winter wonderland, But this is just the beginning. You gotta understand, this is only 7:41 p.m. This is gonna be throughout the whole night, and this is gonna be blizzard conditions. So this snow is gonna be blowing all over the place. So take your little tiki-takis, do your little dance, smile. Yeah, do the magical. It is magical. It looks very pretty. You see? Yeah, you see they're doing the tiki-takis. Oh no, that was a flash. So they might be doing pictures and tiki-takis. I don't know. But it looks like a little wonderland. But you wouldn't want to be underneath those trees later on this evening because these trees are capable of falling because of the weight of the snow. So the branches breaks off, and those are also hazards to you got to look out for because they do take out power lines too. So, and those are trees falling over because of the wind. You got to understand the snow that's sticking onto the branches and so forth. And then you got the crosswind blowing all that weight and they topple over. So I'm anticipating Connecticut having a lot of trees coming down this evening into tomorrow morning. All right, let's see here. All right, let's take a break from the weather, and we're gonna bring it back to me. We'll take a break from the weather because remember this is an all night thing with the weather, and let's continue on with some news because I think we need to catch up on some more news here that I have opened up. So here we go. What? What's going on here? No, I see American flags. What? Where's this at? I don't know where this is at. I don't know what's happening. What the hell? Oh shit! They're burning down the house. What are they doing? Oh look, they're spraying water on the people. Oh shit, they're spraying water. What is it, like explosions? What the hell? What the hell's going on here? What? What the hell? They're like little bombs and shit. How the hell they got those little bombs and explosions there? I don't know what's going on. I just see a lot of crazy shit. What the fuck? Oh Lord, they're spraying them with water. What is happening? I don't know. That's so. I don't know. I don't know. Petrol bombs hurled at. Okay, Albanian permit. As clashes break out during opposition demo. Okay. I don't know. Let's keep it moving. Back to the United States.
Russia attacked Ukraine overnight with dozens of drone strikes and ballistic missiles focused on Ukraine's energy infrastructure in and around Kyiv and the Black Sea port of Odessa. Fox News senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palcott joins us from Kyiv. Hello, Greg.
Hello, Shannon. That's right. Just days before the 4th anniversary of the war between Ukraine and Russia, Moscow is showing no mercy.
We were awakened at 4 a.m. by blasts of ballistic and cruise missiles plus drones targeting energy infrastructure in this frigid winter.
This as negotiating teams participate in rounds of talks to try and end the fighting. A new session is expected by the end of the month. It's said President Trump would like a result by June, but that's a reach, with Russian President Putin balking on issues like territory and security guarantees. Ukrainian parliament member Kira Rudik told us despite domestic issues like corruption scandals and slipping support for President Zelensky, Ukraine will make it.
We really appreciate everything that the United States have done for us. We are really grateful. What we want to see is clear understanding that Russia is an aggressor, and the keys to ending the war are in Kremlin. They are not here in Kyiv.
Still, with casualties on both sides mounting, the personal cost of this war for young and old becomes hard to bear.
People die. This is bad.
Terrible and horrible. My husband is in the army.
If they were not doing their job, then now we will be under the Russia.
With the support of our allies, I think everything can be possible.
Everything can be possible, Shannon. Ceremonies are planned for the grim milestone on Tuesday, but the fighting continues as well. Back to you.
All right, Greg Palcott, thank you very much. So what is the path forward? Joining me now, Senator Jim Banks, who sits on the Armed Services Committee. Welcome back, Senator.
Good to be with you.
Okay, so a lot of Democrats, every one of your Senate Democrat colleagues who has been with us on the show, they say the same thing every time about this situation. The president's been way too deferential to President Putin. And as evidenced by the activity this weekend, he doesn't seem like he really is interested in pursuing peace. So now what?
Well, Shannon, for 4 long years, this war has gone on. You have to remember that it started because Biden was so weak. The invasion by Russia into Ukraine happened right after the debacle in Afghanistan. And then all of the mistakes along the way by the Biden administration has prolonged this war. President Trump has said himself he thought this would be really easy to resolve. It's been the biggest challenge so far that he's faced in his second term. And he's also right that Europe has to step up to the plate. While the ongoing negotiations by Jared Kushner and others in the Trump administration, Steve Witkoff and others who are trying to negotiate peace, at the end of the day, Europe has to step up. Europe has to stop buying their energy from Russia to put Russia as leverage to put Russia on the spot to come to the table. But both sides are dug in after 4 years. They're both entrenched in their positions, and it's long past time that Europe do more to put that type of pressure on Putin.
Well, we understand more talks are on the books. There are also talks indirectly, somewhat continuing with respect to Iran. We've got that military base, the military assets that are based and moved into the region there at a very high level, giving the president every option that he would want at this point. Here's what the ranking member on the Senate Armed Services Committee, where you sit, Jack Reed, has to say. He says a preemptive attack against Iran would be a strategic misstep. Such a recklessness could spark an uncontrolled conflict. We know some of our partners in the region have that same concern. Do you?
Well, Midnight Hammer was so effective, it decimated Iran's nuclear program and progress. The Ayatollah, the regime in Iran know what they're dealing with President Trump. He's going to back up what he's saying. President Trump has said over 50 times in the last 2 weeks that Iran needs to end their nuclear program, come to the table and make a deal. We have 2 aircraft carriers, hundreds of fighter jets, and Iran knows that we will use them. But that's what peace through strength is all about. President Trump doesn't start new wars. He projects American force and leadership. Iran knows what they're dealing with. They need to stop persecuting their own people, the protesters. They need to end their nuclear program. And if they don't, they know there will be hell to pay. So I hope that by President Trump doing what he's doing, I fully trust President Trump in this situation, what he did in Venezuela, Midnight Hammer, and so many other places. He's got a great track record. He knows how to use America's military might to bring the other sides to the table to negotiate peace. And I hope that would be in the best interest of America to end Iran's nuclear program. It's in the best interest of the Middle East, the rest of the world, and will lead to more peace. And I hope Iran will come to their senses and come to the table and do what they need to do.
So given what you point out, that precision execution by our military on Iran's nuclear program last year, this assessment that it's been completely devastated to this point, but now we're being told that that's the impetus of what's going on now. There are people asking why exactly now with this particular buildup. Glenn Greenwald, writing in Substack, says the U.S. has inexorably moved toward a war with Iran with stunningly little public debate or discussion. There's not even a pretense of involving Congress. And the more one looks for such answers about why this war is even arguably necessary, the more difficult it is to find them. Do you think the president needs to articulate more clearly, maybe at the State of the Union, about exactly what this moment is about?
Well, I look for the president to talk about that at the State of the Union this week. And he's been very clear. I mean, I don't know how he could be more transparent in what President Trump has said, what he's told the Ayatollah, knock it off. We know that they haven't given up yet on their nuclear aspirations. And it's in the best interest of America that we put a stop to it, as well as our allies. And that's what President Trump is trying to do. Two aircraft carriers. I mean, as a Navy veteran, I mean, there's no greater sign of American strength and America's power and might than what President Trump is projecting. And I know we have Iran's attention. All they have to do is come to the table and tell us that they're putting a stop to it.
All right, I want to talk about something in your home state in Indiana. Just this month, there have been 2 deadly crashes involving people that either were here illegally, came illegally, but somehow got commercial driver's licenses. They are allegedly the ones guilty in these wrecks that left a number of Indiana folks dead. What do you do now? Where do you go from here? Because the administration's tried to do some crackdown with some changes to policy that's been challenged in court. Some of these states who say they won't go along, they're actually having some legal victories, at least temporarily. What can be done?
Shannon, this is a national crisis. I mean, it seems like every week now we have another death in Indiana due to an illegal behind the wheel of a semi-truck. And the more that we dig into it and learn, there's so much more that we have to do to stop it from happening again. I mean, just 2 weeks ago, we had 4 Amish men killed by a Kyrgyzstani illegal in the part of the state that I live. Last week, this week, a 64-year-old man killed by an illegal from India. Back in November, we had a National Guard soldier killed in a Humvee accident on an Indiana highway by an illegal from the country of Georgia. I think I can count over 8 Hoosiers who have been killed in the last few months, and a lot of others who have been injured. On Friday, the Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, announced that the CDL, the truck driving license test, must be conducted in English. That will go a long way because we have states like California that conduct that test in 20 different languages. He also shut down hundreds of fake truck driving schools and then shady truck driving companies. But the states have to step when Governor Newsom in California gives out truck driving licenses to illegals like candy, and then they drive through the highways of Indiana, the crossroads of America, and kill Hoosiers. You have states like New York that's doing the same thing. We have to put a stop to it. Even in my state, in Indiana, the state legislature this week is going to close loopholes in our own state. California needs to step up and do the same thing and stop giving illegals truck driving licenses, and that will save lives.
Yeah, we'll track that because I have a feeling that English only test requirement is going to end up in court too. Senator Banks, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee.
All right, let's keep it moving. Oh, I got another video from the opposition side that was firing those bombs at the parliament here. Let's check it out. This is Albania. What the hell are they doing? And the police are on. Oh, the police is on fire. You saw it? It was on fire. What is happening here? Wow, this is and they're just shooting fireworks, these guys, to the building. This is how they do it over there. This is pretty extreme. Damn, they're attacking the police. Look, the police on fire. They're setting the police on fire. that's pretty crazy. All right, let's keep it moving.
So the Rhode Island shooting was horrendous. Here's a high school hockey game. All right. And a guy shows up, Robert Dorgan, 56 years old. He kills his ex-wife, Rhonda, and his adult son, Aiden. He critically wounds Rhonda Dorgan's parents and a family friend. And then he commits suicide at the arena. I mean, it doesn't get worse than that, right? So it got a lot of coverage, but part of the story was ignored, that Robert Dorgan was a trans person who wanted to be called Roberta Dorgan. Okay. Here are the agencies that did not mention that while covering this story in Rhode Island: the Associated Press, CNN, ABC News, NBC News, MS, the New York Times. Somehow did not mention that the murderer was a trans person. No excuse for that. Part of the story. I don't know the circumstance of this man, woman, whatever. I don't know. But when you are a trans person, that needs to be reported. Okay? But these agencies don't. That is deceitful. Now, their excuse is, well, we don't want to demonize trans people. Okay, but that's not your job. If you want to get into sociology, get out of journalism and go into sociology. Your job is to report the facts. Canada, not as bad, but the Associated Press is the absolute worst now. So remember, on February 10th, guy kills 8 people, 18-year-old. He's transing to a woman. But I guess he's a guy, but I don't know. Jesse Van Rooselaar kills 8 people and he wounds 17 others in one of the worst mass shootings in Canadian history. Okay. The Associated Press doesn't mention that he was in transition. The Associated Press goes out all over the world. And I'm sitting here going, I would have fired every single editor at the AP. Again, same reason, because the Associated Press didn't identify the trans person in Rhode Island. Oh, no, 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 no. We're not going to do that because it's going to demonize. Now, I'm not the type of guy that says, well, trans people are mass murderers. I'd never do that. You go where the evidence takes you. I'll tell you, it's not a difficult situation. It is a difficult situation, I should say. It's a tough road. And that can cause a lot of mental problems. That story should be told, not told. Okay? So it's disturbing, but it's not unique. The press has been covering for a lot of people. And let me give you a few examples. The biggest example is President Biden. Everybody knew that Biden was not mentally up to running this country. But the only reason that he did not run for re-election is because of the debate. So Americans saw for themselves. Press corps knew, because Biden avoided it. Okay, they knew that he was doddering. They knew he wasn't doing a job every day. He was knocking off at 3, starting at noon. They know all that. The White House corps knew it, covered it up. No doubt. Absolutely. I knew. All of my journalistic friends knew. Wasn't reported. Then you had the George Floyd looters. Remember that? Unbelievable destruction across the country. Did you do any follow-up on that? How many were arrested? How many went to jail? How many were involved in violent activities? Who they were? Who financed it? Did you get any of that? No. Total blackout. Compare that to January 6th. When the rioters there, they were identifying almost every one of them by name and face. So the looters for George Floyd, they get off, no exposure, but the January 6th rioters, many of them went to jail. They were pardoned by President Trump. And the final one is Jacob Fry, the mayor of Minneapolis. There's no question I made this, and nobody can refute it, that the two Americans who were killed, Renee Good and Alex Pretty, would be alive today if Mayor Fry had upheld his oath of office and protected the public. Okay? You don't have to subscribe to ICE. You don't have to help ICE. All you had to do was put Minneapolis cops between ICE and the protesters so nobody would get hurt. So any kind of a violent situation could be diffused by the local police before it got into the ICE precinct. That's not hard to do. Yet Fry and many of the press reports treated as sympathetic. Absolutely, those two dead people are on him. And you can't refute it. Absolutely, all he had to do, send the cops out there and make sure that public safety was upheld. That's all he had to do. Wouldn't do it for political reasons. So the press at this point not coming back. There's not going to be a renaissance. It's not going to be a rise of noble behavior. And many of us have left the corporate media and gone on our own. And obviously you're looking at the poster boy for that. And I have to tell you, there's so much relief involved. So I have to do this. I can report to you the news honestly. And that's the memo. Thank you for watching. Make sure you subscribe to my...
Keep it moving.
Paleontologists have made a spine-tingling find in the sands of the Sahara Desert, a new species of dinosaur. Now, they've unearthed fossils of a supersized carnivore that lived over 95 million years ago. The team now naming it Spinosaurus mirabilis, Latin for astonishing. The discovery raising as many questions as answers about prehistoric life. And to answer some of those questions, I'm joined by Dr. Paul Sereno, paleontologist at the University of Chicago and a National Geographic explorer. Dr. Sereno, it is a pleasure to have you. Now, you called this the expedition of the century. What made this find so special?
Well, it was an extraordinary expedition. Took a big chance to try and get into the heart of the Sahara by collecting together 20 young people that could take 3 months of their lives off and put together a big armed guard, sort of like our Wild West, and go into the middle of nowhere in the hopes of finding something. And we were guaranteed nothing, except that we had been to the site, found a tooth and a couple of jaw fragments. And hours after we arrived, we found that what you're looking at is the crest on the top of the skull of this Spinosaur. And we knew we had a Spinosaur. We didn't know if we'd find a lot more of it, but we did.
Wow.
Spinosaur?
Yeah, it was immediately apparent to us this was a new species because the crest is like nothing we've seen before on any predatory dinosaur.
So tell us more about this Spinosaur. I got to know what exactly.
They're making up fucking names and shit.
Yeah, it's become through Jurassic Park, it's become the celebrated dinosaur because we don't have any in North America. But in other parts around the old Mediterranean Ocean, which we used to call a Tethys Ocean, these dinosaurs stalked, and now we're finding in the rivers inland stalked fish. And we were able to ferret out some of the great fish catching abilities of this animal by looking at its jaws. And it was we call it a hell heron because I think it was wading into the waters, scaring any kind of competitors away, and very much a display-oriented animal, but capable of just snatching a lot of large fish out
How would you know
of
that?
riverways and the coastal region. And it's like nothing we've ever seen before. It's the size of T-Rex. It's 40
That's
feet long.
assumptions.
Wow, it's huge. Now, this Spinosaur, it differs from some of the other ones you actually studied. So what sets this one apart?
Yeah, I'll just say, this is what they share. They share this kind of tooth that is straight, curved, no serrations. Looks very different than a T-Rex tooth. The original clues to this site I dug out of the library. A French monograph, you see my middle markings there, gave us a sentence or two about a tooth they found in the center of the Sahara. But then we put together the pieces of the dinosaur. As I walk behind it, it gives you a better idea of the size of this animal. Its teeth interlock, the lower ones coming outside the upper ones to snare a slippery fish. If you ever tried to catch a fish with your hands, you'll know what I'm talking about. This is a fishing adaptation only this dinosaur, Spinosaurus, has. But this is what defines the species, the very low snout, and then this incredible crest that extends into the air.
Can we get DNA off of it?
And I'm going to give you just a shot of the covering
Can we,
that we reconstructed for it.
I don't know,
That's
clone
the
it?
crest right there. Wow. It would have a covering like a live animal in keratin.
Okay, stop
that would
touching
extend it
the.
a little bit
stop
further. It's
touching
about
that
2
way.
feet overall. And so that gives us a couple of clues about this dinosaur, one of which is that it's a land animal. It's inhabiting the margins of oceans, the margins of riverways. It is not a diving marine Loch Ness monster.
So there
as
was
some
only
have
one
proposed.
on this earth,
This is
or were
sort of
there many of
the
them?
coup de grace for that idea. This
I
animal,
mean,
I
the
wouldn't
desert
want
might be
anywhere
hiding
near if I
all
was
the
near
dinosaur
the
bones.
shore or on land. It could probably grab anything. It had unbelievable hands with claws, but it was primarily adapted in a way we've never seen for eating fish. And they were big fish. We're actually going to name a 12-foot superfish that we found not far from the dinosaur.
I mean, just to see the teeth as big as your palm is just startling to imagine how big this dinosaur, how big this dinosaur really was. Now, do you think you'll find more dinosaurs in more remote regions, or do you think this is a one-off find?
No, so for your listeners, I mean, first of all, we're in the age of discovery. We're naming more dinosaurs now than we've ever named before.
Oh,
so
come on.
your kids
Naming
and their
dinosaurs?
kids,
What the
they're going to
fuck?
be in the heyday of dinosaur research. But not only can I tell you we're going to find more, we are going to name a lot more from that site. There are digging raptors
Lord.
you've never seen. There are crocodiles. And
Well,
all
then
sorts of
make your own
creatures that
Jurassic Park.
We have already found in the 50 tons we took from Africa on that legendary expedition. So there's a lot more coming. In fact, it really is a lost world we're going to describe. We've known about T-Rex.
We already saw Lost Worlds in
Triceratops,
Jurassic Park. It
duckbills
was a shitty
for
movie.
a century here in North America because we have excellent beds and because people have been going there for more than a century. We went to the center of the Sahara and found Africa's lost world. It is the last continent you're going to be able to describe immense creatures by the dozen to give us some idea of what was inhabiting that world.
Wow, we cannot wait and see the discoveries you, your team, and other paleontologists around the world uncover for all of us.
Fucking crazy. That was a crazy. I don't know. They want to do the Jurassic Park shit. We already saw the movies. You can go ahead and fucking do a park already. All right, let's keep it moving here.
Last month, auctioneer Supremo Ken Golden joined us with an extremely rare holy grail of Pokemon collectible cards. Just watch this.
This is the Pikachu Illustrator 10. This is the Pokemon and Logan Paul Illustrator auction.
Oh no, the ripoff
is currently at $6.35 million. What? Wait, the odds. Polymarket is taking bets, and like there's like $10 million bet on where this card's going to go, which is crazy. And it's predicted to sell for approximately $11.5 million.
What?
Golden is back, sitting next to me again.
For a
here in
fucking
New York
card?
City. He has the card with him. Now, this card was owned by Logan Paul, I believe, and it sold for a record, what was it, $16.4 million?
$16,492,000.
What
Guinness
the fuck?
was on hand. The all-time record for any Pokemon card, the all-time record for any trading card, the all-time record for any graded collectible.
Well, now
new
he could
auction
pay back the people he ripped
and
off.
we conducted the
That was
auction.
a coup, was it not?
It was look, it was great to get it. It was a lot of publicity for us, but it's a lot of work goes into these auctions to plan it, to make sure you're reaching the right people. That's why I had the card on an episode of Can Collectibles
Can you
on
just hold it
Netflix.
up?
Sure. So let me show everybody. This will be the last time that I show the card publicly, because the card, was purchased out of auction, and I had permission to show it on Fox Business Today on Varney, and then it's going into a vault because he is arranging it to have it on public display, and the card has already been paid for. He was that eager. The auction ended Sunday. It was a holiday Monday. Banks are open Tuesday. We've received the wire.
Do you think it was purchased as an investment with the expectation that value would go up in the future?
He purchased it
Who
because
the fuck's
he
gonna
loved
pay $16 million
Pokemon.
for a
He
fucking
was
piece
part
of
of the
paper?
community. It brought back great memories to him.
I
But yes, he
collected. Don't get
believes,
it twisted. I got a lot of Pokemon
as
up
I
here.
do, that collectibles
What
are
the
a
fuck?
viable
$16 million.
alternate asset class.
But did the celebrity status of Logan Paul, did that make a difference to the price?
I think the fact that Logan owned it brought it, gave it a higher profile. More people knew about it, more people understood, and it had the history. But to me, this is,
And he wore it out to
Pokemon is
WrestleMania.
one of the largest entertainment categories in the world. It is the largest, larger than Marvel, larger than Star Wars even. So to me, this is the holy grail. It's the one of one top possible item that you can own forever in the Pokemon world.
What would you say if I said to you, that's a bubble?
Oh, man, I would tell you that I was around in 1981 when 52 Topps Mickey Mantle cards were sold for $1,500, and the Philadelphia Daily News at the card show came out and said a bubble in Mickey Mantle cards. That same card today, I can sell for $40 million.
Okay. You also got another Honus Wagner card.
Yes.
Sitting right there. I'm allowed to touch that one.
Yes, you can.
Okay.
What do you want to?
How much?
That card is up for auction right now at golden.com, and the current bid is $4.88 million.
What the fuck?
Closes tomorrow night in our vintage
He's giving it
auction,
back.
and the expectation,
He's like,
because
"Hey, we
not
took
only the
this shit no more."
condition, but the provenance behind this card is unlike any other in history of cards. The expectation is that this card is going to sell somewhere between $6 and $10 million.
So you've got about $25 million worth of card on your table.
We get $25 million in front of me, which is why I've got three guys with guns right outside the studio.
The security guards all over the place. Yeah. Well, Ken, good luck to you, man. It was great to have you on the show, and thanks for bringing that to us today.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, sir.
We'll see you soon. Yep. Thanks, Ken.
Damn, that's crazy. All right, let's go back to the. Let's see if we could. Let me just check something out here. It could bring us back to the storms, and we'll see what the rain is. Well, the snow. I mean, it's coming. It's coming. The snow. It's coming. Okay, let's set this up. Here we go. The sound up.
Green. That's from now through Tuesday. That number is approaching 5 figures. More than 9,000 canceled flights. Another 6,300 plus delays. Now what's that? Okay, 15,706. That's the number. 716. Okay, yeah, that I didn't do that in my head, I promise. Clearly, big numbers for travel, and the issue here as we move forward through the next couple of days, travel is going to be impossible for a stretch. Yes, we went through something awfully similar. This will be worse, but we went through something awfully similar with the nor'easter last month. And it took days to get back on track with the National Airspace System. It took that work week effectively. This will take that once again, because all of the aircraft, the crews that are going to be misplaced because the flight's canceled and they're stuck wherever they're at and not where they're supposed to be, in a system where anything out of place has problems that cascade. This is going to be a textbook example of that over the next several days. Blizzard tracker. I mentioned that we were approaching blizzard conditions in New York, the city, out Long Island. It looks like that's still Nassau County and out into Suffolk, all near blizzard conditions over the past 3 hours, indicating winds 25 plus miles per hour, visibilities less than a mile. In many of these cases, it's
Hey, what's
been
up, Caleb?
far less than a mile. And you look at the misery maps, all of the Northeast area airports.
I'm here waiting for
significant
the 2 feet of
disruption.
snow.
Baltimore, D.C., JFK, Newark, LaGuardia, and Boston. The
Yeah,
3
it's
New York City
Carolina.
metro area airports in Boston
WWE.
lead the nation for obvious reasons
Yeah,
across
he's
the board
just.
by a massive
I think he's
margin.
using
And there's our
WWE
forecast
so
into
he doesn't get in
tomorrow.
trouble.
This is one of the most obvious forecasts ever when you have a storm like this that we've been watching.
Like a
A storm
shield
unlike we've seen,
using
at least for a
WWE
spot
as a
like New
shield.
York since 2017. It's been about a decade. No one is going to be traveling by air tomorrow effectively. This is over the next 2 days. This must have just reset.
This is the monster.
Okay, yeah.
The monster.
Disregard that. The number, unfortunately,
moisture
even though those are big
now
numbers,
rapidly
the real
intensifying.
numbers are
Threatening
considerably larger
conditions
than
begin
that.
tonight.
Through tomorrow, all the orange. Tip of
All
the
of us in
Delmarva,
Connecticut,
south of the
we're
Chesapeake,
under
up
the
through
blizzard.
down East Maine, blizzard warnings. In that
I'm so
swath
happy, Kayla,
with
that
so
you
many
guys are
big
going to be
cities,
able to
the number
experience the blizzard too.
is up over
Because
40 million
I'm thinking
people.
we might get
And
2
it's
feet
the
of
snow
snow.
totals like these. Yes, we had the nor'easter
It's going
back
to come
in
close
January.
to it.
We had
Maybe like
Arctic air
20 inches.
that preceded that. It was light, fluffy snow. This is heavy, wet snow, and it'll be wind driven by gusts and spots in excess of 60 miles per hour. That's why those power outages are such a concern.
Connecticut, we're screwed.
All right, that's a live look out in New York City. That's in Midtown. We know at the southern tip of Manhattan, there was a wind gust up to 39 miles per hour. Out in Coney Island, we're thinking that the accumulation is up over 3 inches of snow at this point. There's Times Square, which is bright always, but not as bright tonight with the snow obscuring the visibility. Broadway has gone dark too. The shows tonight, at least the evening shows, canceled because of this storm, because of the reasons that you're looking at right there. A travel ban goes into effect at 9 p.m. All city streets, highways, and bridges will be closed to non-emergency traffic. That will end, hoping to end at noon tomorrow. New York City Emergency Management is working around the clock.
All right, let's hold on with this before we go to her. Let's go to a live image here in New York City. As you can see, this is Times Square. And they were showing from above. Now I'm showing you from below. And this is how I was looking at it. And people are dancing and happy. And listen, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Everyone's all happy. They're doing their little things, their little dance. Of course, New York never sleeps. It doesn't stop for any snowstorm. They're going to keep moving those feet. And so it's gonna get a lot more snow than what they're seeing right now. This is just the beginning. A bunch of frozen dumbasses. Yeah, they're out there, man. They're not. Listen, this is Mandani's city, so this is the cleanest as it's ever gonna be. It's only clean when it snows. Because after it snows, it goes back to the shit that it was before. Yeah, the pain. Yeah, I've been dealing with pain this whole week. It just sucks. But as you can see, good amount of snow. It's not like blizzard conditions. No, not yet. That's later tonight. A lot later tonight. What you're seeing here is just a good little douse of snow, but it's gonna come down rapidly within the next 2 hours. It should start coming down pretty hard throughout the night into tomorrow. You see the snow sticks. So that was a good example. He threw the snow against the side there of the. There's like a little bench, but it stuck to the side. So the snow is sticking. This one's spelling something. Who knows what they're spelling? But take your picture, everyone. Snow, yay! Okay, let's go back to the news.
To keep New Yorkers safe. First Deputy Commissioner Christina Farrell joins us now. Thanks for being with us on Fox Weather. I can't imagine how busy it must be at the HQ tonight.
Yeah, they just getting snow.
What is the word? I know this was
It's not that bad
not
yet,
unprecedented, but it's been
but it's
some
going
time,
to
about a
get bad
decade, right,
in a
since
few
we've
hours.
had a travel ban in the city.
Yeah, it's definitely been a while, but you know, public safety is everybody's first priority. We want to keep people off the roads. We want first responders to be able to go to emergency calls, and then you know we also want to let sanitation clear all the roads so the city can get back. It's going to take a little while. This is obviously a lot of snow, but you know we will make it through. We have the travel ban, and then you know we will hope things start to clear up tomorrow.
Yeah, because of the amount of snow that we're talking about, as you said, folks have to be patient. This is going to take some time. Do you feel like the travel ban, obviously it'll keep travelers safe through the overnight and through its duration through about lunchtime tomorrow. Will that make it easier in a significant way to move some of this snow so the city can get back to it a bit faster when it's safe to after the storm?
For sure. I mean, the less cars on the road, the easier. We have 2,600 plows out. They started plowing around 6 o'clock when we got to 2 inches widespread across the city. They will be out all night. There's 2,600 workers. They will switch with the next 2,600 workers tomorrow morning, and they'll keep going in those 12-hour shifts. But definitely, the less cars, the less things they have to maneuver around, the quicker they can get the streets clear.
Yeah, New York City, it's always big numbers, but 2,600 plows is an amazing kind of army throughout the 5 boroughs. As we move into this, as these conditions worsen, what's the message in contrast to what we just went through back in January? These are 2 very, very different storms, and what follows the storms will be very different too.
Yeah, for sure. You know, it's not going to be as cold. And this snow also, we are hopeful, will melt a lot more quickly than that other snow did. But we do, like you were covering, we have the heavy winds. There is a concern for some moderate coastal flooding in the coastal areas. So, you know, you could say 2 snowstorms a few weeks apart, but really they are very different.
Yeah, your leg is killing you. Yeah, my neck has been bothering me.
To be ready for the specific conditions we see tonight.
Yeah, we've been back to a
you
real
get a
winter
surprise when
after
the snow
a few
melts.
off the past few years.
All that shit.
This has been a tough one. So we thank you for the hard work. We know there's a lot still to come. That's First Deputy Commissioner Christina Farrell. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's go a touch farther south, down to Wildwood, New Jersey. We've been watching this one. The Funcade right there. Snow going sideways. Street light has that lit up, and the snow is getting deeper and deeper. The entire state of New Jersey is under a blizzard warning. That's the first time statewide in 30 years.
Yeah, look,
New
it's
Jersey
blowing.
Transit
It is definitely
shut
blowing.
down.
You can
That
see
was,
it.
6 p.m. Eastern time.
Right
Snow
in here.
totals are forecasted to blow past 2 feet in spots. And it isn't just the snow. A coastal flood warning is in effect tonight. That's some of the inundation we were talking about, 1 to 2 feet plus.
Yeah, Jersey looks like it's
in
going to be
vulnerable
heading
coastal
towards that
areas.
blizzard
Fox
condition
Weather
now.
correspondent Katie Byrne joining us live from Long Branch, New Jersey.
Before we go to Long Branch, New Jersey, let's go over to Freehold, New Jersey. Let's check this out. This is the guy that was driving earlier. And as you can see, the conditions are very snowy in Jersey. Let's make this big. Hold on. There we go. Much better. Let's go ahead and you can see it's snowy. Yeah, we're going to see this in Connecticut. You'll be seeing this tonight into tomorrow, and we'll be dealing with this tomorrow. It's accumulating. The snow is it's coming down. But like I said, you see all those power lines all over the place. Well, those power lines are gonna get saturated with this snow, this wet snow, and that's what brings down the power lines. Is the weight of the wet snow. Yeah, so far it's not too bad here with the visibility. I mean, I could see pretty good distance, but it will be bad tonight. The visibility is going to be really bad tonight. Yeah, for it to be classified as a like blizzard, it all factors in the wind speed, the visibility. It all plays a big role, and the snow plays a big role to be classified as a blizzard. But we're here in Connecticut. We're under a blizzard warning until tomorrow, Monday at 6 p.m. is when it expires, the blizzard warning. And we'll see what Connecticut gets. We're gonna get hit. It's coming. It's already snowing outside. I think we already got a couple of inches so far. I looked outside and it kind of looks like a little snow globe out there. But you can see the visibility in this one is getting a little tougher, a little bit in some areas. You can see the snow coming down. All right, let's go ahead and go back to the news.
Katie, you said you have a history there. I wonder if you've experienced a storm such as this, because there haven't been many over the last couple decades.
Definitely not at the Jersey Shore. I feel like it's a pretty amazing thing to talk about, the fact that we could be looking at 2+ feet of snow here in Long Branch, plus 2 feet of storm surge. I mean, those are two things that crews are trying to prepare for. We are along the boardwalk here. The ocean is behind me. You can't see it at all because of how much snow we have coming down. That's dropping visibility, but also because of how dark it is right now. The actual beach itself, completely white. Situation is the same here on the boardwalk. I know over in Monmouth, not far from us, they have a report of at least 5 inches of snow on the ground already. Believe it or not, I think the actual accumulation totals where I'm standing are a little less compared with the sidewalks and a bit just inland because of all the wind blowing the snow that we have on the ground too. Outages are starting to creep up as well across the state. We have at least 13,000 without power. Of course, the vast majority of those outages are along the coast. So that's why we chose this spot. The Jersey Shore could see some of the most snow from this storm when all is said and done. Officials say, unfortunately, because of the fact that we had rain before the snow moved in, they couldn't pre-treat the roads. So they weren't able to put that brine solution down because it would have just washed away. That said, they want everyone to stay off the roads. The sheriff here in Monmouth County has been warning people that they have crews ready to handle the snow, crews ready to respond to medical related calls. But if you drive off the roads because you're on the roads after those restrictions are in place as of 9 o'clock tonight, they don't foresee being able to help you today or tomorrow. Listen to the sheriff.
Governor Sherrill has enacted a state of emergency, so we are going to continue to encourage everybody to stay off the road. People stay home. This is a different storm than the last storm. Last storm was light snow, wasn't as much. It was easier to plow and shovel and dig out. This one's going to be a little bit more challenging, a lot more difficult to dig out of.
Yeah, this snow definitely has a different consistency compared to the last big storm that we had. This snow, wet, heavy. You're seeing big flakes right now. About an hour ago, things had thinned out a little bit, Ian, but still a lot of snow coming down at once. The actual just size of the flakes has been changing on and off. But no matter what, the snow has come down sideways. It's all going that way, Ian.
Katie, the Fox Weather files, the archives have been scoured. I need you to recreate the most basic selfie of all time. It'll be 4 years and 1 month displaced from my. There it is. A terrible selfie. It's probably like
it might be the same one.
I think it is the same spot. So yeah, if you wouldn't mind in your travels recreating that. That's Fox Weather correspondent Katie Byrne in an increasingly snowy Long Branch, New Jersey. Thank you.
Yeah, it's coming down.
Fox Weather is here with you all night long as we move through this historic nor'easter. The blizzard conditions ramping up. There's Baldwin, New York, out Nassau
Ooh,
County.
the show's about to get better, Kayla. Where are you leaving?
Big
Why are you leaving,
snowflakes followed
Kevin?
by
The best part is
streetlight,
coming up next.
wind-driven snow. Heavy, wet snow, wind gusts that could exceed 60 plus miles per hour. We're going to have live coverage up and down the path of this storm all night
All right,
tonight
so
live.
as they're gonna go on their little break, we're gonna watch some really good stuff. I'm surprised Kayla's leaving because she's gonna miss the best part of the show, and it's a back-to-back. Actually, I got like 4 videos for us to watch, and then one more weather, and then I'll be wrapping up because I gotta get going. But let's go ahead and set this up. And I'm sorry, Kayla, you have to go, but you're gonna miss the best part of the show. Here we go, Jason A.
It's God's side and the other side, and we don't care nothing about the other side. Period. All of these big deviants is all catching hell in 2024. It's up for all of them. It don't matter if you Diddy or whoever you is, TG Jakes, any of them. All lies will be exposed. That's all. And anyone who takes that the wrong way, know why they take it the wrong way. The truth is the light.
I didn't have another one of these.
Amen. Amen.
Gee.
He's part of the line.
I kind of get on there.
Right.
Shannon Sharp. He's part of the
that. I
boat.
don't really kind of know where to go. Let me one more time.
Right.
We good now?
Because the people want to know, why would he get blackballed?
Yeah,
oh, because in 30 years I've done nothing but collect information, knowledge, and your secrets. So if you and a man was in a corner doing something you wasn't supposed to be doing,
you will tell it.
No, somebody come to tell me.
Okay.
I gather that. I value that. I'll pay for that. Come, tell me. I know so many things I shouldn't know, and they all know it. So 20 years ago, I knew that transgenders was going to be a thing. It wasn't because I was a prophet. It's just I had gotten so much information that I understood that things are secular. So I understood that the earliest I had seen that word transgender was Baphomet, the transgender. And so I knew that in the ritual of Baphomet, the transgender, to show allegiance to him, you had to kiss his ring.
Really?
And it said both of those things. So I knew that both of those things would become popular in the future, and that somehow calling people the goat would be normalized over the sheep being always the most popular reference.
God, we got some good weed, Cat. Jesus Christ.
This must be the weed.
I'm trying to figure out how to jump in on that.
Right. Which is my only goal.
Because just 2 years ago, they faced a similar storm in Paris. The 2024 opening ceremony featured a segment that parodied Leonardo da Vinci's The Last Supper. The performance involved drag artists and stylized choreography, but in many religious circles, it was seen as an act of disrespect. What followed was a global backlash. The controversy grew so loud that organizers had to issue a public apology.
There was never an intention to show disrespect to any religious group. If people have taken any offense, we are, of course, really, really sorry.
More national news now as more details are uncovered in the Epstein files. Some parents across the country and right here in Utah are concerned about a possible connection to a photography company used by a local school district and the late convicted offender Jeffrey Epstein. Now, ABC4's Jake White joins us live from Weber County with more on this alleged connection and why it has parents so worried. Jake, what are these parents saying?
Well, Lindsay, I do want to make it clear that this is not just a Weber County problem. This issue is all across the nation when it comes to this photography company. But why exactly? And we're going to get right into that. So this all goes back to a man by the name of Leon Black, who was the CEO of Apollo until 2021, when he stepped down amid backlash over his relationship with the late convicted offender Jeffrey Epstein, as well as newly released files showing that Black had sent tens of millions of dollars to Epstein over the years. So, Lindsay, how does this all connect to our local schools? Well, Apollo is a private equity firm that owns Shutterfly, and Shutterfly owns LifeTouch Photography. LifeTouch Photography is known for taking yearbook pictures of grade school children all across the country. And this week, parents here in Weber County got an email from Weber County School District stressing that the school's yearbook photos are safe and that Apollo had no access to student photos or data.
The much talked about Winter Olympics is currently underway in Italy, and for any multinational sporting spectacle, the tone is set on the very first night. The glitter, the grandeur, the opening ceremony. But for the hosts and the IOC, that first step at the 2026 Games has turned controversial, because the opening ceremony has sparked outrage. Organizers are being accused of showcasing satanic symbolism, and what's worse, this isn't the first time the Olympics has found itself in the middle of such a storm. Are these opening ceremonies setting the wrong tone for the games that follow? First impressions matter. In most cases, they form a lasting memory. Athletes can recover from a bad race. Teams can bounce back from a loss. Governing bodies can course correct over time. But for organizers hosting a global event watched by billions, there is no second chance at forming that first impression. And if the games begin on a controversial note, that memory kind of tends to linger far longer than the medals or the performances do. The 2026 Winter Olympics hosts Italy are now experiencing that reality firsthand. The Milano Cortina opening ceremony was meant to be a grand historic spectacle. It was attended by U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance and his wife Usha Vance. Global dignitaries were all there in attendance. Celebrities lit up the arena, and in a first for the Winter Games, 2 Olympic cauldrons were ignited simultaneously. It was meant to symbolize unity across host cities, a celebration of Italy and of the Olympic spirit. But one visual quickly hijacked the narrative. A formation that resembled a pentagram appeared during the ceremony, and that image spread like wildfire across social media. Many users accused the organizers of promoting satanic imagery at what is supposed to be a universal, inclusive sporting event. Now, here's why this has struck such a raw nerve. The Olympics are meant to be a platform for everyone, a place where nationality, religions, politics, and ideologies all take a back seat.
They use
A
it as
stage
a
where the
ritual.
only identity that matters is
It's
that
the biggest
of an athlete.
ritual that they
So
do
when
every 4
symbolism,
years.
religious, political, or otherwise,
Every year,
creeps into
they
the
do a
opening
Winter
act, it instantly becomes a flashpoint. And the games that followed, they were plagued by criticism too.
Yeah,
From
the
complaints
males
about
and the
food,
females,
cardboard beds, lack
they
of
beat
cooling in
Canada.
village, to medals that deteriorated quickly. Every small problem became a major headline because the opening ceremony had already set that tone. But did the IOC learn anything from Paris? The drama in Italy suggests otherwise. What makes this more striking is that ahead of the ceremony, the IOC leadership had emphasized unity and respect as the central message.
I hope that the opening ceremony is seen by everyone of an opportunity to be respectful towards each other. And so for me, I hope that the opening ceremony will do that and will be a reminder to everyone of how we could be. And that's what I think these games will
No,
also
that sounds
bring.
like a devil thing.
They
you
wanted
guys
the
did.
opening night to
It's like
symbolize
celebration in
harmony and
hell.
shared values.
Like,
But
we live
these
in hell, I'm
reactions
telling
show
you.
that the message
So that's
didn't
like the
land the
celebration
way
that
it
they
was
do.
meant to. And that brings us to the larger point. The
They want
Olympics
us
is
to
love
be
to present
into
themselves as
shit.
neutral, as
Respect
above
respect.
politics, above ideology. But that neutrality
I
cannot
don't care
just be
about no
claimed
fucking games.
through
They can
speeches
go
and
play
sound
with
bites.
themselves.
It has to
That's
be
the hungry
reflected in
shit.
every visual, every message, and every single performance. Because for decades, the Olympic stage has been a symbol of equality. This is the same arena where Egyptian fencer Nada Hafiz competed while 7 months pregnant, where refugees like Yusra
What?
Mardini swam not just
They
for
let a
medals but for
pregnant lady
hope, where
compete.
2 high
Are you
jumpers
kidding
in
me?
Mutaz Barshim and Gianmarco Tamberi chose camaraderie over a tie-breaking jump-off and shared a gold medal. where Sifan Hassan challenged stereotypes and ran her way into history while wearing a hijab, and where two running rivals, Aiza Juit and Nigel Amos, once tripped and fell but didn't bow out. They finished the race together, arms around each other. The Olympics have always been that, bigger than the sport itself. They have been about resilience, representation, and respect. And that is exactly why every opening ceremony matters so much, because it's not just to put on a show, it's a statement, a message to the world about what the games truly stand for. So when that message becomes controversial, it raises uncomfortable questions about whether the Olympics are drifting away from their own ideas.
Damn, that's crazy. It's true. Like, the Olympics is fucking weird as fuck. They're very weird. Let's keep it moving. Another Jason A.
And I consider my own faith, Islam, a religion built upon a narrative of migration. The story of the Hijrah reminds us that Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was a stranger too, who fled Mecca and was welcomed in Medina. Surah An-Nahl 1642 tells us, as for those who immigrated in the cause of Allah after being persecuted, we will
in
surely
America.
bless
What
them
the
with a
fuck is
good
this?
home in this world.
I don't need to be listening.
Or as the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said,
Who is this
Islam
Lama
began
Lama?
as something strange and will go
I don't
back
know about
to
no
being
llamas.
strange. So
What
glad
llamas?
tidings to the strangers. If faith,
No, what is this? Like, Lama. What's this about?
if faith offers us the moral compass to stand alongside the stranger, government can provide the resources. Let us create
Government can
a new
provide
expectation of
resources.
City
Yeah,
Hall,
bullshit.
where power is wielded to love, to embrace, and to protect. We will stand with the stranger today.
Damon, I want to bring this up to you guys. Can you roll the soundbite that I didn't prep the guys for? I want to know what's going on in my wonderful city of New York that I lived for 30 years. I've gotten out of New York, but what is this all about? Take a listen.
Here is Atlantic. We are hearing Azan. Come here.
I think we're diverting off the beds and stuff.
That's noise pollution. You know that, right? Just gonna do that. What the hell?
Damon, I never thought it would happen in the financial, I would call it the financial capital, certainly of America and probably of the world. Muslim call to prayer in the streets of New York City, sir.
Today officially marks the first day of Ramadan. It's a significant day for the city where more than 20% of Muslims in the U.S. live.
And Lisa Rosner tells us how Mayor Zohran Mamdani plans to mark the occasion.
The Islamic Cultural Center of New York on the Upper East Side is ready to accommodate around 1,000 people for prayers on this first day of Ramadan. There are more than 1 million Muslims in New York City, including Mayor Zohran Mamdani.
wonder how many times
Wednesday
he
morning,
voted.
he attended a housing event after beginning his fast.
To be able to come here, feed people, especially if anyone is homeless, they can come here and get a free meal. You don't have to be Muslim to eat. We break bread, we share bread, and we share good vibes. And that's what's so beautiful about this event. So if you don't know what Islam is, we're here to, try to lead by a good example and spread the message of the Quran in the best way possible.
They're infiltrating. What are you gonna do about it? What has anybody
How
done
does it
about
feel being the first Muslim mayor of New York on this first day of Ramadan? And what is your message to New Yorkers who are observing the holiday?
Thank you very much. Well, right now I feel parched, but Ramadan is my favorite month of the year. This is a month of reflection. It's a month of solidarity. And it's a month that is so often characterized just by the fact that we are not eating or drinking from sunup to sundown, but it misses what actually drives us through the course of the day, which is a chance to actually reflect.
The mayor says he looks forward to connecting with Muslims across the city through iftar
What happens
dinners
to Jewish
and
people?
service projects that are part of the principles of Ramadan.
It is not something that is common to have a Muslim mayor in the New York City. That's something very, very, very important for us.
Leaders at the Islamic Cultural Center say the holiday is based on the Islamic lunar calendar.
When we sight the crescent moon, we start fasting. When we sight the crescent moon, we stop fasting.
It's a month in which the Quran was revealed. For Muslim, opportunity is not only to make money,
is not only to win election. Opportunity is when your relationship with God is excellent.
Councilmember Youssef Salam, a practicing Muslim, sharing what the holiday means for him.
The spiritual fast gets deeper and deeper and deeper every single year because you're really focused on making yourself the best version of yourself every single time.
The mayor posting this message on YouTube, which is a phrase used to wish someone a blessed Ramadan, on the Upper East Side.
What we're seeing in New York is exactly what we should have expected to see, given the election of this jihadist, and that's exactly what's going to happen. You see the budget; he's got a budget that's bigger for 8.5 million people in New York City than Governor DeSantis has for the entire state of Florida.
Yes, sir.
So unlike Virginia, where they pull the I'm gonna be a moderate, and then she gets elected, and then she runs like the crazy liberal that she is. New York, it was pretty much up front. So none of this really should be too much of a surprise.
Yeah. Hey, then, and then he's got the lunatic who supports him, Mamdani, I'm talking about, who said, you know what, no more dogs in households in New York because we don't do that in Muslim countries.
Yeah, well, that is the problem. They're bringing their ideology into governance. And their city. It's ridiculous. Well, London, look at London. When's the last time you've been to London? London is Londonistan, absolutely. Minneapolis, Detroit, all of these cities being overrun with religious perspective from the Muslims. And they're bringing their sensibilities there. And first of all, New York has a great dog community. Most people in there love dogs. They walk dogs. I can't imagine they keep electing people like that.
Support dogs, cops. Dogs are cops. They're military members.
Many New Yorkers are taking to social media to voice their concerns about it. Are they Islamophobes or are they justified raising concerns?
Yeah, thank you, Gary, for having me.
I don't understand.
The call to prayer was a spiritual thing, then I wouldn't be here with you talking about it. Because I am an absolutist when it comes to freedom of speech, freedom of religion. This is exactly what I'm doing. I want to defend people's right to worship and to express their faith. Because in the Islamic world, we are not allowed to do that. Unless you're a Muslim, you're not allowed to publicly practice your faith. But this has nothing to do with spirituality. It is a projection of dominance. It is occupying the public square. That's it. The call to prayer in the Islamic world is debatable today. Many people are arguing that there's no need for the call to prayer to be broadcasted and bothering everyone because we have alarms. If you want to pray and it's 1:30, then okay, it's al-Dhuhr prayer. I'm going to pray now. So why do we need to, especially if you go to a country like Egypt, for example, you have 1,000 mosques at the same time broadcasting the call to prayer, and it is it's annoying to everyone, even to Muslims themselves. So bringing this to New York, to the biggest city in the United States, to the biggest city in the world, it has nothing to do with freedom of religion. It is projecting dominance. It's saying that we are here and we are advancing and we are taking over.
Well, explain a little more for us. Muslims are expected to pray 5 times each day. It's a pillar of their faith. So does the faith require them to broadcast the azan on loudspeakers, or can they still be faithful without putting the call to prayer on loudspeakers? As you say, setting alarms. What does the faith say?
So 14 centuries ago, there was no alarms, no clocks, nothing. So people needed the call to prayer to remind them, to gather them. And that's why Muhammad asked his servant Bilal to recite the prayer, the call to prayer from the top of Al-Kaaba. But at this time and age, the necessity or the need for that does not exist anymore. So no, there is no religious mandate to broadcast the call to prayer this way, especially that in Islam, or when Islam started, there was no loudspeakers.
Times Square in New York came alive on Friday as thousands of Muslims gathered for Ramadan Taraweeh prayers. This marks the 5th year the annual event has been held in the iconic city landmark. Organizers said they distributed nearly 2,000 free meals to help Muslims break their fast, and anyone in need was welcome to share the meal.
being over here doing it the 5th time. We're grateful to the city of New York who provided another permit. Another time. They haven't shut me down yet. We're still going strong, alhamdulillah. And New York City Department of for buildings and NYPD, they're just over here supporting us, and we're looking forward to more years of success.
To be able to come here, feed people, especially if anyone is homeless, they can come here and get a free meal. You don't have to be Muslim to eat. We break bread, we share bread, and we share good vibes, and that's what's so beautiful about this event. So if you don't know what Islam is, we're here to, try to lead by a good example and spread the message of the Quran in the best way possible.
Taraweeh is a special prayer performed by Muslims during the holy month of Ramadan. It is encouraged alongside other acts of worship during this period. Ramadan is also a time when Muslims abstain from food, drink, and other worldly pleasures from sunrise to sunset, as a way of cultivating gratitude and spiritual reflection. The Times Square gathering highlights the spirit of unity and devotion among Muslims, even in the heart of one of the world's busiest cities.
Damn, that's crazy. That's just crazy. In America. Only in America. All right, we're going to watch Tyson next. Let's go watch some Tyson.
And of course, we're not talking about the other aspects of the SAVE Act that go well beyond ID.
America, California's governor just claimed that Black and brown people are too incompetent to find basic documents that every American citizen has access to.
Is my face straight? All right, keep a straight face here. The Bears belong in the city of Chicago.
The battle over a future home for the Chicago Bears continues to heat up.
Indeed, Indiana taking another step today toward trying to bring that team to Hammond.
Chicago just lost the Bears to Indiana. That's right. One of NFL's oldest franchises is fleeing to a red state because they can't survive Democrat policies anymore. And a California garage door company just got exposed for charging Trump supporters extra because they had a Trump flag in their garage.
Today we gotta go. But the chain broke.
The owner literally laughed about it on social media. Do you guys see the pattern yet? Democrats call you racist for wanting voter ID. They destroy their own cities with policies so bad that billion-dollar franchises flee to red states. Then they discriminate against you for your political beliefs and act like you're the problem.
Damn.
What is up, guys? Tyson Dela Cruz here. Thank you so much for rocking with me. Today, we're connecting 3 stories that seem separate, but tell you everything you need to know about how Democrats actually operate. Let me break down what Newsom actually said, because the racism is hiding in plain sight here behind the word that they consistently use, compassion.
And it goes to which is also part of Jim Crow, the history. And that is, when it comes to registration, you got to find your birth certificate. If you know where yours is, I have no clue where mine is.
So, guys, he's comparing
You're a fucking idiot.
ID requirements.
I have mine.
Crow. That's the opening.
Why is he making that?
Established that asking
You
for
go to the hospital where you were born and
the
you get your
equivalent
birth
of poll
certificate.
taxes
That
and
makes 0
literacy
sense.
tests designed to prevent Black voters from voting. But
Fucking
here's
idiot.
what they're not telling you. Jim Crow law was created by, you guessed it, Democrats to disenfranchise Black voters. The same party now claiming that requiring ID is Jim Crow is the party that created actual Jim Crow.
I have no clue where mine is. Or you have to passport, and 2/3
He's a fucking idiot.
have passports.
Now watch him use himself as an example. He says, I have no clue where my birth certificate is. Brother, you are the governor of California. Tens of millions of dollars.
You
got
know
scammed.
where your
You can
hospital
find
you
your
were
birth
born.
certificate in probably less than 5 seconds by having somebody call the county records office.
Yep.
But he's using it as proof that it's hard for regular people.
No, it's
hard
not.
for regular people to get it. Then comes the
That's bullshit.
racist part disguised as concern.
That's so
You guys
racist.
what
You
I'm
know
about
that,
to say
right?
here. This is the most
He's being so racist in
condescending,
front of everybody.
elitist, soft bigotry garbage that I've ever heard from a politician. We've covered a lot of these people on this channel. 2/3 of Blacks don't have passports. This is what he said. Let me provide you guys with the actual numbers here. According to the State Department, okay, about 37% of Blacks hold valid passports. That means 63% don't. But you know what? Only 42% of Americans overall have passports. White Americans, about 46% of them have them.
I have a
So
passport.
for the sake of argument here, Black Americans are 4% points below the national average. Not some massive disparity here that proves that they're incapable of getting documents.
If y'all got married and changed your name, your birth certificate would not match your current name. Therefore, 69 million American women would no longer be eligible to vote.
And here's another Democrat making the same arguments about married women. If you change your name, your birth certificate won't match. As if that's some unsolvable Scooby-Doo mystery here. Here's what they're not telling you. The SAVE Act includes an affidavit provision. You show your driver's license with your current name. You show your birth certificate with your maiden name. You sign a document under penalty or perjury saying that you, in fact, are the same person. It's done. 5 minutes. Guys, I want you to hold that thought really quick about Democrats claiming simple tasks are actually impossible. We're going to come back to that pattern here in a minute. But let me show you what Newsom is really doing here. He's not protecting Black voters. He's protecting a system where mail-in ballots can be harvested, where non-citizens can vote, where dead people can stay on the voter rolls, and where Democrats can manipulate elections without a paper trail. We've been covering this voter integrity issue for quite some time. Every single time Republicans propose common sense reform, Democrats conveniently trot out the same playbook, claiming that it's racist, claiming that it's too hard, claiming marginalized communities can't handle basic tasks. Honestly, it is absolutely insulting, and most Black Americans can see right through it. Speaking of protecting yourself from people who think that you're too stupid to handle your own business, let me tell you about something that's actually useful. You know what's wild? Democrats claim Black Americans can't find their birth certificates, but data brokers have already found them. They have your birthday, they have your social security number, your address, your family history, your family members, and to identity theft, you should neither. Now, let me show you what happens when Democrats run cities with the same level of competence that they use to protect your voting rights. While Newsom's claiming Black people can't handle documents, Chicago Mayor Brandon Mohawk Johnson just watched the Bears, Chicago, the Bears, announce that they're exploring a move to Hammond, Indiana. Let me show you his response here.
Is my face straight? Okay. All right. Keep a straight face here.
What an idiot.
The Bears belong in the city of Chicago.
Is this my straight face? Come on, man. That's a face of a man who just realized his policies are so bad that a 100-year-old franchise would rather rebuild in Indiana than stay in Chicago. He literally can't even fake being composed anymore.
The Bears belong in the city of Chicago. The Chicago Bears belong in the city of Chicago, right? And I've said repeatedly that the door is always open for conversations.
The door is always open for conversation. Brother, Brandon Mohawk Johnson, the Bears are already talking to Hammond. The door was open and they just walked right out of it. Now you're standing there with your hands out saying, can we still talk? Brandon Johnson wants to talk like a guy whose wife already filed for divorce papers. Babe, babe, babe. No, babe. What? You know what this reminds me of? Remember when the Oakland Raiders left Oakland? Remember when the Warriors moved to San Francisco? Or when the A's announced that they were leaving for Vegas? This is the same pattern. Keep Oakland in mind. We're going to come back to what happens when Democrat policies make it absolutely impossible for professional sports teams to operate. Let me show you the actual numbers that explain why the Bears are fleeing. Illinois is projected to have a $3 billion deficit by 2027. J.B. Pritzker is allocating $2.5 billion to provide college tuition and financial aid to illegal immigrants. Meanwhile, Chicago has a $1 billion deficit this year alone. Property taxes are skyrocketing. Crime is out of control. And Johnson, Mayor Mohawk Johnson's solution, more spending, more spending, more spending on non-citizens while American taxpayers foot the bill. So if you're the Chicago Bears, you're looking at this and thinking, we're going to build a $5 billion stadium in a city that can't balance a budget, where property taxes keep rising, where the mayor spends more on illegal immigrants than infrastructure, and where crime makes it unsafe for fans to actually tailgate. Or you go to Hammond, Indiana, lower taxes, business-friendly environment, a state government that actually wants you there. It's not rocket science, guys.
And they got the money.
Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker unveils
and the
a plan
taxes
to
are
tackle
lower.
the state's $2.2 billion deficit. It came during Wednesday's State of the State address. The state's $56 billion budget is the highest in Illinois history, and it comes with almost no new spending.
And here's Big Bop J.B. Pritzker, the governor of Illinois, unveiling a budget that he claims has almost no new spending, except for the billions going to illegal immigrants, except for the new program, except for all the new stuff he's not calling new spending. Remember when I said Democrats claim simple tasks aren't possible? Here's the pattern. They say balancing the budget is too complicated, while they spend billions on programs that lose money. They say voter ID is too hard, while they implement complex mail-in ballot systems. It's not about competence, it's about control.
I propose a social media platform fee that will generate $200 million per year to support K-12 education. Parents and kids deserve to have better funded schools. And if social media giants are going to feed off of Illinois families, they ought to support Illinois families.
And now Big Bop J.B. Pritzker wants to tax social media companies to fund schools because nothing, absolutely nothing, says you're business friendly like inventing new taxes to make up for your own fiscal irresponsibility. Here's an idea, Governor. How about you stop spending money that you don't have instead of creating new taxes every freaking year? Here's why the Bears are leaving. This is why businesses are fleeing Illinois, because Democrats would rather invent new ways to take your money than fix the problems that they actually created. Now, let me show you what happens when Democrats stop pretending that they care about unity and just admit that they hate half the country. This is I Am Garage Door Services in Orange County, California. A customer called because their garage door chain broke. When the technician showed up, he saw the Trump 2024 I'll be back flag in the garage. Someone named Marco commented on their social media, I tripled the price based on his wall decor. The business responded with 4 laughing emojis, like they thought it was funny to charge someone more because of their political beliefs.
Today we got a call that the chain broke. So this is what we got.
They filmed the customer's garage and posted it on their business TikTok account. They showed the Trump flag. They showed the broken motor and chain. They showed the whole setup, and they captioned it like they were doing some kind of expose. And here's what's insane about this. If a business said, I tripled the price for customers with Biden signs, or I charge Black Lives Matter supporters extra, they'd be sued to oblivion. Their Yelp score would go down. The media would call them racist. The DOJ would investigate. But when it's Trump supporters, it's just funny content for TikTok. I ran multiple businesses. I serve customers I completely disagree with politically. And you know what? Because in America, you don't discriminate based on political beliefs, or at least we didn't until Democrats decided that half the country is fair game for harassment. And here's the kicker. After this blew up and people started leaving negative reviews, Google removed them. The business went from a 3.3 star rating back to a 5-star because Google decided those reviews violated their policy. So let me get this straight. Google will remove reviews calling out political discrimination, but they won't remove the business for actually practicing political discrimination. Make it make sense. Hold that thought about big tech companies protecting Democrats. We're going to tie all this together. You guys see the pattern now, right? Newsom says requiring ID is racist. Johnson watches his city collapse while blaming Trump. California businesses openly discriminating against conservatives, and tech companies protecting them. This is all the same playbook. And the owner of I Am Garage Door Services, he's not apologizing. He's doubling down because in California, in Gavin Newsom's California, discriminating against Trump supporters isn't a scandal. It's a badge of honor. This is what happens when one political party controls everything. They don't have to pretend anymore. They just openly hate you, discriminate against you, charge you more. And the system will protect them. Now, let me show you where all this leads, because Oakland already walked this path. And what happened there is coming to every Democrat-run city if nothing changes. Remember when I told you to keep Oakland in mind? Here's why. The Raiders left Oakland in 2020 for Las Vegas. The Warriors moved to San Francisco. The A's just announced they're leaving for Las Vegas. Let me show you what Oakland looks like right now. Oakland has some of the highest crime rates in America. Property
Wow.
values are collapsing. Businesses are boarded up.
Damn,
Homelessness
that
is
looks
raging
horrible.
rampant. And the city council solution, more progressive policies, more spending on programs that don't actually work, more tolerance for crime, more sanctuary city policies. This is the blueprint, and Chicago is following it step by step. You know what kills me about this? The people suffering from these policies are the communities Democrats claim to protect. Latino and Black Americans in Oakland and Chicago. Those are the ones dealing with the crime, the failing schools, the collapsing infrastructure. But Democrats, they would rather lose sports teams than admit that their policies actually failed.
You know, Kevin Warren did call me yesterday. We didn't get a chance to connect, you know, and I still firmly believe that their best position is in Chicago.
And here's Brandon Johnson still trying to pretend that the Bears are staying. He says their best position is in Chicago. The evidence is speaking for itself, and it's saying that the Bears want to leave. And here's what no Democrat mayor will admit. When businesses and sports teams leave, it's not because they hate the city. It's because your policies made it absolutely impossible to operate. High taxes, rising crime, corrupt government, crumbling infrastructure. Why would anybody want to stay? This is not controversial here. Democrat policies destroy cities, not slowly, not theoretically, actually destroy cities. And then the Democrats blame racism, Republicans, climate change, capitalism, anything except for their own governance.
The president certainly thinks that Governor Pritzker is not doing a very good job of managing his state, as evidenced by not only the waste, fraud, and abuse, but also the crime in the city of Chicago.
Even the White House is calling it out. When the federal government, during a presser, is publicly roasting your governance, you know that it's bad. Now, let me connect all three stories and show you what this is really about. Remember when I said big tech protects Democrats? Here's the connection. Gavin Newsom claims that requiring voter ID is racist because Black people can't find their birth certificates. That's soft bigotry disguised as compassion. He's saying that Black Americans are too incompetent to handle basic tasks that every other demographic manages just fine. Why would he say something so racist? Because Democrats need a voter system that's hard to audit, plain and simple. They need mail-in ballots. They need loose verification. They need to be able to claim that basic security measures are voter suppression. Meanwhile, the Chicago Bears are fleeing to Indiana because Democrat policies made Chicago uninhabitable for a billion-dollar franchise. High taxes, corruption, crime, fiscal mismanagement. It's all the same story in every blue city. And when a California business openly discriminates against Trump supporters, Google protects them by removing negative reviews because big tech is part of the same system that protects Democrats from accountability. A lot of people won't like this, but I'm going to say it anyways. This is the same old story. Democrats claim that they're protecting marginalized communities while their policies destroy their communities. Then they use big tech, corporate media, and institutional power to silence anybody who points it out. You guys have seen it play out for decades. Democrat cities collapse, people flee, Democrats blame everybody but themselves, and then the cycle continues. I've covered a lot of these stories, and the pattern never seems to change. Detroit, Baltimore, San Francisco, Oakland, Chicago, St. Louis, the same playbook every single time. Tax, spend, fail, blame, repeat.
We're not talking about the other aspects of the SAVE Act that go well beyond ID, and it goes to the which is also part of Jim Crow, the history.
This man is comparing asking for ID to Jim Crow to actual oppression. The law is designed to prevent Black Americans from voting, and he's doing it while the state has the highest poverty rate in America, the worst homelessness crisis in America, and businesses are fleeing by the thousands. California policies are driving out the middle class. Illinois is bleeding population. Oakland lost 3 sports team franchises, and Democrats' response, call you a racist for noticing all of it. Libs, open up your eyes, because here's why I'm right. The evidence is everywhere. Cities run by Democrats for decades are collapsing. They're going bankrupt. Red cities are growing. Businesses are fleeing blue states. The NFL is moving franchises to red states. And Democrats keep doubling down on the same policies that failed over and over again. You can call me partisan. You can say that I hate Democrats. I don't really care. The pattern speaks for itself. America, Gavin Newsom just told you what Democrats really think about black voters. They think you're too incompetent to find your birth certificate, too incapable of getting a passport, too stupid to understand that requiring ID is not Jim Crow. It's common sense. Meanwhile, the Chicago Bears, a franchise that's been in Chicago for over 100 years, is exploring a move to Indiana because Democrat policies have made it absolutely impossible to operate in Illinois. $3 billion deficit, $2.5 billion for illegal immigrants, property taxes through the roof, crime out of control, and Brandon Mohawk Johnson is standing there saying that the door's always open. And in California, a garage door company openly discriminates against Trump supporters, films their home without permission, laughs and charges them extra. And the Google company, Google, removes negative reviews to protect them because the system doesn't punish Democrats. It protects them. Democrats run cities into the ground, blame you for noticing, and use institutional power to silence you. They call you racist while practicing soft bigotry. They drive businesses away, then wonder why their tax base collapses. They discriminate openly. They claim that they're the victims. The pattern doesn't lie. The corruption is a feature, and they're not hiding it anymore because they don't think that you can stop them. Let me know what you think about this. Drop it down in the comments section down below. Smash the like button if you kindly would. Share, subscribe, and as always, guys, I'll catch you on the next one.
We're going to go straight to the next one because we got one more to watch.
The minimum wage in Seattle is still probably not high enough to actually meet the cost of living here in the city. Prices have to increase and things like that.
America, Seattle just became a laboratory of what happens when socialist math meets economic reality. As of January 1st, 2026, the city's minimum wage hit $21.30 per hour, the highest in the nation. And while politicians celebrate living wages, independent restaurants are staring at a profit margin of 1.5%.
A report from Commercial Cafe shows Seattle has the highest vacancy rate in the Western U.S. market and nearly the country.
Millions of square feet of empty glass towers while the city tries to tax its way out of a crap hole.
Good. Look at this line right now. People have been lined up here all night.
Thousands of people just camped out 14 hours in the rain for a grand opening of Raisin Cane's, a corporate chain that can survive what mom and pop shops can't. What is up, guys? Tyson Dela Cruz here. Thank you so much for rocking with me. Seattle, absolute masterclass on how to destroy city's economy while claiming you're helping the people, constituents, and workers. Let's break down the numbers that Seattle politicians don't want you to see. Starting January 1st, 2026, Seattle's minimum wage jumped up to $21.30 an hour. That is not a misspeak. That is $21.30, the highest in America, tied with Washington, D.C.
The minimum wage in Seattle is still probably not high enough to actually meet the cost of living here in the city. Prices have to increase and things like that in order to just, make ends meet, if you will.
Listen to that logic. It's not high enough. Meanwhile, here's what's actually happening on the ground. Independent restaurants in Seattle are now operating at a 1.5% profit margin. Let me put that in perspective. If you own a restaurant doing $1 million in revenue, which sounds impressive until you actually do the math, you're taking home $16,000 a year after expenses, stress, and all this other crap. $16,000. That's what you get for working 80-hour weeks, managing payroll, dealing with suppliers, handling health inspections, and risking your life savings. You'd literally make more money working at your own restaurant as an employee than actually owning it. So what are these businesses doing to survive? They're adding service fees and inflation surcharges to every single receipt. Customers are pushing back, obviously leaving bad reviews, taking their business elsewhere, and the result? Restaurants are obviously closing for lunch, cutting back on days in the week, or just shutting down entirely.
Another business bids downtown Seattle a fond farewell this year.
It's just a sad thing to say because, like I said, I was born and raised in this city and state, and I've seen all these companies come, not so much going, but now in the last 5 years, they've just been
one way out of the city.
This isn't theory. This is happening right now. Wooden City Tavern in Green Lake just announced permanent closure. Anthropology, a business that has been downtown for decades, just packed up and left. The workers taking down the sign said it was like watching a relative leave at the airport, hoping you'll see them again someday. But here's what exposes the scam. When these restaurants close, what's the minimum wage for those workers? $0 and 0 cents. You can't pay a living wage from a dead business. Now let's talk about Seattle's new mayor, Katie Wilson, who just gave her first State of the City address. This woman is speedrunning the destruction of what's left of Seattle faster than any Democrat in modern history.
What was the criteria at the Ballard camp that you were thinking about? And is there any sort of criteria that you will have in mind going forward about removals?
Yeah, so again, we're assessing right now the criteria that our
voice.
Unified Care team currently uses for camera removals, and considering whether we're going to need adjustments. In this particular case, this was near the entrance to Salmon Bay Gravel, and so there was large trucks coming in and out, but it did create a kind of a dangerous situation, especially at night.
Wilson paused a scheduled homeless encampment removal in Fremont, claiming she needs to review the city's approach. Translation, she's not going to force anything until she studies the problem to death.
That pause allowed us to basically help them make that transition without the disruption of a sweep.
5 people moved to shelters, another into a tiny home village.
And here's her big victory. After pausing the sweep, get this, they moved 5 people to shelters and 1 into a tiny home village. A total of 6 people. Meanwhile, there are thousands sleeping on Seattle streets.
6 people.
Night. But Wilson wants you to celebrate this as progress.
What does that say about the process that it took the mayor going down to see that, putting a sweep on pause just to get 6 people help that they need?
The bottom line is there just aren't enough appropriate places for people to go.
And here's what she's not telling you. Seattle is facing a $127 million budget deficit. When asked what program she'd cut to address it, she couldn't give a straight answer. This is obvious here because she's never ran anything in her entire life.
We have a large budget deficit. We are going to have to make some hard choices and really decide where our priorities lie. And I mean, just honestly, with thousands of people on our street every night, this has to be at the top.
So let me get this straight. You're running a $127 million deficit and you won't say what you're cutting, but you're promising to spend more on homelessness programs that have already failed for decades. This is the same playbook every failed Democrat city uses. Spend billions and billions of dollars, get worse results, demand more money, repeat. While Wilson is playing musical chairs with homeless encampments, downtown Seattle is turning into an economic ghost town.
A new report showed downtown's office vacancy rate is nearly the highest in the entire country. Fox 13's Dan Griffin talked to neighbors, visitors, and workers who say they want businesses to come back and stay there.
Let me put that in context. In 2022, it was 22%. That is a 12-point jump in just 3 years. Seattle now has one of the highest vacancy rates in Western U.S. and nearly the highest in the entire country.
To me, seeing the storefronts it's kind of sad, really, because it's a beautiful city. I mean, you got the pier right down there and there's empty storefronts. So the question is why?
Here's the answer that nobody wants to say out loud. Seattle's policies have made it more expensive to do business here than anywhere else in the region.
And our city leaders over the last 5 years have made us less than competitive. It's more expensive to be in Seattle than it is to locate a job in Bellevue, significantly more.
So you're probably asking yourself, Tyson, what happens when offices sit empty? Foot traffic dies, the lunch spots close, coffee shops shut down, tax base evaporates, homelessness increases, and the city's response? Raise taxes on businesses that are left to make up for the revenue from the ones that fled.
I feel like we are in an emergency situation now. It might not look that way on the surface, but it very much is.
This is worse than C-19 for small businesses because at least during the pandemic, there was hopes of things returning to normal. Now, the new normal is empty buildings, closed up shops, and the city government that thinks the solution is more taxes and more regulations. Now, here's where this story gets really interesting. In the middle of all this local business apocalypse, Raising Cane's, the chicken finger joint, just had a grand opening in Seattle, and the turnout, absolutely insane.
Out last night, and I'm going to bring in some people who have been camping out. Hi! Right now they're actually giving out raffles. How are you feeling right now?
I'm good. I'm excited.
Yeah? How long have you guys been out here for?
Lily and I have been here since 8:30 p.m.
Yeah.
Zesty liberals camping out at 8:30 p.m. the night before just to get in line for some chicken fingers. 14 hours in the rain.
It's not that good either. I had it
While
before. We
across
have
the
a couple
street,
of them here in
another
Connecticut.
independent restaurant is putting up a
They're
for
okay.
lease sign.
I don't like the fries.
What's a box combo for folks who might not be familiar with Raising Cane's?
That's a great question. I wasn't expecting that question. Let's see. We got our, I believe, chicken tenders. We got coleslaw, toast, and a drink, I believe.
And look who's showing up to this grand opening. Bro, what is going on with the male culture in Seattle? These dudes are zestier than a lemon. Ain't no way I'm standing in line for some overpriced chicken fingers. The only thing Raising Cane's has it going for them is the sauce, and I can make that junk at home. If I'm going out to eat some chicken, I'm sure as heck not going to Raising Cane's. But here's the real story. Why can Raising Cane's survive
it's not calling me to go back.
when local
I'm like, oh my God, I gotta go back.
Because, my friends, they have 800 locations worldwide. They have simplified their menu. They can buy in bulk. It's literally just chicken fingers, fries, coleslaw, soda
that's how
pop,
it
and
is.
some toast.
And the
They
coleslaw
have a
doesn't taste that
global
good.
supply chain. They have economies of scale that let them absorb the $21.30 minimum wage.
Sauce is a secret. The sauce is so good.
The mom and pop burger joint down the street can't compete. They don't have $1 billion supply chain. They can't negotiate bulk pricing for ingredients. They can't spread their overhead across 800 locations. So when Seattle raises minimum wage by 30%, the local spots close, and corporate chains like Raising Cane's
they're very expensive.
come in and thrive. This is what
That's
Seattle
pretty cheap.
policies are designed to do, whether it's intentional or not. They're creating a corporate monopoly. Only the giants survive. If you're not a $1 billion chain with simplified menu and global logistics, the Emerald City, they don't have room for you.
We're going to do it again when the Linwood one opens up. That's true.
You've got another chance to do it.
Yeah, so not our only shot. So it's fine. Plus we get free swag.
And the Zesty McMuffins, they're so desperate for something new, they'll camp out overnight and do it again because all the local spots they used to love,
free swag,
they're gone. Let me quickly connect the dots here because this is the pattern that we see in every Democrat-run city in America. Seattle is obviously just the most extreme example. Step one, raise the minimum wage to unsustainable levels while claiming you're helping workers. Step two, watch small businesses close down because they can't afford labor costs. Step three, blame greedy business owners for not paying workers enough. Step four, raise taxes to fund homelessness programs that don't actually work. Step five, watch more businesses leave, create a budget deficit. Step six, raise taxes again to cover the deficit. Repeat until your city actually crumbles. One way out, that's Seattle's story. Businesses leaving, taxpayers fleeing, office buildings sitting empty, and a mayor who thinks the solution is to review the problem while spending money the city doesn't actually have.
You know, we're going to be working with our Office of Economic Development, other city departments, and continuing the work that I was doing during the campaign of talking with small business owners and really figuring out what is that suite of policies and programs that the city can advance to make it easier to start and run a small business in Seattle.
Translation here, guys. More communities, more studies, more bureaucracy, and zero actual relief. Meanwhile, the minimum wage keeps climbing, the regulations keep piling up, and the only businesses that can survive are corporate chains with deep pockets. America, Seattle just proved that you can't legislate prosperity, you can't tax your way to wealth, and you can't regulate your way to a thriving economy. The city raised minimum wage to $21.30 an hour, the highest in America, and independent restaurants are operating at a 1.5% profit margin. Downtown office vacancies hit 34%, second worst in the nation. And in the middle of this local business graveyard, thousands of Zesties camped out overnight for a corporate chicken finger chain. Mayor Katie Wilson is facing a $127 million deficit. Won't say what she's going to cut and thinks pausing encampment suites to help 6 people is actually progress. Meanwhile, businesses are fleeing to Bellevue because Seattle has made itself the most expensive, most regulated isolated, most hostile environment for entrepreneurs in the Western
But I
United
buy a
States.
bag of
This is the
freaking
socialist math experiment in real time. Raise
chicken fingers
wages,
from
lose
Walmart.
business, lose tax revenue, raise taxes, raise more
And
taxes,
fries.
lose more business. It is an absolute death spiral. And Seattle is showing every other city in America what exactly not to do. The losers, every single independent business owner who took a risk, invested their savings, and believed in the American dream. Let me know what you think about this. Drop it down in the comment section down below. Smash the like button if you kindly would. Share, subscribe, and as always, guys, I'll catch you on the next one.
Thank you for a great upload, as usual. It's really good. Good friend. We got to bring him back once we hit 1,000. We'll bring him back to the show. But let's go ahead and move it along. We got another thing to watch. It's not over yet. Without watching Melody King.
No, ma'am. ¿Están bien?
Yeah, you can make your own McDonald's at home. Yeah, I make my own chicken fingers. I'm good, and I make my own sauce. I mix my buffalo sauce with some blue cheese.
This is the Guadalajara Airport. Beauty Bird, an influencer who's known for her Get Ready With Me videos on both TikTok and Instagram, has posted this to her story of people.
Why is she standing there? Why she'll get the fuck out of there?
After the cartel leader, El Mencho, was killed, the cartel has become very vengeful and is attacking people all across Mexico, specifically in Jalisco.
Crazy.
Absolute chaos in the Guadalajara, Mexico airport, where there are gunmen shooting at people. This is absolute chaos due to the fact that El Mencho has been killed. That is right. The leader of the cartel was killed, and Mexico has erupted in violence. All of the major airlines have canceled their flights. That's right. United, Southwest, Delta, Alaska, and Air Canada. And apparently the cartel is going to be going into people's homes and murdering them after 5 p.m. So within 6 hours, less than 6 hours from now, they will do that. Here they have
Wow, you
4
see,
letters.
you're not safe in hotels.
Cesitan
You're not safe there.
is the zone most
The United States
heavy
needs to
in
intervene.
Zapopan, I believe, if no later than 5 in the evening, I guess, they will begin entering these homes. And vehicles are being set to fire on the Mexico Puebla to prevent people from entering.
Cars and buildings were torched in Mexico's Jalisco province following the killing of drug lord Nemesio Oseguera, commonly known as El Mencho, in a military operation. That's according to government sources familiar with the operation who spoke to Reuters on Sunday. Mexico's defense ministry said a shootout left Oseguera seriously injured and he died during an air transfer to Mexico City. Oseguera, an ex-police officer, was the leader of the powerful Jalisco New Generation cartel. The Mexican government has been cracking down on local drug cartels after a pressure campaign from the Trump administration, including threats to intervene directly. The Mexican embassy in Washington said on Sunday that the U.S. provided information for the operation. Security forces conducted aerial surveillance on Sunday after the operation set off a wave of violence. Videos and pictures on social media showed vehicles ablaze, sending dark smoke into the sky. Mexican media outlets reported torched cars and gunmen blocking highways in more than half a dozen states across the country. Air Canada said it was temporarily suspending operations in Mexico's Puerto Vallarta. United Airlines and American Airlines said they were also canceling flights in the region. Mexican officials urged people to stay home until the situation was brought under control.
So as most of you have probably already heard, Mexico essentially is under siege by the cartels. And it's not just Puerto Vallarta. It are several states within Mexico that this is happening. And as you heard, they're going to be breaking into people's homes and killing them just randomly because, El Mencho was killed. Now, there are some who believe that it was not the Mexican army, the military that killed him, that it was actually the United States, a special operation. I don't have facts about that I can prove, but I just wanted to give you this news because what we're seeing is that they are just mass killing. And even now, look at this. It says Mexican cartels are now terrorizing civilians at gas stations and setting them on fire at gunpoint. This is retaliation for Mexican and American forces killing Mexico's most wanted cartel boss, El Mencho. WTF is the Mexican government doing? Call in the forces. Let me play this video for you. So there is no sound, but you can see here somebody's been held at gunpoint, running away. I don't know if they're going to show. Okay. I don't think this shows someone being set on fire, but essentially that is what they're doing, spraying people with the gasoline and then setting them on fire, which is absolutely heartbreaking because these are just normal, regular people who are trying to live their lives, but they live under terrorism and constant threat of these cartels. Now, this is just in, it says the Mexican army is launching a large mobilization effort against the cartels following the killing of the sieging cartel kingpin El Mencho. Mexico should request U.S. support before it gets out of control. Trump would end it very
right
swiftly.
away.
Now, this is on the heels of us essentially
They
going
need
to
get
war
the U.S. in there right
with
away.
Iran. There is a lot going on with that. I'm going to have to do a special report, but understand we are seeing, I mean, whether it's an official military siege or we're seeing things like this or what happened in Venezuela, all over the place, we're seeing wars and rumors of wars. And really, Iran is where we need to focus because it is literally fulfilling biblical prophecy. But let me shrink this down a bit so you guys can see it better. So again, with this, there is no sound. But as you can see, you have the Mexican military trying to fight back. And you have to wonder, why is this all happening now? We're seeing all of this other things happening with the Epstein files and Prince Andrew, and I mean the list goes on and on, guys. I don't even know where to look at this point. There's so much happening, but randomly overnight, this is when they decided to strike. So, and actually, I found a guy on YouTube who I think 4 or 5 days ago, he did a full live stream, saying that El Mencho was next, that he was about to be taken out. I have not watched it, so I don't know how he knew this information, but it's just interesting that this was going on behind the scenes, and now it is national news. Although I feel as though the mainstream media is not covering this as much, and especially showing the Americans who are stuck there
Don't worry
because
about the winter
there are
storm.
no flights going in and out at this
That's
point.
why I said it's so weird how they doing this there in Mexico, and we having this big winter storm that's going to paralyze 6 states.
So everybody is being told to leave the area
It's not
right
a big
now.
coincidence,
Here on the
is
beach,
it?
the tiki bar is being cleared out. All of these things are being
All
cleared
these-
out. It's being roped
these-
off right now.
They're all in trouble. They're all
they're
in
asking
danger.
that everybody
They
vacate
don't
the
realize
area
it.
and leave immediately.
Whoever
You can see the
vacation-
smoke.
whoever's
I
in
don't know if you
vacation
can,
there,
the smoke in the sky.
You're all
But,
in danger.
we were
This guy is in danger.
just walking on the beach and we saw
Yeah,
smoke
Dick,
everywhere.
You're in danger.
And we're being informed that there's major cartel violence happening right now all over Puerto Vallarta. Apparently, they've captured a top-ranking cartel member, and when that happens, all-out war happens. A number of cars have been set on fire, motorcycles set on fire. In fact, there were some attendees of Anarchapulco who were in a taxi cab. Taxi drivers are apparently targeted by the cartel. They were they had their car shot at. The taxi driver was murdered, and the car was set on fire. All of their luggage has been burnt, including their clothes and passports. In fact,
oh my God,
it's a pretty scary, dire situation right now. We're being told, do not go out at all. Do not walk in the streets. Do not get in a taxi or an Uber. Do not go to the airport. In fact,
Do not
the
stay in
entire
that
airport
hotel.
may be shut down right now because of this cartel violence. I mean, we heard Trump mentioning a while back that he's going to go after the cartel in Mexico. Is this the beginning of that? Are we witnessing it live? I don't know, but everybody here has just been instructed to leave the area immediately. The entire beach here is being shut down. It's clearing out, and really intense situation going on here in Puerto Vallarta.
You're all
So
screwed.
I'm gonna continue to document this as we do. We're going to stay safe in our hotel. I don't know if you can see the smoke in the air, but it's all over the place. It's thinned out now in the last hour, but apparently, from what I understand, there's a whole bunch of cartel violence happening all over the city right now. We don't fly out until tomorrow, but hopefully it's not going to be an issue for us, because as it is right now, the airports might even be shut down. I hear the military is getting involved. Some of these cartel have in the past shot down military helicopters because they literally own rocket launchers. So this is serious stuff. This is serious stuff.
Scary stuff.
Again, everybody is being forced to vacate the bar, the beach area, and smoke in the air. Major situation here in Puerto Vallarta.
Now, I want to show you this because not only are they lighting, killing people at the airport and lighting vehicles on fire, they are now lighting planes on fire. Yes, this is what you see here. It's crazy, the things that they're doing, the retaliation against the actual people that had nothing to do with this. They've already been under so much threat in their lives, being essentially every day being oppressed by these cartels, their kidnappings, the beheadings, just the torture, their children being forced to be drug mules. But now, because of what the government is doing in order to take out this cartel member, well, now they're going to make sure everyone pays. So this is why we need to be praying for the people there in Mexico, because they have absolutely nothing to do with it. And for the most part, most of South America, for the most part, they are Christians or Catholics. So this is why we need to be paying attention to this and being mindful. But I want to show you as well, which is wild. I don't know if you saw this one. But look, they are setting fire to the Costco down there.
Wow, they burned down the Costco. I told you. Look at that. They burned down Costco.
Verga, loco.
There you go. Now the American businesses are going to leave.
Madre.
Those are cars burning.
No mames.
Oh, yeah, they're like, that's crazy. Look, in Mexico. Costco.
So besides that, and this goes back to the actual airport,
they need to go in there.
But it
and
says,
kick out that gang.
that it's under siege. But I don't know if you've seen this footage of live footage of people just in the airport, and this is happening.
And there's like thousands upon thousands of them. That's the problem. You don't know who's who.
No, mam. ¿Están bien?
Now, I will continue to try to find some updates on what's happening, as well as Iran and so many other things about the Epstein files. There's just crazy.
He's wrapping it up there. So we're going to move it on to the weather, because I'm going to wrap up the show. So let's take this last weather feed here.
And welcome back into our historic coverage of this blizzard. Let's get into the new video that's coming in from Montville, New Jersey. This actually comes from Craig Grossman. This is the father of one of our team members here, Sam. So, Sam, thanks for letting Pops get out there in the storm safely and send us some video. By the way, if you have some video you want to share safely, by the way, remember there's some travel bans. We're going to get into that in just a moment. You can go over to foxweather.com/connect and you can tell us what's happening in your backyard, because guess what? There's a lot of backyards that are going to be impacted when you look at this absolute beast that's setting up. We're talking about nearly 100 million people that are going to feel the impact, and it's just getting started. Look at how this is tightening up. It's like an accordion. As those black lines get closer, the wind really
it's going to get really windy in Jersey.
Tap for us, 40 million people in a blizzard warning. Wind speeds could be 75 miles per hour or greater.
Yeah, the waters are warm enough to feed the system.
Greater, and look at what that's like in a snowstorm. So a lot.
That's what it's doing. It's feeding the system.
Well. Here are some of the updates that we have. Scan that QR code, and the Fox Weather Live blog is in effect right now. One of the new things that's coming
Now they
in, I
call
was
it
just looking
Blizzard
at it
Bomb.
myself,
Look
jumping
how
over
many
onto
names
live
they
blog,
changed it.
was the
Like,
governor of
this is
Delaware.
like the
Matthew
50
Meyer
different
saying there's a
names
level
they
2
gave it.
driving restriction
What was
right
it?
now, meaning they're
Generational?
really trying to
What was
get
the other
people
one?
to stop. But notice the one just
It was
below
like
that.
so many
We
different
have
names.
the
The Monster, yeah,
mayor of New
Monster.
York, Mamdani, coming out saying no one in, no one out for
Now they call
non-essential
it
travel.
the
The travel
bomb.
ban started at 9 p.m. Goes all the way till
Major
noon.
transit system
Here, let's set the
suspended.
stage. A travel
No
ban in the Big
trains, no
Apple,
nothing.
that is rare. To have it for 15 hours speaks to the intensity. It's not just for one city, for one state. This is 7 different states that are under a state of emergency because of what we're going to watch over the next several hours. What we are seeing now is only the beginning. This is like something that's building momentum, and you really don't see it at its climax or full throttle until you get to
It
overnight
looks like
tomorrow
nothing,
morning.
right?
And so we're watching this
When you
start
look at
to
it from the
form. It's
satellite, it
lifting
looks
to
like
the
nothing.
north,
And then
and
all of a
notice
sudden, you got
areas of
all
New
this fucking
England
blue
finding
in
their
Connecticut
first
right
initial
now.
snow of this event. The wind is starting to pick up. So let's head there now. Boston, at the start of our show, right at the top of the 9, didn't have any type of snow. That is starting to change as we look at here in the last several minutes where they're actually starting to get some snow that's coming down. We have a team
Where?
member
I
that's
don't see it
there,
on the
of
camera.
course. She's been there the last several hours. It's Fox Weather's Brandy Campbell, who's in Boston. Brandy, you and I.
Let me see something here. Let me switch off of him for a second because he's just talking shit. Let me see if we can go live here. See where they're at. Give me 1 sec. As you can see, the travels are pretty rough. And they're in Fords, New Jersey. That's the location that they're at. And you got again, they're plowing. I guess they're cleaning off the roads. They're trying to. Those are the plow trucks. You see the plow trucks there. So there, you see how slow they're going because it's very slick. The look at the those are the toll booths. They're rerouting them. Look, they're not even letting them go that way. What? Yo, imagine driving and you're doing this and you're like, what the fuck they're sending me to? Like, what is going on here? Damn. And this is I'm sorry to say, but this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. They're supposed to get about a foot of snow. So far I see maybe an inch or 2 on the ground. But it looks like heavy snow is coming down for sure. Plow trucks are trying to do their best to clean up, but you know, you got chasers that are out there reporting on this. You got other people that are just out and about, I guess, trying to get home from whatever they were doing. You see like a car over here that just has their little blinkers on and hopefully trying to get home. Should not be out in this right now. This is very dangerous. Look at that. All right, let's see if I could get that New York one up. Let me see. I got a one here in New York. See how it's doing there. Let's switch it over here. Give it a sec. Just trying to upload. Let's go back here. Here. It's a good amount of snow. Look in New York. This is a little park, I believe. Look, they made a little snowman. Oh my god, it's so cute. I love that little snowman. But look, it's getting snowy. Now that's about a good couple of inches has fallen. At least the city is keeping up with the sidewalks. So you can see that machine right there. It's kind of like a brush. It just brushes the sidewalk, so it removes the sidewalk. And don't get it twisted. Inside that they have heaters, so they're nice and warm inside while they're cleaning the sidewalks. Okay, I guess that feed is gone at the moment. Let's go back to Jersey over here. See if we can bring it live. Wow, look at how the roads are right now. Yeah, I skip. I wouldn't want to be driving in that shit. You crazy? All it takes is one mistake and everyone's fucking crashing all over the place. That's wild. All right. Let's go back to the live and then be wrapping it up. So let's go back to the live.
Stations that are telling us, hey, light snow is finally starting to arrive to you there in Boston.
Steve, I'd say 30 minutes ago, I started to see some really light snow, but it was so light you could barely see it unless you were looking into a light. Where we are standing along the Greenway, at this time, I don't see any, but it seems to be wavering at this point. But that's just a sign that snow is very close to us and here in some portions of Boston. I do want to tell you, we do have some things we're noting. There's a lot of tow trucks that are driving around. They are towing cars right now because we are not just under a snow emergency, but a parking ban. So if you're parked on the main roads, those snow routes here throughout the city, they'll give you a ticket and they will tow your car, unfortunately, but they got to make way for those snow plows to keep these major roads, those important routes for first responders open and available if they need it. So that's one thing I'm noticing. We've seen a lot of snow plows driving past us, so maybe just getting, to their posts to be ready for this storm. And things earlier that we've seen, there's a Ferris wheel in front of us. Some residents walked up and they wondered, is the Ferris wheel going to be okay? Because we are under a blizzard warning and we could see wind gusts in the 60s. And if you're closer to the coast, over 70 or around 75 miles per hour. So people look at large structures like that are not permanent and they're concerned. They were actually removing parts from that Ferris wheel, the little tubs that people sit in to try to make sure it's going to be okay in the overnight hours. So just a couple of things I'm noticing here in Boston as we await the majority of the heavy wet snow that's on the forecast for us, along with those high wind speeds. The winds right now, they're in the teens, but there's more to come. Take a listen to what the Boston interim chief of streets had to say about what folks need to know about being on the roads today.
I can't stress this enough. We have not seen forecasted snowfall rates like this in a long time. Coupled with the blowing and drifting snow, we can lose a road really quickly in these conditions. One vehicle stuck on a hill or a highway ramp can have cascading consequences.
So if you're wondering how much snow can we get here in Boston, well, we could see up to 2 feet of snow. That's a lot, especially when you keep in mind that we already have snow on the ground. This isn't from today. This is from previous snowfall events, snow that hasn't melted. It's not just here behind me, but they have over a dozen snow farms throughout the city where they've been just collecting it to get it out of the way, even trying to melt the snow. Here's what one man told us earlier today about getting more of that white fluffy stuff. Take a listen.
With all the snow that's still here, it is concerning about what the city's going to do with the snow. Like, they have a hard enough time with this every storm. Like, I don't know where they're going to put this. If we get 2 feet like they're saying, it's going to be rough on the city.
It is. I'm sure it's going to take a minute to try to remove that if they get 2 feet of snow. And again, this is falling on snow that's still existing here throughout the city. So it's just a never-ending winter for them here. They've already had over 40 inches of snow to fall.
Yeah, 2 feet here is
and
gonna
more to
paralyze.
come. It's going to be interesting to see how our live shots progress through
So
the
we'll
night. It's
figure it
still
out.
calm for now, but we are feeling a progression. It's starting to feel a little cooler, and the wind speeds are starting to increase here in Boston. Back to you.
Yeah, and Brandy, it's impressive when you start thinking about you could have the top snow totals out of this event, and yet it hasn't started, and how quickly that could deteriorate in the hours ahead, and really what tomorrow, the first 12 hours look like on Monday. Sight to behold. Brandy, thank you for kind of giving us the insight for preparations and people preparing for this storm. Brandy Campbell in Boston. All right, we're going to continue our coverage here of this historic blizzard and start talking more about what's next, right? Because it's not just Boston, it's every major city that's going to feel this. And you'll see, here's New York City, what it's like right now. Temperature's 31. You can see the swirling snow, and we're looking down into Times Square. And by the way, you're wondering, hey, why is this guy yelling so much? And I haven't heard Ari. Well, Ari is putting on his snow gear, and he's going to be out the next hour walking around New York City. He's going to give us a look at what it's like outside and maybe even talk to a couple people if they are there. Won't be surprised if it's quiet, though, because it's been shut down. There's that travel ban. Notice the Fox Weather Alert System draped in orange. The blizzard warnings that continue on. Let's talk about the evolution of this event. What we've noticed is more of that bright banding starting to emerge. That's that increase in the snow rate, but along with that, the increase in the wind as well. When I start looking down towards the Delmarva, and then you start getting out towards Wildwood, it's really impressive what the snow rates are like. And so really, from Philly, central New Jersey, all the way up, you're looking at the potential of snow rates that are 2-inch plus per hour, which allows those snow totals to really take form. So Steph's going to help me with this. We're going to kind of show you that because it's even on the Long Island Sound. Up here, there it is. I know it says rain rate, but you start looking at what the snow rate could be like. And when you get that bright white, that's what it starts maxing out on. And so when it sets up over water, it increases that moisture and that availability for the snow to come down thick and heavy. And so those are what we call fat flakes that start flying as it hits Long Island and then starts moving into areas like the 5 boroughs. So that's one aspect of this. Then you start looking at the Jersey Shore, where Tom's River, they were that bullseye spot along the shore that it could get anywhere from 2 feet to over 30 inches of snow potentially when we're looking at that. And the reason why is you can see the brighter colors that are starting to push in. As you move inland, though, the temperatures have been cooler, allowing that snow to truly start to stick. And so here's some of the numbers, but look at this. You see how long this loop was in green and how much of that didn't count because it was just rain. And now you're starting to look at spots that are surpassing 9 inches of snow. And by the way, this thing is nowhere near its peak of what we expect when we talk about intensity. You may hear this in the hours ahead, the coverage when we start talking about bombogenesis. And that's when we look at the pressure millibar of a low pressure that emerges. And as it drops, if it drops 24 millibars within 24 hours, it goes through that bombogenesis, becomes a bomb cyclone, likely to be something that we'll have by tomorrow morning as we look at this taking form. The big concern with this is the power outages. And notice,
like over here, we're supposed to get like
Delaware,
2 to 3
Dover,
inches per hour for like
about 10 to
3 or
20,000
4 hours.
customers without power.
So right now it's
here,
10 o'clock.
all of
So
New Jersey, over 20,000 customers
between the next
without
2 hours,
power, and
we
this
should
is
be
only the
getting
beginning
like
of
heavier
this
snow.
event. And so here we are as of right now. Thankfully, those numbers have held steady, but likely to see an uptick when you start to see the intensity of this build as well. So here's the exclusive Fox model, and you can see by tomorrow morning could be the absolute peak of this event, playing all the way through tomorrow afternoon, and really doesn't clear out until Tuesday. And that is when you can start the cleanup process or looking at what the aftermath of this is. By the way, if you have some pictures that you'd like to share with us, well, we'd like to see them. You can scan that QR code on your screen or go over to foxweather.com/connect in order to give us a look at what you have.
5 in the morning is going to be crazy.
This is Rockaway
here.
Beach in New York. Brian, thank you for sending that to us. By the way,
It's in
if you're not in front of
between
the TV,
like
no worries.
4 or 5.
You can just navigate to foxweather.com/connect and you can upload it there. This is a massive storm that's going to encompass over 13 different states. And with that, we need to be able to have the ground verification of everything that's ongoing. So here at Fox Weather, we're committed to showing you the best of the best. And it takes this entire team to do it. Exclusive storm trackers, we got correspondents, storm specialists, and our TV stations that are blanketed across those states. We're covering this like no other network. We're staying up all night in order to do that. Starting at 11, we have Britta Merwin going to be talking with Fox News' Molly Line, along with Ari, who's going to be out there showing you what's happening in the Big Apple. Make sure that you're staying with us all night long.
Nobody in Connecticut?
To
What
see
the
very
fuck?
latest with this
How come they always avoid Connecticut? Motherfucker. All right, I am going to be wrapping it up. I'm done for the night. I mean, it's okay. Whatever falls, falls. It's not like it's not going to melt. It's not. It's going to melt. And it'll be a nuisance for a little bit, but we'll get over it. It will melt. And then we'll have some nice, beautiful days. And then we'll start getting into the spring and then right into summer. So we will survive no matter what. But I'm going to be wrapping it up because it's already been like almost 5 hours here and I'm done. So I want to thank everybody who came through. I may not be on here tomorrow or Tuesday. So unless something really big happens and if I have internet and power, then I'll be able to do something. But if not, then fair warning, I could possibly from my phone, I'll load up a couple of shorts of Pokemon. And then that's about it. Yeah, so if you're up here in the Northeast, just stay safe, stay home, watch a movie, relax. Just be careful tomorrow, removing the snow. Remember, we are all not athletes. We're definitely not in shape, and our hearts can only take so much. So don't overdo it. Make sure take breaks and drink plenty of water, and just don't over exert yourself and cause yourself to be in more harm to yourself with the damn fucking snow. The snow is going to be heavy, so we'll deal with it. Hopefully, I'll have power tomorrow and then I can do a show. But if I don't, if my internet's not working, I apologize in advance. And with that said, I'm out of here. Have a good morning, good afternoon, and a good night. And I'll catch y'all on the flip side. And stay safe, everyone who's dealing with this. And people in Mexico, I feel bad for you guys because a lot of people are dying tonight. And I hope our military gets to intervene and put an end to this craziness. All right, guys, have a good one. Peace.